Hello everyone and welcome to Git and GitHub the complete guide course. So before starting this course, I would like you to talk about how the things work traditionally. Okay? So suppose there was one developer and he has given responsibility for managing and tracking changes of the code or source code. Okay? And this code involves a complex application. So there are various platform involved in this. So that developer is keeping track of all the changes. He is creating manually creating a folder who made the changes and when. And also for each feature, he is creating different folder and he is keeping the changes in those particular folder subsequently. Okay. Now, once the code is complete, once it is being tested, it is going to be stored on cloud repo so that the other developer can see the changes. And if needed, they are going to roll back or upgrade or downgrade to a particular version of a file. Okay. If they also need a traceability of the program, they can navigate to the different manually created file in which they have stored which developer has done what work and at what time. Okay. So that's how the things worked in traditionally. Now, after 2005, things changed and Git was introduced. Also, there is one more term which is GitHub. Basically, it is completely different from Git, but they are interlinked to each other. So in this course, we will learn about Git and GitHub in detail. Okay, so let's start our journey. So let's see what you are going to learn in this series of a lecture. So first you will learn about Git and GitHub. What are they? Then in section 2 you will install Git on your OS, and I would also suggest you to please go ahead and install them and practice them side by side. Okay. At section 3 you will have some basic understanding and basic bash command illustration. If you are proficient in bash commands, then you can definitely skip this section, but if you haven't worked on bash command for a while, I would suggest you to go through this section. Okay. Now next section is very important and you should not miss this. In this we will learn how Git works under the hood, and we'll see how Git object work. We'll see how we can create manually Git object, and we'll also initialize our first Git repository in section 4 itself. In section 5, we will have some basic Git operation illustration, and also we'll see what's the use of .git ignore file. Okay. Now in section 5, we'll see Git branches, and the section 7 and section 8 is going to be important one. In section 8, you will learn about head and what is detached head state, as it is most asked question in your interviews, and also we'll see how you can merge branches and how we can resolve conflicts when merging the branches. From section 9, we will come on GitHub and we'll see its tour and we'll see what are remote repository. Then we'll clone some public repository. We'll set up our SSH keys. We will see git push, fetch, and pull command. Then we'll see what are pull requests. We'll also see how we can fork and clone to our public repository. We'll also see Git tags, Git pages, Git kits, Git hooks, and we'll also see what is Git rebase and the difference between merging and rebasing. Now section 16 is going to be important one in which we will learn some advanced Git commands like git reset, git reverse, git cherry pick, etc. Okay, so don't miss this section too. In section 18 we'll learn about Git hooks. It is also one of the important. And in section 19 we will see how we can write custom aliases by modifying our config file. Okay, so I'm hoping it's clear. We are going to cover a bunch of topic in there. Let's get this ready. Okay, now I welcome all of you in section 1, in which we will learn about Git and GitHub in basics. Okay, so first before starting this I would like you to explain about version control system. Okay, as the name suggests, so it is kind of a source control or revision control that tracks and manages changes to file, especially code, over time, and enabling developer to collaborate, revert to previous version, and maintain a history of changes. Okay, So this is kind of a tool which used to manage and track all the version of your source code so that you can go back and travel back to the time and other developer can also see the changes. Okay. Now, if you will talk about the types, there are two types of version control system. First one is centralized version control system. So in this version control system, suppose there are three developers working on their own copy of the code. So they are updating and committing the same or their own code on a cloud single repository. Okay, so they could be in sync, right? If they need work from the other developer, they can go ahead and fetch the changes from the cloud repository and they can update their local repository, right? Now, there is another kind of version control system which is most popular and it is distributed version control system. So in which we have three developer working on their own copy of software or source code and they are first updating or committing the changes to their local repository. And once the local repository confirms their feature or confirms their work, then they are going to push and pull the changes to the cloud repository. Okay, so the main advantage is that there is an intermediate stage here where they can confirm their changes and then they can push their changes. Okay, so Git is more like of a distributed version control system in which you will have a Git local repository and then you have a cloud repository. Okay, so let's talk about Git and GitHub. What are they? As I have mentioned in the previous slide, Git is a distributed version control system. Now it is designed for coordinating works among programmers, but it can be used to track changes in any set of files. Okay, you can have any piece of code in the world and you can start tracking of it. Now, if you will talk about overview, so Git is like a software or a CLI, okay, which is going to be installed on your system. Now, Git has their own file structure and every file stored in a separate document that has unique value. So when we will be initializing our Git repository, we will open it and we'll see they have their own file structure. They have different kind of files and folders and all of them have their own working. Okay. Now Git is simply like a hash map which keeps the data in key value pair, which where key is the hash value of that object and value is the content of that file. Okay. Now as we were discussing in distributed version control system, Git is creating a local repository on your OS. Okay, so you don't need internet to working with it. But if you're going to push and pull to a remote repository, it definitely need an internet, right? Now let's come on GitHub. Now Git and GitHub is related, but they are completely other stuff to each other. Okay. Now as the Git was software and CLI, the GitHub is a web-based Git repository hosting service in which you are going to host all your source code and place them. Okay. Now additionally to Git, they have their own feature. They have various features supported and you can play with them. Now as it is a web based, so you definitely need internet connection to work with it and you can use GitHub as backup of your repository. So suppose if an individual developer is working on it, so and he don't want to lose his source code while he worked on, so he can use GitHub as a backup of his repository to store it on a cloud. Okay, so something happens to his local system, his source code will be safe, right? Now let's move ahead. Now let's move ahead and let's see the installation on Windows. Please be informed that installation on Mac and Linux is pretty simple as Git is working in the background same like as Linux structure and Linux and Mac are also a Unix based OS so they support Linux based commands. But in Windows the installation is little bit different and it is going to install a Git bash in your Windows system. Okay, so once you will open it, it will create a Linux environment inside it so that you can use your Git command inside there. Okay, so I am on my Windows computer and let's see the installation on Windows. So I will head over to my browser. I will type install git. I will go to downloads. I will click on download for Windows. If you are on Mac, you can click on Mac and you can download for Mac. Okay. I will click on download for Windows. I can click on 64-bit because my architecture of my Windows is 64-bit, and I will click on it there. Now, once the installation is done, I can go ahead and click on it. It will ask for pop-up. You can click on yes. Now I will accept the GNU license. I will select the options where I want to install Git. So that's look perfect to me. I will go ahead. In here, I will leave the stuff as default. In here, I would like to create a folder called Git itself, and I will hit next. Now in here, if you are familiar with Vim editor and if you want to work with this as Git default editor, then go ahead and click on next. But I would suggest to go ahead and select as Visual Studio Code because it gives more flexibility. Now in here, as I don't have Visual Studio Code installed on my system, so I can click on Visual Studio Code and it will take me on Visual Studio page. Once it's done, I can click on download for Windows. It will download the exe. Once the downloading is done, I can click on the exe. I can click on I accept the agreement, click on next, next, next. I should select add to path and register code as an editor of supported file types. Okay, so make sure both them are selected. And I can click on next and I can click on install. Now it will start installing. Now in here I will not launch Visual Studio Code now. I can uncheck it and I can click on finish. Once it's done, I can head over to my Git Bash installation and I can go back and I can click on next. So now once if I will select Visual Studio Code, it will allow me for option for next. Okay, so I will click next, and in here either you can use a main branch as your default branch, but I would suggest to select let git decide so that we can change the branch as main later on because the master branch is deprecated now. Now Git uses main as default branch. Okay, so for now I will keep this option selected, but you can click on override the default branch name. Okay, I'll go ahead next, and from here I can click on Git from the command line and also from the third party software. I can click on next and I will select use bundle OpenSSH connection for connections. I will click on next. I will use my native Windows Secure Channel library for certificate related stuff. I will click on next. And in here, I will select Windows style commit Unix style line endings so that it will be supported in my Git bash itself. I will select on next. Now in here, either you can select this one or either you can select this one. So if you will select this one, you can use Git console in command prompt, but it will not have more features supported. So I would suggest to go ahead and select use main TTY. Okay, I will hit on next. Now by default we will learn about this. So what should git pull do? So I am selecting here fast forward or merge, but if you are compatible with rebasing or only ever fast forward, then please go ahead and select, but I would suggest to select fast forward or merge so that it will keep track of your commit also. Okay, because on rebasing it will remove the extra commits. Okay, hit on next. I will go ahead and select git credential manager. Next I will enable file system caching and I will install it. Okay, now it will take some time and it will install it. Now installation is done and I will uncheck this and I can click on finish. Once the installation is done, I will click on my start menu and click on Git Bash. Now this is the app Git installed for me, but in Mac or in your Linux, you don't need to launch Git Bash. It will just have your terminal up there. Okay, because the Mac OS and Linux, they are built on Unix based operating system and they support Linux commands. But in Windows, it will install Git Bash for you so that it may support your Git Bash command. Okay, so for example, I can run here ls command. It will list all the contents in there, right? But similarly, if you will open command prompt and if you will type ls in there, so it will not select. So in Windows, there is something called dir, right? So I would also suggest, so go ahead and install the Git on Linux system and start practicing on Linux VM itself. But if you are not able to set up your Linux VM, then no issue, you can practice on your Windows VM itself or your Windows system itself. Okay, now installation on Windows was done. Now next we will see the installation of Git on Linux. It is pretty simple. It will just take one command, sudo apt install git, and it's done. Okay, similarly on Mac, it will download one package called dmg and you just need to provide access. You just need to enter your credential and it will start installing. Okay, so on Mac, on Linux, they are pretty simple. On Windows, they are pretty challenging. Okay, so now let's see the installation on Linux. For me, I will be using Ubuntu OS, but on other flavor also the installation of Git is pretty simple. So let's move on my Ubuntu VM and let's see this. So for installing it, I will open my terminal in here, and in here I will just type sudo apt install git. I will need to provide my password. I will provide my password in here. It will check everything else and you need to provide confirmation. I will give Y and it will start installing in the background. Now once it's done, you can verify the version by typing git version. Okay, so it has installed Git version 2.34.1. Okay, now if I will type Git, so it will provide me all the options that I can run it here. And in Windows, it will be Git and hyphen hyphen version. Okay, so if you want to verify the version in Windows, so it will be Git hyphen hyphen version. That's the installation for your Linux. Now let's meet in the next section. Now I am hoping installation of Git on your Windows, Linux or Mac OS is complete and you are ready to move ahead, right? Now let's move ahead with section 3. Now this section is completely optional. If you are already practicing your bash commands in regular basis, then you can skip this. But if you haven't practiced your bash commands for a while, then I would recommend you to please go through this lecture or this section. Okay, so in this section, we will learn about some basic bash commands and they will be very helpful when we will be performing Git operations on our platform. Okay, so first one is cd command. Cd command is used for changing your directory whenever you want to navigate here and there. ls is for list contents. It will list files and folders or hidden files and folders with various options. Okay, echo will print anything whatever you will provide after it. Tab is used for auto completion. For clearing your terminal, either you can press or type clear or you can press Ctrl plus L key. Okay. Now man pages are manual pages in which you can just type man followed by your command name. It will open a manual page and help of that particular command. Okay. Now a single dot represent current directory, double dot represent with previous directory. You can use it with your cd command. Okay. Now tilde icon is used for current user's home directory. Now there are two paths used for navigating here and there. Either you can use absolute path. The absolute path is the path it is taken from the root folder. Okay, and the relative path is taken from the current present working directory. Touch command is used to create a file. Mkdir command is used to create an empty directory. If you want to remove any particular file, you can use rm. Rm is also used for removing folders. Cat is used to see the contents of any particular file. Now one greater than symbol is used to write anything to a file, and double greater than sign is used to append to a file. Okay, so let's move on our Ubuntu VM and let's see this. I will open my terminal in here. Now for listing the contents whatever I have, if you can see here it is showing the tilde icon, means I am currently inside my home folder, my user's home folder, and user is DevOps. This is your host name and this is your working directory, right? So if you will type pwd, so it will give you absolute path. Okay, now this is your absolute path. Now if you will type ls will be for listing contents, so it will give you all the content that you have currently on your this home folder of this user. Okay, if I will give ls option a, it will also give the option for hidden files and folders. Okay, so I have these files as hidden and it is showing here. Okay, so in Linux, if a file is starting with dot, if a file or folder is starting with dot, then it is considered as hidden. Okay, how you can see them in your GUI? So you can open your folder, you can go to here and you can click on show hidden files, so it will show you all the hidden files that you have here. Okay, via terminal you can do that with ls option a command. Okay, if you want to bring them in one line, so you can type ls option la, so they will give you all the option in one command, in which the first is your permissions, then your user, group name, size, last modification date, and file name. Okay, and this one is basically kind of a link. Okay, if you want to change directory, so if I will type ls, so I have these folders. If you want to change to downloads, so what I can do, I can type cd and downloads. Either I can write full downloads or I can use d or w and I can hit tab for auto completion, so it will automatically detect. I will hit enter, so it has changed my directory to downloads. Now if I will list contents, so there is nothing on my downloads, right? Now for clearing my terminal, I can use Control plus L key. It will clear my terminal. I can use echo for printing anything to my terminal within double quotes, hello world, so it will print it. Okay. CD dot will do nothing because dot is for current working directory, so it will make it to this same directory. But if I will use cd dot dot, so it will make it to my previous directory, which was my home folder. If you are any hierarchy and if you want to navigate to user's home folder, you can go to cd and then tilde icon. It will go to the home folder. Now if you want to take help for any manual pages, so you can go to man, and suppose if I want to take help for mkdir command, so I can type man mkdir, so it will open a manual page which consists of name, synopsis, description, and all the various options supported along with it what it does. Okay, I will hit Q for exiting it. Next one is if you want to create a file, so first I will navigate to my desktop, so I will type cd and I will type de. If I will hit tab, so it will type desktop. If I will hit another tab, there is no more folder starting with de, so it will give nothing. So I will go to desktop and I will hit enter. Now I am on my desktop. If I will list content here, there is nothing. I will create a file using touch. So touch hello.txt. So it will create an empty file. If we want to write anything, so we can do echo hello 1 and we can use greater than sign and write hello.txt. I can hit enter. If I want to see the contents of this file, I can use cat command, cat hello, and I can hit tab. So it has hello1.txt. If you will write hello3.txt, hello3 to hello.txt, so it will change the content. It will not append it to it. Okay, if I will see the contents of it, so it has hello3. But if I will use hello1 with double greater than sign, so what it will do, it will not overwrite it. It will just append to the next line. So now if I will type cat hello.txt, I can see that it has added the line. Now how I am bringing the previous command? I am bringing the previous command by pressing upper arrow key. Okay. Now I will press Ctrl C for cancelling this command and entering to the next terminal line. If you want to create a folder, you can type mkdir with the folder name. So mkdir hello. So it will create an empty directory, right? If we want to remove any file, suppose hello.txt, I can type rm and then hello, and I will type tab for auto completion and it will detect hello.txt. So it has removed it. Okay. Now about absolute path and relative path. So absolute path is a path from your root folder. Okay. So if I want to navigate to that folder, so I can type cd, then home, my DevOps folder, and suppose I want to go to direct downloads. So I can hit tab, it will automatically detecting. So it is going to these things as absolute path. So if I will hit enter, so I am in my downloads folder. Now what is relative path? So if I will go back and if I will go to desktop, so I was in my desktop, then how did I navigate to my this one? Here I did provided my absolute path to navigate to my downloads folder directory, right? How I can go to my downloads folder with using relative path. So first I will navigate back and at the same time I will go to the downloads folder. Okay, so from the desktop I went to downloads with this command, and similarly from the desktop I went to download with this command by using relative path, right? So that's the difference between relative means absolute and relative path. Okay, so that's it for the basic of your bash scripting. If you want to learn more about your bash scripting skills, please navigate to my Linux full administrator course in which I have talked about all the aspect of Linux. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this section. Let's meet in the next section.
Hi everyone and welcome to section 4. So this is going to be an important section. If you want to learn Git about depth, you should go with this section first. Okay. And till then section, I am ensuring that your Git setup is done and you are also aware of some basic bash commands. Right. So let's move ahead. Now, the first topic in this section I would like to talk about is to initializing our empty Git repository. Okay, so by default, the Git will not track your repository, whatever changes you have made. You have to initialize them as your Git repository. And how you can do that? You can do that via git init command inside it. Please make sure that you should not be an any existing Git repository for initializing it. Alright, so let's move on our Ubuntu VM and let's say this. For creating files and folders or navigating here and there, I will be using my terminal in here. Same like you can use your terminal in your Mac and you can use Git Bash in your Windows system. Okay, so currently I am on my home folder. To see them in real action, I will navigate to my desktop, right? I will create a empty projects and I will create mkdir hyphen project. Okay, I will navigate to this project, and in here I don't have anything else. So you can see that now by default these two things will be there. By default any directory will contains these two things. So this one will be pointer to your current location and this will be pointer to your previous location. Okay. Now in here I will initialize my Git repository. So what I will do, I will type git and init. Now once if I will hit enter, it will tell me that currently you are using master branch, but the default branch was migrated to main. So we can do that. And also it is telling initialized empty Git repository in this, right? Now if I will type list, so there is nothing else. But if it has initialized our empty Git repository, it should have created a file. So yes, you are right, it has created a file, but it is a hidden one. So how we can see the hidden files? We can see the hidden files via option A. Okay, so we can see there is single dot, double dot, and there is dot git folder, right? How we can see that via GUI? So I can open this folder, and if the hidden folders are not selected, you need to check this one. Okay, so I have those that .git repository here. Now whatever file or folders created inside this folder, the Git will keep track of it. Okay, now let's see the overview of .git folder, what's inside there. This is my Git folder. So here we have something called branches, hooks, info, object, refs, config, description, and head. Okay, first of all, please don't try to modify them manually, right? Because if you are going to write a real world project, it will make all this thing messier. Okay, and you won't be able to fix them. Now either you, for illustration purpose, what I can do, I can just open these things in here, or I can use my terminal. Okay, so let's navigate to .git folder. Now if I will list the content, so I have these things. Now these are the folders, the blue ones, right? We will understand these all these things. So basically this one will store your all object, be covering in a bit. This will be referring to your current pointer, and this one will be your branches, whatever branches you will create. Now let's see about these three. What are these three? Now config is a config file which will store your configuration, your global configuration in this file. If you want to see the contents, you might remember we can use command cat. I will type con and I will type tab. It will automatically detect config. So once if I will hit enter, so it is telling the contents are these ones, right? Also if you want to see the description about the project, you can type cat description. So this one. Now if you want to see the contents of head, so it is currently referring to refs heads master. Now we will cover head in later sections also, but just for as an overview, head will be your pointer to the current work in your Git repository. Okay, whatever your work will be doing, head will point on that tip. Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear with .git folder contents, right? The Git object folder will contain four type of object, and Git supports four type of object. Those are blobs, tree, commit, and annotated tags. Now commit and annotated tags are feature of Git. So whatever you will be doing, they will be creating a hash value. We'll understand a hash value in a bit. And these two are considered as object type of Git itself, right? Now blob, these term you might be already aware of. This will be used to store your Git files. Now coming to the tree. Tree will contains the details about blob, and also they can contains the detail about your subtrees. How you can do that? You can have a tree in here. You can have a tree in here, and then you can have a blob in here, and then you can have a subtree in here. Now this subtree can also contain blob and subtree. Okay, so that's what for tree. Blob is, you are already aware. So blob is just like a simple file that Git stores their data. Commit is a feature of Git itself, which the Git uses to store them in object type of commit. And annotated tags, we will be covering this when we will be discussing our tags topic. Now let's move ahead. Now these three are Git low level commands, means if you are manually working with the object, so in real world you don't need to work with the object. The working with the object are pretty familiar and they will be working in the background automatically by the Git. Here you are going to understand them how Git works under the hood, so you should be aware of these commands. So first one is Git has object. So you will use them to create a object of type blob, commit or annotated tags. To create object of type tree, you will use command git mktree. Now to see the details about any object, you will use command git cat file with various options. We will explore those options in upcoming lecture. Okay, so let's see this how you can play with these commands. What I will do, I will type echo hello world. Okay, let me take this in here, hello world. And we have seen that for creating a hash object you will use command git hash object, right? And what I will type std in, because I am using pipe symbol, so whatever it will take from here it will pass it to this command git hash object. Okay, and if you will not provide w option hyphen w, so it will not provide anything, but if you will provide w, so it will write it. Okay, now this one given as us a hash function, a hash value of a fixed length. Okay, now if I will open my browser, so basically what it did, it created a git hash object of word hello world, right? It's starting with 5570. Now if I will open my browser in here, now if I will type sh1 generator, I will talk about why we are using sh1 here. And if you will go to here, and if you will type hello world, so here you could have seen that it is generating a different value, right? It is completely different, but in here we are getting completely different value. So why it is happening? It is happening because in a blob object, Git is not storing just a value of hello world. It is storing its metadata also. Okay, so we'll be seeing it. Just for the information, what it did, it just, let me close my browser in here. Now just for our info, what we did here, we created a object in here, a hash object, and also we have using write option. So what it did, it might have created a object in our object folder. Okay, so you can see that beginning of two characters were our folder name and the last 38 character was our file name. Okay, so by this command we have created manually folder in our object file. So by this command we were able to create a object in our git object folder. Whatever this hops has object is folder name the 55 and plus our file name. Now let's see the understanding of these object or these hash value in the background. To understand this, I will be comparing Git object with JSON. So you might be aware of JSON. JSON will store your value as a key value pair, right? So there will be key and then value. Similarly, the Git objects are storing their value as a key value pairs. Now, key value is your hash object, whatever object it is throwing you in your output, right? And the value will be its content. Okay, so the Git objects are also using key value pairs to store any stuff in the background. Now let's understand what is hash function. First of all, the Git uses SHA-1 hash algorithm. Okay, now what is a hash function? Now hash function is basically used for protection technology. So suppose if you have any variable input length, right? If you are giving hello world to, suppose if you are giving any value here, hello world, and if you are passing it via hash function, so it will throw you an a fixed length hash value depending on the whatever algorithm you are using. We have five most popular hash function: MD5, SHA1, SHA256, SHA384, SHA512, right? Now the Git uses SHA1 hash function algorithm, okay, in which you will be thrown 160 bits. Okay, now that's why when I was discussing on my Linux VM, I opened my browser and I went to SHA1 conversion, right? Now you should be aware that hash functions are only one-way function. You can't get the data from hash functions or your hash value to the value. Okay, these are only one-way function. Now if you will try to run any same piece of input time by time, it will throw you same output, right? And any change in the value, suppose if I am giving hello comma world, it will change the whole hash, right? And in here you can give any length of a file, you can provide any file, you can provide any length of a value. Okay, I'm hoping you're clear. Now to understand this, I will go to my browser. Now in here, when I type hello world, so it give me the hash value, right? And it was similar to the demonstration on my PPT, so 0A4D, right? Now what I will do, I will just type exclamation mark at the end. You may see how it is completely ignoring it and how it is completely changed it, right? Now I can provide any length input in here. Hello world, are you there? Or what are you doing? Now it is changing all the things in the real time and it is giving us only the fixed length string, which is 40 length. Okay, we will see how it is converted to a 40 length, right? So I'm hoping you are clear how SHA function works. Now these are the most popular, we have discussed it, and the Git uses SHA1 algorithm. Okay, now in here let's see how it is converting to only 40. So it is converting 40 because it is using hexadecimal character. How? So suppose it has given us 160 bit of my value of hello world, right? So how it is converting? So you might be remembering, for converting bits to our hexadecimal character, you will take 4 pairs. Okay. So if we have 160 bit and if we are taking 4 pairs, so 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, and it will be total 40 characters, right? And how you are converting them to hexadecimal? So here is the table you can refer to. So it will be your ones place, it will be your twos place, it will be used for your 4, and it will be used for your 8. right? So you can add them, so it will be your 2. If you want to convert this one, so how you can convert this one? So 1 plus 2 3, 3 plus 8 11. For 11 you will use B, right? This one. Okay, so hexadecimal character, how they work? So basically there are total value of in decimal 0 to 15. From 0 to 9 you will use your regular bits, but from 10 to 15 you will use ABCD, right? So that's why when we will be converting our object, so it is giving our hexadecimal values. And keep in mind that they can definitely provide a capital letter or small letter. Okay, so there is no issue on that. Okay, so I am hoping you are aware and you got some understanding how it's working in the background, because SHA1 uses 160 bit, right? So 160 bit, and then it is further converting to 40 hexadecimal character. Okay, now let's move ahead. Now these two questions are very important and they are mostly used for your Git interviews. Okay, so first one is how many files a Git can store, right? So let's see this. Now if you have a binary data, so you have only two pair, right? 0 and 1. So you have only two possible pair to store a value, right? Suppose if you have two digit to place on, so how you can do that? So you have four possible ways: 0 0, 0 1, 1 0 and 1 1, right? Now suppose if you have three possible way, so how you can do that? So 0 0 0, 0 0 1, so there to total there will be 2 to the power 3 possible way. Here what it was 2 to the power 2 ways, right? So it will be 8 ways, right? If I have 160 bits, as my Git uses 160 bit, so how many folders the Git can store? So it can store 2 to the power 160. Okay, so if you will compare the binary combination, so it will be 2 to the power 4. So total you can create 4 files. If it will be octal, then you can create 8 files in there. But the Git uses SHA1 combination, right? So how many folders it can create? It can create 2 to the power 160. So it will be 1400150 up to 48 times, right? So basically it is 1.46 into 10 to the power 48. Okay, so it is very big. Okay, in which your Git folder can store files. So you don't need to worry about how many files or object you are going to create. Let's talk about another important question, which is has collision. Okay, in our Git folder, you are seeing that it is creating a folder of Git object type. What is the probability that my another object will start with 55 itself? However, the inside contents will be different. Is the probability of it, right? You have understood. So I am asking, let me repeat again. I am asking what is the probability that my next object will be of same folder type, means same folder name, means it will start with 55 and it might contains a different hash value, means different file name. So for that, how we can do that? Let's understand it with a dice. Okay. So if you have two dice, so what is the probability that you will get same faces on two dice at once? Right? So what is the probability of getting ones on both the dice? So for first dice, you have a probability of 1 by 6, and at the same time, you have for second dice, it is 1 by 6. Right? So what will be? It will be 1 by 36. Right? And what will be the percentage of possibility? So it will be 0.028%, which is very less, right? Now you can see that once in six possible ways is generating 0.028%, which is very less. Similarly, I have these many objects in there. 1 to the power 2 to the power 160 into 1 upon में 2 to the power 160. Right? Now it will be 1. Now the possibility will be 1 upon में 2 to the power 320. So what it will be? It will be very, very, very less. Okay. So let's see this. I have in my PPT. So what it will be? It will be 1 upon my 2 to the power 160. So it will be 1 upon my 2 to the power 320. Means it will be 4.68 into 10 to the power minus 97. Means 0.000960 and then 4, which is almost negligible. Means the next value of hash of same folder type that you are going to store, it has negligible hash collision with 0.000 up to 960.4%. Okay, so I'm hoping we are unable to answer these two questions and you have also understood this. Okay, so these two questions are generally asked in your Git interviews. Right, now let's move ahead. Now let's work with Git object. So how we can see the details about our Git objects? So we have command git cat file. The git cat file supports three options. Option P will tell you the contents of the object. Option S will tell you the size of the object. Option T will tell you the type of the object. I will open my terminal in here. What I can do, I can type git cat file and let's see the details about it. Option P, and I will take this value in here. This has value. I will copy it and I will paste it. Once if I will hit enter, it will give you hello world, right? So do we need to paste it this much value? Let's see this. So if I will type git cat file option P, and if I will give 4 character, let's try with 3 character. So I can type 557. Okay, no object. I can type D, 4 character. Now this time it worked. Means the Git can take only 4 character of your hash value to get the data fetch, right? And why it is taking 4 value? Because Git knows that there will be very, very, very less probability of getting these 4 character of two object at the same time, right? So it will take 4 character to detect about the data. Now if you will talk about, or if you will change any value in here, suppose I am changing it to A, it will tell you that Git object not found, because definitely there will be a object in real world, but in here there is no Git object in my Git folder with this name, so it has thrown our error, right? We will also see how we can create manually objects. Now what we can do, I can provide option T for checking its type, so it will be of type blob, right? Any kind of file will be stored in a blob. Similarly, if I want to check the size, so I can provide option S. Okay, so it is of 12 character, right? Now here it is 5, here it is 5, 10 and 111, and 1 will be your delimiter. Okay, so at the end there will be backslash n, which is n at the end character. So it is storing total 12 characters.
We have seen how we can create Git blob based on our particular string, right? Like hello world. Now let's see how you can
Create git hash object using your file, right? So the file are also used to store them as a blob. Let's see how you can store them your file as a hash object. So in here, what I will do, I will create a file called touch, or let's see, take hello, echo, and then hello world, right? And I will use greater than sign to write to a file, and I will give file name as hello.txt. Once if I will hit enter, it might have created a file if I will list the content in here, right? So it has hello.txt in here. I will delete it because I should not modify the git file, or let's remove it and let's go back and let's create that file in here, echo hello world and hello.txt. Okay, if I will list the content in here, I have hello.txt. Now let's create the git hash object. So for creating a git hash object, we have command git git hash object with our file name. So hello.txt, and I will provide option W. Once if I will hit enter, it had given my file. Now you might have seen that the contents inside it was hello world, and in here it was hello world in here itself, sorry, right? Okay, in here 5570 and ending with 238 because we have thrown hello world. But in here also, if the content was same in my particular folder or particular file, it has given my same hash value. Means if you are creating a hash object based on a string, or if you are creating a hash same string in a file, it will give you a same hash object, right? Now you can explore more about it, and you can go to git cat file with these options, and you can see about it. Okay, so this time also it will tell you the type is blob. Okay, so this command is used for creating git hash object using your file name. Now how git objects are storing their data? So it is throwing us our hash value, right? But how it is doing? So first that hash object is collecting our content first, hello world. Then it is also storing our blob type, our object length, and then our delimiter, right? Because what we did, whenever we were entering git cat file command with various option with the same hash, it is giving these things as here, right? So here it was 11, but it was giving 12 because it was storing the details about delimiter also, right? So that's how git stores our value. So one hash value will be storing our contents plus object type, object length, and the delimiter. Okay, now we'll see this. Let's understand this by creating manually stuff. Okay, so let's see if we have shm stored in our git. So what we can do, just remember that whenever we were creating our hash object, with the hello world, it give 5570 as starting and E238 as ending, right? So let's see this in here. What I will type echo option E. I'm using E so that it will take my end delimiter also while I will be progressing. Okay, let me clear the terminal first. So I will type echo option E, then I will give blob. I will give my string length, which was 12. Then I will give my delimiter. Then I will give my data, hello and then world. And then let's try with value SHSM. So what it did here, whenever I try to create SHSM, it give me this value, right? Means, and this value was thrown earlier when we were creating our hello world. So that means it is proving that these value are stored for this hash object, right? If you will change anything in here, suppose if I'm not giving hello world and if I am giving exclamation mark of D before D and here I am giving 13, so it will change my SHSM. Okay, so here I think it was okay, exclamation mark was not detected. Let me give another thing there also. So it has given completely different. Now we are clear with blob object type. We will understand about commit and annotated text when we will be working on our git usual working commands. Now let's see about tree objects. So how tree objects will look like. So how blob objects are stored? Blob objects are stored with these things, means the value, means the content, its type, its length, and its delimiter. Right? Now how tree objects are storing? So you might have seen the blobs are not storing our file names. How? We have given hello.txt, right? But it didn't give our file name. It's just giving its content, its type, its length, and its delimiter. Now tree is used for that. Tree can store our file name, and as we have discussed, so tree will contain your blob type and their subtree also. So how the git object will look like? First, it will be containing your permissions. The first column in git tree will be permission. Next column will be blob. After the permission, there will be a space, then type, then a space, then hash value, and then there is a tab space, and then there will be a file name. Okay, so that's how tree objects are stored in Git. Okay, if you want to learn about the permissions, so these permission, and these two are most popular. 04000 is for directory, and 100644 will be your regular non-executable file. Okay, now let's see how we can create tree object using git mktree command. So what we will do, we will create two files, file1.txt and file2.txt, right? And we will store a similar kind of value, suppose hello world and hello world exclamation mark in there with these files. So we will write this content to this file and this content to this file, and what we will do, we'll create a tree object so that they will point to these two blobs. So how we can do that? So for doing that, we need to create our first blob object from these files, right? So let's create it. In here I'm in my first project, so what I will do in here, I will type echo, and then I will write hello world. I will write file1.txt. So it might have created if I will list the content in here. Now let's delete first hello.txt to avoid confusion. I will clear my terminal again. Now if I will list, I have file1.txt. Similarly, what I can do, I can do hello world and then exclamation mark, and I can store it in file2.txt. Now if I will list, so I have these two files. Now let's first create a blob types so that we can add them to my tree, right? So how I can do that? I can type git has object my file name, so file1.txt and then option W. So it has given my hash value. Similarly, I can do that via 2. So it has created two hash object in there. So one with 55, this one, and one with 98, this one. These two objects were created. Now what I will do, I will create a value because we have seen that how it is storing in our tree object. So it is storing permission, then my type, then hash object, and then my file name. So let's try to create it manually. What I will do here, let's create a file
Instead of using vi editor because I need to copy paste the stuff or the whole hash object, what I will do, I will go to my first project. I will create a new file in here. Okay, so let's create a file touch mk3.txt. Okay, it has created. I will close my terminal. I will open this, and what I will do
Here I will write 100644 because in here what we are going to do, we are going to write the same structure. Okay, so with the use of this we will be creating our new Git tree object. So in here what we are going to do for creating these custom tree object using blob, I will write these two lines. Okay, so 100644, the type and the hash object of that file, then tab space and then file name. Okay, so here permissions, then blob, then hash object of the first one. So hash object is this one. I will copy it, then I will paste it after space, then in here I will provide a tab space, and then I will write a file1.txt. Then on the next line I will write 100644. Similarly it will be also blob, and my sha value will be this one. So I will copy this, paste it, and my tab space, then file2 dot txt. Okay, once it done I will hit Ctrl plus S to save it, and I will close it. Okay, now I have these files in here. Now what I will do, I will go ahead and type cat, what was the name of my file, mk3.txt, and then git mk3. Okay, so once if I will hit enter, it will give me a hash value, and if I will type git cat file hyphen t and the first four letter, so it will give me that it's tree. Similarly I can see the data about it by providing option p in here, so it will give me like this, right? So I'm hoping you are clear how you can work with git tree manually, how you can create git tree and how you can fetch the data about it. Okay, so let's move ahead. Now in here we will talk about some other aspect, and I am hoping git object is clear to you, and also how you can create manual git object in your git repository. Right, now let's understand this. So whenever you will be writing your code, so you will be currently given three stages or three area in there. Okay, so first one will be your working area on which you will be currently working, and by default it will not be updated or it will not be tracked by your git. Okay, then there is something in between which is called staging area or indexing area, in which these changes are ready for pushing it to your local git repository. They are not on the cloud, it will be your local git repository, and these things are git repository. So these are the confirmed piece of code that you will commit from staging area to your git local repository. Okay, once they are on git local repository, and it means you have confirmed that these code are perfect, and after that you can merge them on your cloud repository. Now to see the files and folders in staging area, whether they are changed or not and whether they are ready to move on local git repository, you can see them via git ls files option a command. Okay, and to moving staging area files and you have seen that something is changed and you need to change it again, so you can bring them to working directory. Okay, and how you can bring them to working directory, by using this command git checkout hyphen index hyphen a. In our git repository what we will have two blobs, the file1.txt, file2.txt, and also our one git tree, right, which is containing file1.txt, 2.txt. right? So what I will do here, I will use command git, then read tree and my tree object. So 8c31. So basically it will read my read tree and fetch it all the thing in my staging area. Now if I will check my staging area, so git ls files, so it has two files in my staging area, right? I can save it to my staging area by option S. So I have saved it, right? Now what I can do, if I want to bring them to my working area, now working area has already file1.txt, file2.txt, and I don't need them because my git has already created blob data for it. So I will delete them. Okay. So now my first project had nothing. Now these files are in my staging area. Let's bring them to my working area. So how I will bring them? I will bring them via git checkout index with option A, all file. I want to bring all files that is in staging area to my working area. Now if I will hit enter, you can see my file1.txt and file2.txt are completely came, and I can read, I can long list things. So these are the files, these are my data, the length, right? I can also see the contents. So cat file1.txt, so they have my data too, right? So that's how you can bring back from your git repository to staging area and then staging area to working area. Because in the real world what you will be doing, you will be just working on your working area, you will be making your changes to staging area. Now once staging area is done, what you will do, you will push the staging area to your local git repository. Okay, it will be very minimal that you will bring anything from your git repository to staging and then staging to working area. Okay, so that's it for this section. Let's meet in the next section with basic git operations. Till then, take care.
Now we have completed about how Git works under the hood, so we are ready to move ahead. If you haven't gone through that section, I would request you to please go through that section before moving ahead. Okay, so now let's begin with section 5. So in this section, we will learn about some basic Git operations, how we can avoid our traditional way to setting up our Git operation. So let's see. So we have seen the traditional way of working earlier, or from converting or from bringing the file from Git local repo to our staging area, then to our working area, right? So let's see how Git works nowadays and how we work usual on our project. So let's start our section 5. So first, we should understand about what is a commit. So we have covered about blob object type and tree object type. Now there is another type which is commit. If you will talk about the overview, so it will be top of your tree directory. Now there was tree object type, right? And in the tree it was pointing to your two created blob. Now the commit is going to peek on top of it and it is going to point to your tree directory. Now it has same structure like your other object, but the contents will be different for commit. Now what will be the content? The contents will be your commit SHA-1 value, what its type, so its type will be commit. Also it will tell you about the pointer where it is pointing to. It will have author name and author email which you will need to set up before running any git command or any commit message, right? Next one, whatever commit message that you are providing to saving it into your git local repo. Another one, description about the project, and then the parent commit. So what was the earlier commit before it? Okay, so these things are contained by your commit value. Okay, now commit is basically used to create an another version of project. Now suppose you have made any changes and you have made any changes and you have submitted it to your, or if you have committed the changes to your git local repo. Now that's it. Now in the next phase you have tried to implement another feature. You have implemented it, you have added it to staging area, and then you have committed it again. So now what it is doing in the background, it is creating another version of project using your commit sha value. Okay. Now how it is helpful? You can, as these commit are creating in your history or logs, so you can specify your commit while checking out, and you can navigate to your any particular commit that you created previously, right? So that's about the overview of your commit. Now let's try to first create our commit. For creating our commit, first we need to set up our author username and user email. Okay, so let's set up this. Please make sure if you are going to push this to your GitHub account or any cloud repository, so you need to make sure that whatever username or user email you are providing here, they should be authentic. Okay, there should not be any random email or name. But if you are going to use it only for your local environment, then it's good. You can go ahead and provide any author name and author email. Now why it's need author name and author email, we have discussed it, right? So Git is a distributed version control system, so you are not alone to the project working on it. So with you there might be another developer or another author also. They will be integrating the code to your repository. So whenever any developer want to see the changes committed by any other author, so he can see the author username and author email, right? So now let's move ahead and let's see on our Ubuntu VM how we can configure. Now in here I am on my terminal and I am inside my earlier created Git folder, right? And we have bring these files from our Git repository using git checkout index command. Okay, so now let's first configure, because if we are going to push to our, or if you are going to commit any message, it needs to get its author name or author email. Okay, so let's configure it. So I will maximize the window and let's start it. So I will type git config global, then user dot name, and in my case my username was DevOps channel 23 when I was setting up my account on GitHub. Okay, now if you haven't set up your account on GitHub, you can go ahead and create one other one. For now you can also give this thing as a random name, but if you will push your project to your GitHub, it needs to be an authentic username and authentic email. Okay, so I will hit enter. Similarly I will go ahead and give the user email, and my user email is devops.channel at the 23 at the rate gmail.com. Okay, it's done. I can verify it by git config hyphen hyphen list. So it will give me all these things, right? Whatever we have configured till now. Okay, in your case it might be bigger data. In my case the Linux or Ubuntu uses minimal configuration, so that's why it's telling me only less number of lines. Okay, so now we have configured this and we are ready to move ahead. Now let's try to create our first commit. What is commit? We have seen this on the overview. Now let's try to create first commit. For creating our first commit, I will navigate to my Ubuntu VM again. Now before committing my message, I will check my status. So how you can check the status of your staging area? I will check it with git status command. Okay, so it will tell you all the difference between the files and the difference file lifecycle. Okay, we will discuss lifecycle in a bit. Now it is telling that we are on branch master. Now the master branch is deprecated and it is now main. We will change it also later, and we will also discuss what is branch. Okay, now in here it is telling that no commits yet. We don't have any commits. Now here it is telling that changes to be committed, this one. So these are already added to our staging area, and it is telling to that you can commit them. Okay, now if you want to stage them, you can go with this command. We will also discuss it. Okay, so what it will do, it will remove these from staging area and it will bring it back to the working area again. Okay, now how I can also verify the staging area via git ls files command. Okay, we have seen this. So we have these two files and it is also showing that
these two files in here, and if you want to unstage them, means bringing back from a staging to working, you can use this command. Okay, so we can do that. Now I am going to write my command for committing my whatever changes I have done here. So for committing, I have command git commit. Okay, now with it I have to provide option m hyphen m for providing any message about this commit within double quotes, and I will provide my very first commit. Okay, now in here some developer recommend you to use present tense. Okay, but some developer uses past tense, so it's totally up to you, but for the best practice you should use present tense or affirmative sentence. Okay, so I will hit enter. Now in here it's given me something, right? Let's see this what it is. So here it is giving my message about my first commit. Now it is giving my SHA-1 value of my commit object that just we have created. Now as it was my first commit in my project, so it is my root commit. This is my branch master, and in here it is telling my all the stuff that's been done. So two files were changed and there were total two insertions and the create mode, permissions, and my file name. Now we have created our first commit. Now let's see and let's explore about our commit object. For exploring about our commit object, what we can do, we can always take our SHA as value for creating stuff. Okay, so we'll take this thing, I will copy it, and what I will use, yeah, you are right, I will use git cat file command. Git cat file, let's try with option P. Okay, option P, and then I will paste my SHA as value for my commit one. Okay, so once if I will hit enter, what it will give, if give that it is kind of a tree, right? Because it is on the top of the tree, right? And what's the tree? So it's the tree of this one, whatever the tree that we have created earlier of our two files and folders. So that's it. So if I will go to this one, if I will copy this one, and if I will paste it, so that was our tree object, right? Now as I said, this commit message that we have created here, it will point on the top of your tree. So that's why it's telling that it's a point of a tree is keeping this data. Now in here it's telling the author and committer, which is same, that is me, and it is giving my username and my user email, so that if other developer will check it, so he can see the author name and email, right? Now here it is a time in second and GMT format or a time format, and in here it is giving my first commit message. Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear with the content. Now let's see what's the type. So if I will go in here, I am taking my commit SHA value, right, this one, and if I will give option T, so it will give me that it is a commit object type. Of course you can give the size also, so it is 209 characters. Okay, now let's see the contents in my files. So here is my git, I will open it. Now here are something in here. Here commit edit message. We'll see this or we will explore it later what it is. Now if I will go to my object folder, so it has created a bunch of thing in here. The start with 4C will be our commit one. 8C was created earlier, right? And what it was of type tree. And these two were of type blob of our file1.txt and file2.txt, and these were containing hello world and hello world exclamation mark. Okay, so till then our structure is like we have our commit message where it is pointing to our tree, right? That tree is pointing to two blobs, which is file1.txt and file2.txt. Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear with this. So let's move ahead. Let's see what's the current project overview. So in here what we can see that there is a tree object, right? This was a tree object and our commit is pointing to this tree object, means it's on the top of it. Now this tree object is pointing to these two blobs, right, which was file1.txt and file2.txt related to file walk, so we can verify it. So if I will type ls option L, so it's my working area. So working area is still containing these two folders, sorry, files. If I will try to list my staging area with git ls files command, so it has these two files, right? So now let's move ahead. I will clear my terminal. Now let's understand about some basic Git operations.
Now these are your very basic commands which is used to perform your day-to-day Git operations. Okay. Now we have our separate section for Git advanced commands, like what you can else do with Git commit command, what are various options with Git log, what is Git checkout is used for, how you can explore various features. So for this we have another section which is called Git advanced. Okay, so we will cover that, but here we will cover basics of Git. Okay, so the first command is Git status, which will tell you the current state of your Git repo. Okay, the next command is Git add, which will add your files to staging area from your working area. Okay, next one is Git commit. We have seen this, so it will write your change to your Git repo. This command, it is used for staging area to Git repo, but it can also be used to directly commit your changes from working area to your Git repo directly. Okay, so we'll explore that option also. Then we have some git log command, which is used to see the history, what changes you have made in the history. And then we have git checkout command, is used for checking out your specific commit or branch. Okay, so let's try to add our new file to our working directory, and let's try to commit that. Okay, and let's see the changes of our staging area and how it done. Now I am in my first project folder, where is my git is initialize. Now if I will type git status, as we have committed, so there is nothing to commit, right? And we are on branch master. Now in here what I will do, I will type git log. So git log is used to check the changes made in history. So here it is telling that currently it is on commit, this one, right? We have explored this. Now here it is telling that head is pointing to master. We will cover this. Basically this one is branch name, whatever branch name, and this is the head. We will cover head when we will be discussing branch in our next section. It is telling our author, which author made the change, and here the date is like human readable, right? And here is first commit message. Now if you will create another commit, so it will give the same thing for another commit. Okay, the git log command. So that's what git log command is helpful. Okay, so now in here what I will do, I will use vi editor for creating a file3.txt. You can use your file explorer, you can use Visual Studio Code. For now I am using vi editor. Okay, so if I will hit enter, I will press I for insert mode, and then in here I will write hello there. Okay, and I'll give exclamation mark also. Now my file1.txt had hello world, my file2.txt had hello world exclamation mark, and now my file3 has hello there exclamation mark. Now I will write it by pressing escape key for exiting from insert mode. Then I will press colon to go to line mode. Then I will press WQ to write and quit and then exit it. Okay, so it's done. Now if I will type ls option L, so now in my working area I have file3.txt also. Okay, now let's try to check what's in staging area. So if I will type git ls files option S, so I have only two files in here. Okay, in my staging area. Now if I will type git status, it is telling that on branch master, it is telling that it is untracked file, which is just we have created. Okay, and it is telling if you want to track it, you can add it to staging area using git add command, right? So here it is telling use to track, means to add it to staging area. Now let's see these file life cycle. What is untracked, track, unmodified, modified, these things that we have seen earlier. Okay, so let's see this. So there are four stages. First one is untracked, second one is modified, third one is stage, and fourth one is modified. Okay, now the untracked will be your completely new file that you will create. Okay, it will be like untracked. Second one is modified. Now if you have any file already added to staging area, okay, this one is your staging area, this one is your git repository. Okay, so here it will be your staging area and in here it will be your git repo. Now if you have any file and you earlier added it to staging area and you have made some changes, so it will come into modified lifecycle. Okay, now for adding both untracked file and modified file to staging area, you can use command git add. Okay, so git add command can use to untrack to stage or start tracking or from modified to stage. So git add command will do it. Now your files in your staging area means your tracking area or it's been tracked, right? So it will come in staging area, so git is eligible to track it. Okay, now from here how you can take it to modify unmodified state. So unmodified state means it's in your stable git local repository. So for converting it, you are pretty know about it. It's git commit. Okay. So I'm hoping you have understood about the git file life cycles. So let's move ahead. Now let's stage our newly created file. So how we can do that? We can do that by git add dot command. So let's see this. So the git status was telling to add it to my staging area to start tracking. So I will do the same. So I will use git add. I can use either dot. Now if you have remember what is dot for, dot is for current directory, right? So what this command will do, it will take everything else in your current working directory and it will stage it. If you want to provide any specific file, so you can provide it. So in my case I can provide file3.txt, right? And if you have bunch of files, so you don't need to write it, you can provide dot. So I will go ahead and I will hit enter. It's done. Now let's try to see what is git status. Now if you will see that it is stage and it is asking if you want to unstage it, means go to back to this stage, you can do that by this command. We'll see this also. Okay, so you've seen just after adding this thing it has changed the state. Okay, now if I will type git ls file, now I have three files in my staging or tracking area. Okay, now it is also called staging area or tracking area or indexing area. We can also unstage file from staging to working area by using this command, and we can also add it back and then we will commit the changes. Okay, and we'll also see, let's see how we can explore the previously done changes. So let's see this. Now I have this in my staging area. What I will do, I will use git rm hyphen hyphen cast and then my file. So it was removed. Now if I will type git status, it is back to this state, right? Now if I will also type my git ls files, means let's see the contents of my staging area. So it has removed my file 3. Okay, now let's try to add it again and let's try to commit it. So git add, I will this time type dot. It's done. Now if I will type git status, so now it is telling that it's ready to commit. Now in here I will type git commit. For providing any message I will give option M, and then I will type second commit. Okay, I will hit enter. Now in here it is telling that this is the thing, it's still in the master branch. It has given the new commit of my the second commit. It is giving the description and it is also giving what's changed. So one file was changed, one insertion. Let's see the git log. So I've already told you that it will give you the same all this thing for your second commit in here. Okay, so it's my second commit. It's my second commit. Now head is pointing to here, this master branch. We'll explain this, why it is moving from here to here. Here is my author, my date, and my second commit message. Okay. So if you want to talk about this one, we can take this, and what we can do, we can go to git get file command with option P, and I can paste it, and we can explore about it. Okay. So now it is telling that another tree was created because the earlier tree was different. Why? Because in here, this tree will point to three blob object. Okay. So that's why now the tree was changed. This one is another tree. Now it is telling that in earlier that was the root commit. This second commit is now a parent commit. Okay. And then author committer and my second commit message. So now let's see with the help of diagram. Okay. So earlier, what was the scenario? This was my first commit or root commit, and it was on the top of my tree one SHA. This was my tree value, tree object, and this tree was pointing to my two blob object. After creating my third file and after committing it, now how my code or how my diagram or how my scenario looks like, it's look like this. Now the head is pointing to here. I haven't added it. This is my second commit. It is pointing to my parent commit is this one. Now my parent commit is this one. Now this second commit is top of my second tree object that was created, and what that second tree object? That second tree object was pointing to first blob object, second blob object, and my third blob object also. Means every time you will create an another commit object, it needs to be on the top of your tree object. That means it will create a tree object for you so that the commit will be on top of that tree object. If you will add in any another file, it will create a tree object background for you because the commit is going to be on top. And then there will be another parent commit which will point to the second commit, and head will point to this one. We will explain about head in a bit, okay, when we will be on our branching section. So I'm hoping you are clear with some basic Git operation, and I'm also hoping you have understood till our current scenario what we are till now and how it's working in the background. So now let's move ahead, and in the next section we will understand about Git branches and head. Okay. We have seen this current diagram, and till now our repository looks like this. So we have our first or root commit which is pointing to a tree, and that tree is pointing to two blobs, right? Then we have our second commit. That second commit is pointing to our second tree star value, and it is pointing to three blobs. So let's move ahead. And in this section, I'm combining these both sections, section 6 and 7, because Git branches and head are completely related to each other. So that's why I am combining them. And along with it, we will also learn about one special scenario called detached head. So before moving forward, I would like you to talk about GitHub Desktop, what it is. So we know that all the stuff that we are doing from CLI, right? Git add, Git commit, Git ls files, whatever we are doing it via CLI. And CLI is basically handled by developer because it's not a just click process. You are not going to click anywhere else by mistake, right? But if you are sure and if you want to use an easy method for working on Git, you can navigate and you can install GitHub Desktop. Installing of GitHub Desktop on Windows and Mac OS is pretty simple. You can just download the app or the exe, you can run as admin, and it's done. You may go through the click procedure and you will be able to install GitHub Desktop. I will not be showing GitHub Desktop installation on Mac on Windows because it's pretty easy, and I'm sure you all guys can install by yourself. Okay, let's try to install GitHub Desktop on Ubuntu because Ubuntu does not give direct installation on GitHub Desktop. So let's try to install it on Ubuntu. So I am on my Ubuntu VM. First, if you will try to download for Mac or OS, so you can type GitHub desktop download. Then you can go to the download page, and in here you can download for Windows or Mac. Okay, so also you can download MSI package if you want to use on download, and you can also download for Windows. Once if you will download for Windows, it will download an exe. Okay, and once the exe is downloaded, you can right click on it and run it as admin. Now the installation on Ubuntu is pretty different. So if I will type GitHub desktop for Ubuntu, so
Now,
I'm in here, and what I will do, I will click on the second link in here, and from here I will open my notepad so that I can copy and paste these, and I will copy these whole stuff in here. I will paste them. First I will get the link wherever it is stored. Now it has downloaded the package. Now I will try to copy this one, sudo dpkg, and let's copy it and let's try to run it on my terminal. Now once if I will done that, it will start unpacking your GitHub desktop, and let's see. Okay, I suppose it might have installed. Now if I will go to my all application section, I will have GitHub desktop on my Linux. Okay, so I can go ahead and click on it. Okay, now in here I will maximize the window. I can either log into GitHub desktop or GitHub Enterprise. For now I am not doing that because it's completely covered in our GitHub section, which we will cover later. So for now I will skip this section. Now it has detected what's your name and what's my email ID. It should be the same as whatever we have done here. So I will click on finish. Okay. Now what I will do, I will, as I have already worked on my Git, so I will click on add an existing repo from my hard drive. Okay. And I will choose it. So I'm in here and I will choose this one and click on open. Okay. And I will click on add repository. Now, once I have done that, let me try to maximize. So in here, once I have selected my folder, what I can do from here, I can create a new repository. I can clone a repository, which we will see later. This one is current branch. So currently my checked out branch is master. If I will add more branches, it will show here. So we'll see that also. And if we want to publish this repository to GitHub, it will show it in here. Okay, for that you need to integrate it with GitHub. Also, as I have Visual Studio Code installed, what I can do, I can click on open in Visual Studio Code. It will automatically trigger to open this particular folder in my GitHub or my Visual Studio Code. Okay, so it has opened my folder or my file. I will click on I trust all the authors, and I have all these files in here, whatever I have, right? Hello world, hello world, hello there, whatever it is. So for now I can close this. So that's what for GitHub desktop. In here you can just made any changes, you can see the history. So this was my first commit. Okay, hello world, right, where we have added two files in there. And this was my second commit. It is also rating second commit, and it is also giving my SHA-1 value. And if you will go in here, it is also giving my SHA-1 value. If you want to verify, you can definitely verify. I can go to my desktop. I can go to my first folder. Now here I have my Git installed, so I can type git log, and you can see my A103 was my second commit and A9D5 was my first commit. So this was my first commit and this was my second commit, right? In here, if you want to check made some changes, you can do that. You can provide here commit message and you can click on commit. Okay, so that's how GitHub Desktop works for you. It's just a GUI for your overall Git operations. In here, I am confirmed that you might have definitely installed GitHub Desktop for your Windows, Mac OS, or your Ubuntu that we have shown. And we have also seen the overview, how it is helpful, how you can do some basic Git operation using GitHub Desktop. Let's move ahead and let's discuss about branches. First of all, what are branches? What do you mean by them? Suppose there are multiple developers working on your current project, okay, and they have given responsibility for working on their own features, okay. There was one root commit on which the project was started, then there was another change made on that same project. After this, there was requirement for doing things parallelly so that there will be two feature or two improvement will be done parallelly. So now how we will do that? So for that, we will assign one developer that, hey, you need to check out from here and you need to create something called a branch and you work on this particular feature for this project on that separate branch. Okay. And the existing developer will continue doing the same. Now, if needed, this developer can merge this branch later. We will learn merging later. And at the same time, that existing developer is continue working on the master branch. Okay. Now, please be informed that this master branch is now deprecated and it is changed to main. Okay. We'll also discuss what is head. The previous or the first developer is continue working on that, and whenever he was on the fourth commit, he got some feedback from the product owner that, hey, you need to do some more feature enablement on your project, but he don't want to miss his work. So what he will do, he will assign these tasks to another developer and he will say, hey, from here you can check out to a branch called feature 2 and you can continue on that, and whenever I will tell you, you can merge whatever you have created in feature 2 branch to my master branch, and that first developer is continue working on that same branch. Okay, so that's what was the branch means. It's just another trunk of your piece of your project. They are checking out your copy of your project at a time and they are continue to working on that same piece of copy and they are integrating on the top of it. Okay, we will also explain about some scenario where if they are going to integrate it, what if the first developer has made changes on the same file. So this is called as something called a conflict. We will also learn about it. Okay, so that's what the overview of branches. Let's move ahead. Now we have seen this. So default branch is master, which was old. Now it is called main. Okay, and nowadays main is our default branch. You can create as many branches you like, but don't, I would suggest to not create too much because they will make your project only complex. Now, if you want to talk about your current branch location, so it will be stored in Git refs heads folder. Okay, so how we can see that? Let's see this. So I will open my this folder and I will go to my show hidden folders. So in here, I will so click on show hidden files. I will open this one. I will open my .git folder. In here, I will go to my refs and I will go to my heads. So currently it is pointing to master. Okay, so that's what it is telling here that pointer to your current branch location is git refs heads. Okay, and in this folder, in this file, what was it? Master was mentioned, means my current checkout branch is master. One more thing I haven't added in here, which is commits are specific to a particular branch, means whatever commit you will made or create in a branch, it will visible to that branch itself. If you will check out another branch, it will be visible in git log, but in the background it will not be showing all the background in the all the branches. Okay, means what I am saying, that suppose if in here, if feature one branch, if you have checked out your feature one branch, okay, and at this particular time if you are typing git log, so what it will do, it will tell you all the logs from here to here. Okay, it will not tell you the branch from this one, right? So these are specific to your branch, means you cannot see commit from the other branch. There are other ways, however, like merging or rebasing. From that you can see the commits from other branch or other timeline. Okay, so let's move ahead, and we have discussed this too. So let's learn about some Git branch management command. So the Git branch is used to list all the local branches that you have in here. Second one is git branch and then branch name. What it will do, it will use to create a new branch. Third one is git checkout and then branch name. It means if the branch was already created, you can mention git checkout or git switch with the branch name. It will immediately check out to that branch. Now there is another way where you can directly create and check out that branch, which it can be done by these two commands. Git checkout option B with branch name, so it will directly create that branch and check it out. Similarly with git switch option C. Okay, now if you want to delete the branch, you just give the option -d. But suppose if that branch is not merged on which you are currently working, and if you want to forcefully delete it, you won't be able to delete with this command, so you need to provide option with capital D. Okay, if you want to rename your branch, you can give git branch hyphen small m then your old name with a new name. If you are currently on that branch, you can just provide your new name. Let's move on our Ubuntu VM and let's see this in practice. I am on my first project where my Git is there. Okay, so what I will do, I will first type git branch to list all my branches. So for now I have only branch master, and this star is showing that currently you have checked out to this master branch. Okay, now in here let's create a branch called create git branch feature one. Okay, it's done, it has created. Now if I will type git branch, so it has two branch in here, and currently I am checked out to master and the pointer is at feature one. I can either use git switch or git checkout feature one. So I have switched to feature one branch, and if I will type git branch, so now my stars would be on feature one. Similarly, what you can do, you can create or you can go to git checkout option B and feature two. So what it will do, it will create a new branch called feature two and it will switch to it. So if I will type git branch, so I have directly switched out to feature two. If you want to rename this feature two branch, so what I can do, I can type git branch hyphen m feature underscore old. Okay, so if I will type git branch, so it was modified. Okay, if you want to delete the branch, so how you can do that, so I can type git branch option D and then my feature one, so it was deleted. If you want to delete the branch 2 or this branch, so you can delete this too. Okay, now as I am currently on this branch itself, so I cannot delete it. So what I will do, I will I will check out to my master branch. So git switch master, it's done. Now I can delete it. Okay. So that was the basics command of git branches and how you can work with them, how you can switch it, how you can delete it, how you can create it, right? Let's move ahead. Now let's understand what is head. So suppose we have seen this diagram earlier also when we were discussing about branches. Now the head basically, if I will talk about in the easy words, so head will be pointing by default to your current checkout branch. Okay. So if the head is showing in here means that particular project is currently on the master branch, means this screenshot is of the first developer that is working from the beginning. If the head was from here means it was a third developer. So first developer was here, second developer was introduced here, and the third developer was introduced here. Now it's not about the developer. The same developer can also work on the another branch. Just for the illustration purpose, I am saying from the developer perspective, okay? But of course, one developer can work on different branches. Now in here, it was a third branch. If head is there, it means that the developer is currently checked out to feature to branch. Okay, we will understand how these things is working. So let's talk about some key points whenever we are discussing about head. So if you want to give answer about what is head, you need to be aware of this question also, means how Git understand that your master branch is your currently checked out branch. Okay, so that's what is head for. Next one, because the head points to your currently checked out branch or commit. We will understand or we will explain about checking out commit also. If you will talk about pointers, so head pointer is stored at git head file. How we can do that? Let's see this. So if I will open my first project folder, if I will go to my .git and if I will open my head file, so it is currently referring to my master, right? The default pointer will be here .git refs heads and master. And if you want to git check out anything, now there is a special command called git checkout and SHA-1 value of any specific commit. So it is used to check out any specific commit, but it is not a recommended way to checking out because it is for experimental case, which is called a detached test state. Okay, so we have one separate topic for that. We will explain this. Okay, now what I am going to do here, currently, if I have shown that there was my root commit, right, and there was my second commit, and at that second commit, my master is pointing in here, okay, and my head is pointing in here, okay, means my head is on my master because we have seen this one that in my git dot head file, it was referring to my git refs master, right, heads master, right. So that's what the head is pointing. The head is currently storing my master pointer and it is showing that currently checkout branch is master. Now in here I will be creating another commit, third commit. Let's see how the head changes. So before third commit, what was my head? My head was pointing to my second commit, which was my master branch. Okay, my master branch, and head was pointing to it. How I can verify that? I can verify that by going to my head file. Okay, so it is pointing to heads master, correct? Now what I will do, if I will create my third commit in here, the master branch will point to that third commit, but my head will also move to my this commit. It will not be on this same second commit. Okay, so let's see this. I will open my terminal, and if I will list my files, so I have three files in here. Let's remove these files. So I will use special wildcat character rm file star. It has removed all file if I will list, but if I will type git status, it is telling that these things are deleted. Okay, now let me add them to staging area. Whatever the changes we have made, it's done. Now similarly at the same time, what I will do, let's try to open GitHub desktop also. Let's me also pin it to my favorite. Now once I have opened my GitHub desktop, it is telling that these things are in red, means it was deleted, and here also you can see these things, and it is telling three changes is done. If you want to commit it, I can directly commit it from here also. So let's commit it from here instead of going here and typing git commit option M and then my third commit. So let's commit it from here also. Okay, so I will type third commit, and in here also I will type third commit. Also before committing this, what I will do, I will go to in here and I will what I will do, I will open git refs heads, and if I will open my master file, so it is pointing to my second commit, right? How I can verify that? If I will cancel this one and if I will type git log, so my second commit was A103FC, right? And in here, my git refs heads or master. So this file, its name is master and it is stored in this directory git refs heads, right? And what's the star value? The star value is second commit. Now I will close this, and instead of committing my third changes, because I have added it to my staging area from here, now I will not commit it from here. I will commit it from my GitHub desktop. I have given my summary and my description, and I will click on commit to master. Now once I've done that, its changing was done. If I will click on history, it will tell me that there was my third commit also. And in here we have three minus, means three lines deleted, which was these three files. It is also given our SHA1 value. Okay, I can copy it. Let's copy it and go in here and let's type git cat file option P and then my SHA1 value. So it will tell me that third commit, my description and my summary, and it is pointing to now another tree. What this tree contains? Yes, you are right. This tree contains nothing because all the files were deleted and this tree is completely empty. How you can check that? You can copy the SHA1 value and you can go to git cat file option P and then paste the SHA1 value of the tree object given. So it is pointing to nothing because all the files were deleted. Now what's the parent of this commit? The parent of this commit is second commit. This was my author, this is my committer, whatever it is. Okay, now if I will go to my files and if I will open my git refs heads master, it will be pointing to my third commit, whatever I have created. Okay, so it has changed the content. So that's how this heads is pointing or navigating to my updated commit in my current branch. And we have also seen how you can use GitHub desktop to pull the changes, to put the changes, to see the history, to commit the changes. Now we have seen this how it works. So whenever we have created our third commit, the master and head at the same time moves to it, and Actually, my head is not pointing to third commit, my head is pointing to my master. So apologizing, it should be on the top of it. Okay, so head should be on the top of it. Now let's move ahead and let's see some Git branches operations. So first I will create new branch. So let's create branch. So for creating the branch, I can go ahead and click on new branch in here. So let's type to here. Let's create it feature. I will click on create branch. Once I have done that, and once if I will go to terminal, if I will type git branch, so it is telling my feature branch was checked out, means if you will try to create any branch from GitHub desktop, it will be created using git checkout option B. Means it has created the branch and it has also checked it out. So once I have created this feature branch, my thing is looking like this one. If I will go to here, so what it is doing in here, currently my third commit is here. Now my master branch is pointing to it and my head is on top of it. And my feature branch is also on pointing to my third commit. But this time, if I have checked it out, my feature branch, head is not on master. Head is on my feature. Okay. Now what I will do, now let's try to commit some changes in my new branch called feature. Okay. Now before creating my feature branch or committing in my feature branch, I can close this one. I can definitely switch master in here. I will close this one. And what I will do, if I will go to git refs heads, now it is pointing to these two. If I will open the feature, so it is also pointing to my third commit. Okay. And if I will open my master, it is also pointing to my third commit. Right. And what is the contents of my head? If I will open my head, so it is pointing to git refs heads feature. Earlier it was git refs heads master because we have checked out our feature branch. And I will go to again refs heads and in here. Okay. And now both of these files are pointing to my third commit, whatever it is. What I will do, I will go to my terminal and we have checked out our feature branch. If I will list the content in here, I have nothing in my feature branch. Let's try to commit or write any file. So I will type git echo hello world and then from here I will type file4.txt. Okay, I am creating one file called file4.txt and I am pasting hello world inside it. If I will type git status, so there is nothing here and I need to add it to staging area. Working, let's add it first. So git add dot and then git commit option M, add file 4 to feature branch. Now once if I will hit enter, it has changed it and now my head should be on this file. How I can verify that? I can go to my files. It's locked because this was another branch and it is not merged. If I will open my feature branch, it is checked out to my third commit or my fourth commit in my feature branch. So this was my third commit, but once I checked out my feature branch and once I created commit on it, so it's look like this. My first commit feature branch is on this one and head is pointing to this feature branch. Okay. If you want to explore more about it, you can type git log. So you can go in here and you can see that till here you were on master branch. From here, now head is pointing to feature and here you have created your fourth commit message, your developer. Now we have explored our commit new changes. Is Git reuses blobs with the same contents? So the answer is yes, because let's see this. What was the contents of my file 4.txt? So if I will type file 4, so it has hello world, right? And in my earlier git cat file 1.txt, it was also hello world. If I will check my third or my latest commit, let's copy is shawan value, fourth commit. Git cat file, and if I will check this, now it is pointing to my tree, which is EBF080. Okay. Now if I will copy this tree and if I will check the git file for this one also, so it is pointing to 557D, right? So what it is, we are seeing the details of a particular tree, which was file 4.txt, which is we have just created right now. But if I will go on my git directory, so there was 55 folder, this one, which was created a few days back, because the contents in my file 4.txt, which was hello world, it was same like my file 1.txt. So it just reused my another name, but it has reuses the same blob. And if you will go to these properties of this file, so you can see that it was changed on 19th April itself, means yesterday, not today. Okay, so this was not changed. It means it has reuses my git object, because my contents of file 1.txt, which was hello world, and my the content of file 4.txt, which was also hello world, was same. So it just reuses the blob. So it is also the feature of GitHub. Okay, so I'm hoping you have clear and you have answer to this question that yes, Git reuses blob with the same contents. And we have seen this, that how head changes its position whenever we have checked out our third commit, means our fourth commit in my feature branch. So feature pointer is also pointing to this feature branch and head is pointing on top of it. Okay, you can verify that by going to git refs heads folder. Okay, now what I'm going to do in here, I am going to check out any particular commit. Okay, so what was the scenario in here? I had one root commit, then I have created second commit, and then I have created third commit. My master is pointing to it. Now my head is pointing on top of it, right? Now when I was on this stage, I typed git checkout and show one value of the second commit. Now what it will do, it will check out my head to this one. Okay, and it is come in a state called detached head. Okay, so let's talk about detached head. To explain this, I will be creating another project and I will be doing this stuff on that project. Okay, I will move on my Ubuntu VM and in here I will navigate back. So I have created my second project on my desktop itself and I will be creating three random files. Okay, so echo hello world exclamation mark, and then file 2.txt, and let's create file 3 with hello there. Okay, once it's done, I will initialize my Git repository. So it is initialized. You may ignore this one. Okay. Now in here, what I will do, I will add these one by one and I will commit these one by one so that I will get three commits in here. Okay. So what I will do, I will type git add file 1.txt, then git commit m first commit, then I will add 2.txt and then commit my message, second commit, and similarly I will add my third file and I will add third commit. Okay, looks like I've done some mistake in here. Now I have three commits in there. If I will type git log, so I have all these three commit. I have mistaken the name in here. Now before moving forward, I would like you to install Git Kraken or source tree, whatever you can install on your OS. Okay, so source tree is also one of the popular and Git Kraken is also one of the popular. So they are used to see the overview or the graphical way to changes of your branches or of your commits. Okay, so as I am using Ubuntu VM, I will be using Git Kraken. I can also use source tree, but both of these are very helpful and the installation on any OS is pretty easy. Okay, but on Ubuntu the installation is a bit tricky and you need to install them by using some commands. Okay, so in here I will be showing the installation of Git Kraken using commands. Okay, so I will type git wget ttps release.gitkraken.com /linux gitkraken then amd64.deb package because we use them. Now once it's done, it will install the Debian package from the web. Looks like my Debian package was downloaded. Now let's try to install it by unpacking my deb package. So sudo dpkg -i and then git kraken amd64. Once if I will hit enter, I need to provide the password and it will start unpacking and installing. It looks like installation of my Git Kraken was done. Let's try to open it. I will also try to add it to favorites. Now it is opening my Git Kraken and you can see the funny animations here. I can either use or open my Git repository so that it will show you all the branches or stuff using any remote repo. But for now, I can open a repository. Okay. Now I have these author or email. I can use this for my Git commits. Okay. Once it's done, it would ask you to start the tutorial, but I don't want. I will open my repo on my own. I will open my repo. I will open my first project in here. I will click on select. Now, if you will see in here, you can see the various things here. Let me maximize it for you. Okay. So here it is telling the feature branch and master branch. If I want to check out the master branch, so it is telling that till master branch it was here, and in that first project I have created one feature branch which was checked out from here. Okay. So the Git Kraken will be very helpful when we will be working on various branches. Okay. So we'll see that. So for now, what I can do, I can go to File, and if I want to open a repository, I can click on Open Repository. I will click on it, I will go to Desktop, and I will click on Second Project, and I will click on Select. Now I am on my second project, and I have created these three commits in here, right? Now in here, what I will do, I will find out what is my second commit, and after checking out, I can move my head to it by checking out to particular commit. So what that command will do, this command will move my head to that second commit, and it will fall in detached head state. Okay, so let's see this. Now if you want to find out about your second commit or a particular commit, what you can do, you can use either git log. So here will be your first commit, second commit, third commit, right? If you are using Git Kraken, then you can go to and click on second commit, and it will give you the hash value of the second commit. Okay. So what I will do, let's copy it from here. It's copied. Now I will go to terminal, and let's see git checkout, and let's paste this. Once if I will hit enter, it will tell you switching to this commit message, and it has given us a message that hey, you are in detached head state. You can look around, make experimental changes and commit them, and you can discard any commit you make in this state without impacting any branches by switching back to a branch. Okay, so what we can do in here, I am in my detached head, and if I will go to my Git Kraken dashboard, it is telling that master branch was in here, but from here I have committed to my, so earlier I was on my third commit, but my head was moved to my this one, but my master branch is on this third commit itself. Here let's
Okay.
try to commit some message. So suppose if you are doing anything in head state, in the just head state, and if you are not going to merge them in a particular branch, so what it will do, Git will collect them in a garbage collection and it will delete it. Okay, now if you are doing it any changes in a detached head state, it is not recommended. You should either use stashing, which we will explain later, or you can use another branch to check it out. Okay, so checking out a specific commit is not recommended because it will go to the detached head state. Okay, but just for illustration purpose, let's try to make any experimental changes in here. Let's create a file. So touch file 4.txt. Let's add it. So I am currently in my detached head state itself. I have added it to my staging area, and I will type git commit add file 4 in detached head state. Once done, it's also telling my master is on this detached head, and it is here. Now what I will do, if I will type git log, so what's it's done? Is it giving our third commit? No, because as I have checked my head was on second commit, so it will tell the second commit and below it. Okay, it is not tell you the git log for my third commit, right? Because I have checked out to a different commit message. So I have only these three things in here. If I will look on my Git repo or my Git Kraken, so it is telling that my master branch is still on third, and on my detached head state itself, I have moved on one file above. Okay, let's see the repository also, how they are changing. So I will open my second project. I can delete this. I will open my .git folder, and in here, if I will go to my heads folder, if I will open it, so it is pointing to my 516F, which is my detached head. Either it might be your branch name. Okay, so how I can see that? So if I will go in here, so it is here 516F. Okay, if you will also like to see about what was the reference, so you can go to this one, In my second project, I will go to refs, heads, and master. So master is still pointing to 511F. Okay. And what is 511F? So 511F was this third commit. So okay, it is telling that third commit, but if you will check about the tree, it will be 511F. Okay, the third commit. So it is still pointing to that one, but head is moved on the top. From here, I can check out to my master, right? I can check out to my master branch and it will revert whatever change I have made in here. It will delete it after 30 days because Git will garbage collect it. Okay. But for now, let's not check out to master because once if I will check out to master, it will come to a usual state, which we don't want that because we are understanding detached head state in detail. Okay. So as I have made my changes in my detached head itself, means my one commit was created here. Let's try to create one more file and let's commit it. So touch file 5.txt git dot git commit option m add file 5 in detached head state. I've done that. I have two commits in my detached head state. I can definitely check out to master. So let's try that. We can check it out. So git check out master. So once if you will check it out, so it will tell you that hey, you are leaving two commits behind because we have created two commits in our detached head state, which is this one and this one, right? If you want to keep them creating a new branch, this may be a good time because if you will create any commit after it, it will garbage collect it. But let's try to convert this detached head state commit to our new branch so that it will keep it permanent. Okay. So what I will do, I will go to and copy this my latest commit and I will type git checkout and my this shown value. I am again my detached head state. Now from here what I will do, I will type git switch option C, which is used to create and switch to branch, or I can also use git checkout option B experimental branch. Okay, once if I will hit enter, now it has switched to my new experimental branch. If I will type or see the contents of .git head file, so .git, and if you will see the contents of head file, so it is on experimental branch now. Now it's not in the detached head state. Okay. So whatever the commits was in our detached head state, it has saved to our experimental branch, right? Now what I can do, I can also type git branch to see the branches. So I have master branch and experimental branch, and star is telling that you are currently on experimental branch. Okay. Now let's try to check out to master. Let's see what it says now. If I will check out to master, now it's telling that switch to master and it didn't say anything like this one, right? So in here, let's try to add some files. So let's first create touch file 6.txt mkdir, or sorry, git add dot git commit option m add file 6 in master. Now I would like to merge my experimental branch because if I will type git log, so it is telling my sixth files, right? Then my third commit, second commit, and my first commit. But where is my changes made in my experimental branch? They are not here, right? So let's merge them here. Okay, so that Whatever change I have made in my detached head state, it will be in my main or master branch. So I will type git merge option V means verbose experimental. Once if I will hit enter, it will open your nano editor. So what I will do, let's exit the file. Once I have done git merge for my experimental branch, so it was just telling to enter your message and it had open in nano editor. For now I have closed it, but it take all the thing in default. So if I will type git log in my master branch, so it will give me all these things, all my logs, all my files in here. Okay, so here is my file 4 file, file 5 file, file 6 file. Okay, I'll press Q for exit. Now if I will go to my git kraken, you can see that earlier my master branch was this one, and from second commit I checked out to my detached head state. I created fourth file, fifth file, and at fifth file I have renamed the branch. I have added it to my branch called experimental, and then in here I again checked out to my master branch, added my sixth file, and in here I have merged my experimental branch. Okay, so that's how git kraken helps you to determine when you made the changes and how you are using your branches. So git kraken is very helpful. Okay, if you want to see the details about it, you can click on it and you can see about it. Okay, what's its parent commit, what's its hash. Okay, now in here let's try to modify our editor also. Once I typed my git commit or whatever message, so it had opened my nano editor. Either I can use it with Vim, but for now as I have my Visual Studio Code installed, so what I can do, I can use git config global core.editor and I'll provide code as Visual Studio Code with option wait. Why I am providing wait? I am providing wait so that it will keep asking for entering your message until you will close this. Once if I will hit enter, it's done. Now let's try to add a file, or let's create a file touch file 7.txt git add dot. Now once I have done that, I can use commit git commit. I will not provide option M because option M is for providing one line commit message. Suppose if I have 3 lines of commit message, so I will provide only git commit option, and this will open my by default configured Git editor. Okay, so that you can enter anything. So for now, earlier it was nano. I have set it to my Visual Studio Code with this command. Now if I will hit enter, it will open my Visual Studio Code automatically and it will ask to enter any line of commit message. So added seventh file in my master branch. I can also hit enter to add multiple line commit message with using VS Code commit message. Once it's done, you just need to save it and you just need to close it. Once it will be closed, it will add all these things in here. Okay, if you want to read the details about it, just copy it, just go in here, cat file option P, and then paste the message. So it will tell you the multiple line comment because you cannot provide this type of commit message using option P, right? And also on my git kraken it is changing. Okay, so that's what for branches and head section. And in this section, we have also installed GitHub Desktop and Git Kraken on our Ubuntu. The GitHub Desktop and Git Kraken, or the alternative of Git Kraken, is source tree and installation is pretty simple on any OS device other than Ubuntu. but as I am using Ubuntu for better practices in DevOps world, so I have showed you the illustration on installing GitHub Desktop and Git Kraken on my Ubuntu. So that's it for this lecture on Git branches and head. Let's meet in the next section with merging branches and how you can resolve the conflicts. So till then, take care.
Hey everyone, and welcome to section 8. So, in this section, we will learn about how you can merge your branches, your feature branches, and how you can resolve the conflicts. Okay, and we will also see what are merging and their types, and how you can create manual merge conflict, and how you can resolve them using terminal or VS Code. I am sure that till here you are sure what are branches and why they are used. So branches is like feature that you are going to implement it in your project and you don't want to work on that particular feature in a same streamline. You can create another streamline which you can work for a particular feature and later you can combine them. So these streamline in Git is called a branch. Later you can combine these branches to your main streamline. In our case it is called master branch or main branch to integrate your changes. Once if you are integrating your changes, suppose if you have applied or changed the same file that you have modified in master branch, so it will cause a conflict which we will discuss later. For now, let's move forward. Now here are some prerequisites and we have discussed it earlier also. You should have Visual Studio Code installed on your system or wherever you are practicing your Git. Next, we have also seen this. You need to install GitHub Desktop whether you are on Ubuntu, Mac OS or Windows. I have shown the installation of GitHub Desktop on my Linux, but on Mac and Windows it is pretty easy. And next, you can either install source tree or either install Git Kraken. In my case, I am using Ubuntu. So for me, Git Kraken installation was easy. Installation on Mac OS and Windows is very simple. You can just go ahead, download their exe or package or try to install it. Okay, so we have these three prerequisites to understand the things better. You should have all these three things installed. Okay, let's move forward and let's see why we need merging. So this is our master branch. From here, another developer or the same developer checked out to a particular branch on which he going to implement a particular feature. So he is working on a copy of our project and he is integrating or managing feature branch. Similarly, the same developer or another developer that is working on the master branch after two commits, on the third commit he checked out another feature branch and he is integrating some another changes. Suppose he is working on feature 1 like background color. Suppose in feature 2 he is working on integrating a new home page. Now later on they definitely need to merge to a master because master branch is like a brain of your project. So without this there will be no work here. So what you can do, you can go to your Git and tell them that hey, you need to merge your changer whatever feature you have integrated at different point of time. Once it's done, you can merge the changes. All the changes will come to your master branch. Later, once the merge are done, then you can delete your feature 1 branch and feature 2 branch. Now, so suppose if you are on this line and here you have checked out for feature 1 branch and if you are in here, if you will type git log at this particular time, this one, so what it will do, it will tell you the logs from here to here, right? It will not tell you the logs from this branch and this branch. So how you will see the changes? So that is also one of the reason why merging in is needed. Suppose if you have integrated all the changes and if you have integrated all these changes, so you can see the git log operation, all these commit SHA value in there. Okay. Also using Git Kraken, you can see the graphical way of merging process. Okay, so I am hoping you have cleared about why merging is needed. So let's move forward.
If you are talking about merging, so there are two types of merging in here. So first one is fast forward merge and second one is three-way merge. Let's discuss about fast forward merge first. So this is the example of fast forward merge. We will also see the illustration, but let's discuss the overview of it. So suppose if you are on master branch, there was a root commit, then there was a first commit, and then there was a second commit. Okay. Now at second commit, you have checked out to a particular feature branch. On this branch, a developer is working on, and if needed, he's going to merge it. Now on master branch, once the user or the particular developer has checked out to a feature branch, there will not be any work done further ahead until the feature one branch is merged. So that's called a fast forward merge. It will just take these things in here and it will apply in the same streamline. Okay, as there is no further commit SHA value of our master branch once the feature was checked out, so it will be a fast forward merge and there will be a single streamline. So once we will perform the changes, so how it will get changed? Currently, suppose if master and head is here, so if we have checked out to our feature one branch, we have integrated our changes, we have created it. Once I have checked out to master, so it is in here. So after coming back on master, I can type git merge feature one. So what it will do, it will merge all these things to here, and master branch and my head pointer will point to this one. Okay, and these will be in the same line, right? So once we have performed our fast forward merge, there was no commit here, so it came here and it created a single streamline, and master also came here. Now if I will type git log on master branch or feature one branch itself, we can see all the logs associated with time. Okay, now once the master branch is done, we can delete the feature one branch as it no longer needed. It's just a pointer to your current branch. Okay, so we have master branch for all the tracking purpose. So this was our fast forward merge. So what is the process? Let's talk about it. So first we will create a new branch, right? Let's say we call it as feature and we'll check it out after we confirm that everything on master branch is clear. Now we can create our changes in new feature branch and ensure if everything fine, we can commit it. Okay. After this, we will check out to our master or main branch. Suppose there are three or more branches, and if you want to first merge your changes to a particular branch, so you can do that. It's not needed that you always merge it to master or main branch first. Now this is an important term, receiving branch. So wherever you are going to merge, it is a receiving branch. In our case, master or main branch will be called as receiving branch. Now how you can merge it? So you can merge it via git merge and the name of your branch. In fast forward merge, it will not create any extra commit. It will just taking your master branch and it is pointing on tip of it. Okay. When merging is done, you can delete your feature branch because it will not create commit from the feature branch. It will just delete the feature branch pointer. So it is not going to delete these value. It is just the master branch or the master pointer is just changed to the top of it. So you don't need feature one pointer here. So you can just delete it. It will keep the star value. Okay. So that's what the process we will follow. So let's go ahead on our Ubuntu VM and let's see how we can perform fast forward merge. So I am in my first project and here I have also opened Git Kraken on side by side so that we will see all the changes in parallelly. Okay. In here what I will do, I can definitely open Visual Studio Code and create some files folder or modify them. Similarly, I can open GitHub desktop to modify something and commit changes. Okay. For now, I will be doing all this stuff on my CLI or on my terminal, and side by side, I will be showing the graphical changes on my Git Kraken. So let's move ahead. So on my terminal, I am inside my first project. If I will list the contents, so I have file 4.txt. If I will see the branches, so I have only master branch and I have checked it out. Okay. So let's create one branch and let's create some files in it. So I will do that with a single command by creating and checking out, which is git checkout option B feature feature1. Okay, I have created feature1 branch and I have also checked it out. Now if I will list my contents in here, I have file4.txt. In here what I will do, I will type touch, or let's write some content. So touch file5.txt and touch file6.txt. Now I have done that. What I will do, I will, so in Git Kraken it will tell you the work in progress item. So if you will click on it, so you can see that. If you want to stage them to staging area, you can click on it so that they will get to the staging area. Once if you can stage it, so suppose if I am adding my Git this one, so I can commit it. Okay, so if I will see the changes in here, so I added my file 5 in my staging area, but file 6 was not added, right? So let's commit the changes in my staging area. Add file 5 in feature 1. Okay, and now if I will type git status, so I have file 6. Now let's try to add it also. I have added one by one so that I will get two commits. It I will add git add file 6, or dot I can add because there is only one file, and git commit add file 6 in feature 1 branch. Okay, so it's done. So it is file 5. So in here I was on master, right? And from here I have checked it out to this branch. Now for creating a fast forward merge, what I can do, I can just check out to my master branch. So git checkout master, I will see the git log. So I will see only file 4 in feature branch, means which was created earlier, but I cannot see the logs on my feature 1 branch. Right now I'm going to perform the merge. So git merge, and in here I don't have any master branch up ahead. Once I checked out to master branch, after this I worked on only feature 1 branch. I didn't work on master branch. If I will work on master branch, it will be another scenario which we will talk in a bit. So I will type git merge feature 1. Okay, so if I will hit enter, so from here we got to here what it is. So if you will see the hash value of this one, add feature 1, which is this one. Okay, so this was our latest commit in our master branch, which is 6f2d31, right? 652d31. So it has changed our merging process from this hash to this hash 0e3d. And what is 0e3d? So this 03ed is our latest commit in our feature 1 branch. Okay, so it first line will tell you that it is changed from here to here. Now it was of type fast forward because on master branch there was no change after when we changed it to feature 1 branch. There was two files in here which 0 lines in it. There was two files changed and their mode. So that's how merging work. So here it will telling master or feature branch. Now as we have merged our changes, if I will type git log, so it will tell me all the commits that it will give in my feature 1 branch also. If I will type git branch, so it will tell you that it has master branch, and as it has reflected all the commits from my feature 1 branch, and right now feature 1 branch is just a pointer, so I can delete it. Okay, you can also see this on your GitHub desktop, and we can also see this in my files. So if I will open my files and if I will go to my desktop, first project, Git, and if I will see the head, so currently head is pointing to my refs. Now if I want to see the refs folder, so I have heads, which is also pointing to a feature one, which is the latest commit, and I have master branch also. So that's what I am talking. I can delete feature one branch because all the changes was integrated to master branch. So for deleting a branch, I can type git branch hyphen d and feature one. Okay, so it has deleted our branch and our queue looks very clean. If I will type git log, so it still had all our changes that we have made in feature one branch. So it will not delete any commit sha value. It's just deleted the pointer of feature one branch. Okay, so that's it for fast forward merge. Now let's move ahead with three-way merge. Let's understand it. Let's understand three-way merge now, which is the second type of merging. First, let's compare it with fast forward merge. So fast forward merge was there was a root commit, then suppose there was a first commit and then second commit. After this, we are checking out to a particular feature and we are not working after this on master branch. Once we work on a feature branch, we are just merging it so that it will be a single streamlined process. Now, what is three-way merge? Three-way merge, suppose if at this point of time you have checked out to another branch and you are working on this branch, at the same time there was one another developer and he is committing the changes, and there is another developer or you itself, without integrating or without merging the feature to branch, you have checked it out to master branch and you are creating some commit sha value. So now at this point of time your master branch is 2 sha 1 value ahead. Earlier in fast forward merge, so it just took master branch pointer and it pick up on top of it. Now how it will do in this scenario? So in this scenario, what it will do, it will create a new commit. This new commit will be created by Git, and this new commit will point to both the latest commit of your master branch and the latest commit in your feature branch. Okay, and once this new commit will be created, after this your feature branch pointer and your master branch pointer will point to the same new commit, right? So I'm hoping you have understood it. So in three-way merge, your commit is some SHA ahead of your feature branch, and while performing the merge, it will create a new commit automatically on which it will have two parents. One parent will be from your master branch or receiving branch, and another will be from your feature branch. Also, this new commit will have a master branch pointer and feature branch pointer on it, and the head will point to the master itself. Once it's done, definitely you can delete your feature to branch in here also. Okay, so I'm hoping you have understood the three-way merge. Now let's understand the process. So what you will do in here, you will create a feature branch and you will check it out. We will create some changes in feature branch and ensure everything is fine. Then after this, we will check out our master branch and we'll create few commits here too, right? We'll check out to master branch. We will create our few commits on master too. Once it's done, we can merge our feature branch. So git merge feature branch. Once we will perform this, it will open our default editor, which we have set up it. I will also show you the command if you want to set up the default Git editor, whether you want to set up using Vim or Visual Studio Code. Okay. Once you will type git merge and feature branch, so it will automatically open your default selected editor to enter your commit star value. Okay, now it will create an extra commit as we have talked, and it will change its master pointer and feature pointer to newly created commit. Once merging is done, we can definitely delete our feature branch, and again it will not delete commits from our feature branch, it will just delete the feature branch pointer, right? So let's see the three-way merge in action. I am on my Ubuntu VM and let me clear my terminal. I am on my first project and here I have open Git Kraken side by side. So first I will check the branches. I should have only one branch which is master. I will create a branch and I will check it out. Feature 2. So I have a feature 2 branch and I have checked it out. How I can verify that? I can verify it by git branch, right? Now if I will check the files in here, so I have file 4, file 5 and file 6 here. Let's create two files here, okay? So touch file 7.txt and if I will type git status, so in here I'm just creating a random files which is going easy for our illustration purpose, but in the real world you might be changing or you might be integrating your real world scripted files, okay? So suppose in this branch you might be editing something else, in another branch there is your colleague, he is working another type of file, suppose javascript, and you are editing database files, okay? But from here, for just for illustration purpose, I am taking just a random files, okay? .txt for illustration. So let's continue this. So git status, I have this in my working area. Let's stage it. So git add dot and git commit m add file 7 in feature 2. Okay. And similarly, I will create one more file. So add file 8, sorry, touch file 8.txt, and I will use upper arrow key and I will just change it to file 8. Okay, sorry, first I need to add it, right? I will add it and then I will type, okay. So till now it is a fast forward merge, right? If I will try to merge right now, because from master I have just work on my feature, but from here things will change. I will check it out to master. Now I have switched to master and from here let's create file 9 and file 10. Okay, so touch file 9.txt and I will add it to staging area. I will commit it, file add file 9 in master. Once it's done, I will also create one more file 10 and I will add it and I will also provide Kamisha value 10. Now this will be changed from fast forward merge because I was on my master at this point of time. I checked it out to my feature branch. I created two files. Till here it was a fast forward merge, right? Now from here the things was changed. From here I checked it out to master and in here I created files. I am showing you on this my Git Kraken. If you are using source tree, it will definitely have this kind of interface there also, okay, in which it will be showing you as a tree object. So I am on my master here. So let's try to merge it. So if I will type, so first I am on my master. So in here, if I will type git log, so in here I have add file 10 in master, file 9 in master, and file 6 in feature branch. File 8, file 9 and file 6 in master feature 1, but these things are not showing, correct? Similarly, if I will move to my git checkout feature and if I will type git log in here, so it will tell me file 8, file 7, but it will not show these. Now let's try to merge it. So for merging I will go to my receiving branch. In my case it is my master branch or main branch, and I will just type git merge feature 2. Once if I will hit enter, so it will open my Visual Studio Code because I have set up my Visual Studio Code to as a default editor for my Git. Okay, so it is telling that by default message is merge branch feature 2. If you want you can change it, but for my end it's looking good. I will just close it. Once if I will close it, it will automatically create a merge, and you have seen that it has created a branch, a commit SHA-1 value in here. Okay, and it is not like our usual merging, it is just representing by dot. If you want to change your default editor, so what you can do, you can type git config global core.editor, and in here you can provide code and hyphen hyphen wait, so it will set up your Visual Studio Code as your default editor. If you want to set up your Vim editor, you can put double quotes in your double quotes Vim. Okay, whatever the name of your editor is. I will press cancel. Now, if I will type git log, let's see whatever I have in here. So it is telling that this was our merge which it has created, and it is pointing to two commits, this one and this one. If I will type this one, so it has this commits 5B5303. Let me try to, and from where it came from, it came from this one 0EE49 by 49B, 0EE49B, right? Now if I will talk about the SHA-1 value, so if I will click on it, so it has created one SHA-1 value for us. Okay, so let's see the content of it. So I will go to my in here, I will press Q. If I will type git cat file option P and C54DC, I'm just trying to explore this commit that the Git created for us while merging to it. Whether it is illustrating the two parents, which is our master and my feature 2. So if I will hit enter, yes, it has two parent. It is a kind of tree object. So definitely all the commit will go through on the top of tree object. We have talked it about. Here is my author and committer, which is same, and here it is giving my two parents. So the first parent is from my master, this one is from my master 5v53. So if I will go in here, okay, so master was is 0ee45, this one, and this one is from my feature 2 branch, right? Now if I will type git log, so it will have all the history. So it is telling my logs from my feature 2 branch, file 7, 8, and it is also telling the history from my master branch 9 and 10. And this was created for by my Git. So I'm hoping you have understood the three-way merge. Now if I will type git branch, I have all the changes integrated to my master branch. I can delete my feature 2 branch. So I can type git branch option D and feature 2. So it has deleted the branch. If you will not merge the branch, you will get that these changes in my feature 2 branch is not integrated. So how you will delete them forcefully? You can delete them with capital D option, okay, without merging them. So that's it for three-way merge. Let's talk about merge conflicts. Now let's understand what is merge conflict. So in here I am taking example of three-way merge because the merge conflict will be applicable on both fast forward and three-way merge also. But for better illustration, I am taking three-way merge. So suppose at this point of time, one user or developer has checked out to feature 2 branch, okay? And and the earlier developer is continue to working on the master branch. At this point of time, he has edited, let's say, a file called file8.txt. In our previous example, when we were talking about merging type, we were just creating individual files, right? But in the real world scenario, you might not create every time a new file. It is possible that you and your colleague will be editing same file. So editing of same file will create a merge conflict across the branches. So at this point of time, one colleague has tried to edit file 8.txt and then it was moved ahead, and at some point of time in feature 2 branch you also edited file 8.txt. When you are going to merge it, it is saying that hey, you have got any conflict. This same file was edited. At line here, your developer is telling that you need to integrate this or you need to change the code in that way. But you are saying that on particular line, you are integrating some other thing. So editing same file will create a conflict. So let's see how we can resolve it. If I will talk about an overview, you need to manually resolve it. Either you can resolve it on terminal and either you can use it Visual Studio Code to resolve the conflicts manually. If I will talk about how you can, which option do you get for resolving the conflict? So you get basically three or four options, let's say. First one, if you want to receive the changes from your incoming branch, which is master branch. Second one, if you want to accept the changes from your receiving branch or current change, which is your master branch. And third one, if you want to accept your bot changes. And fourth one, if you want to give changes on your own at the same time, means you can discard all the changes made by your earlier developer and you want to completely write a new stuff, so you can do that also. After you resolve the conflict, so what you will do, you will need to stage it again and you need to commit it. So let's see plan of how you can create a conflict and resolution. We will see this. So first we will create new branch, let's call a feature. Then we will edit some files which already exist in working area, let's say file A and file B, which is also in my master branch. And I will edit some contents of file A and some contents of file B. Now I will return back to my master branch and I will modify same files in my main branch. Then I will try to merge it. Once if I will merge, it will give error like there is a merge. First you need to resolve them. We will try to manually resolve the conflicts by using terminal. You can do that by using Vim editor or you can do that using VS Code. Once the resolving is done, you need to stage it again by using git add command and then you can commit it. Once you will commit it, Git will create merge commit for us. Okay, so that's what was the plan for merge conflict. Let's see this in action. I am in my first project and if I will type git branch, so I have only master branch. If I will list the content, so I have these files. So let's try to edit file 5.txt and file 6.txt. Okay, so I will type git checkout option B and let's create a branch called conflict test. Okay, I have checked it out to this branch. Now if I will list the contents, I will have the same kind of file. Let's try to edit file 5.txt and file 6.txt in here. I will open VS Code in here. I will open folder. I will go to desktop. I will click on first project and I will open it. And open file 5.txt. And in here, if you will see, if you have added your, let me try to maximize it. Okay, so I have zoomed it out, and if you have Git integration installed in your VS Code, it will tell you what kind of branch I am in. So I am on my conflict test branch, and from here I can open my Git file and I will write something. So I will write editing this line in conflict test branch and I will save it. Okay, I will press dot and I will save it. It is in my working area. And at the same time, I will go to my file 6 and I will also adding this line in file 6 in my conflict test. Okay, and I will save it. So both of these are changing because modified tags are here. If I want, I can do the changes from here also. I can click on the source tree and I can add these changes or I can commit it. But let's do it via terminal. So I will open my terminal. If I will type git status, I am on my source conflict test branch. These two files were modified. Let's try to add all of them one by one. So git add file 5.txt. Oh, sorry, file 5.txt, and let's commit it. Edit file 5 in conflict test branch. Once done, I can similarly add my file 6 to a staging area inside my conflict test branch, and I can provide commit message that edited file 6 in my conflict test branch. Okay, so I have these two changes. If I will go to my Git Kraken, so you can see that my Git Kraken dashboard looks like this. So I'm on my conflict test and these two are there. So from here also I can change it to my different branch. So if I'll maximize the window in here, I can change it to my master branch and I can do the changes. But let's rely only on terminal. Now let's try to check out to master, get checkout master. Once if I have checked out to master, if you will see the Visual Studio Code, it will change your pointer also. So what I will do, I will go to my from source control to Explorer and I will go to file 5. Now in my file 5 there are no lines as I have done the changes in my that branch itself. So here I will write something. So edited this line in file 5 in my master branch. I will copy paste the same. Okay, sorry. I will copy paste the same and okay, and I will save it. Similarly, I will go to my file 6 and what I will do, I will paste it and file 6. I will save it. Both of these will be in index state. I will go to Git Kraken. I can see the work in progress. From here also I can stage the changes and commit the changes. But let's do this on terminal itself. I will clear the terminal and I will type git status. I am on my master branch. It is telling file 5 and file 6. So let's try to add file 5 in indexing area first and let's try to commit it. Modify file 5 in master. Similarly, I will add file 6 and modify file 6 in master. So till now what I have done, so I was still here. In here I have checked out to a branch called conflict test and I have edited file 5 and file 6. In real world you might be changing a real world scripted files like your JavaScript or your Python and you might be editing the real world files. Okay, so I have checked it out to this branch and Once I have edit file 5 and file 6, I went on my master branch and I work on those same files, file 5.txt and file 6.txt, right? And now I am on my master. Let's try to merge it. So if I will type git merge master, okay, sorry, if I will type git merge conflict test, so if I will, I suppose, okay, conflict test, if I will hit enter, so it is telling that auto merging file 5, merge conflict in file 5.txt and also merge conflict in file 6.txt, right? Automatic merge failed. Fix conflicts and then commit the result. If I will check the status of my staging area, what it is, so it is telling that both are modified. I will tell you what are the modifications that they have done in file 5 and file 6. Okay. Now if I will check the staging area, this is very important and it is most asked. If I will go to git ls files option s, and if I will list, so let me maximize the window for you. So for file 5, you are seeing there are three versions of a file, file 1, 2, 3. For file 6, there are three versions of a file, file 1, file 2, and file 3. Now what are these? Why the conflicted file have three versions? So these three versions, one will be your original file, means from the beginning. One file will be from your master branch or receiving branch or current change, and one file be of version from your feature branch. That's why it has three version and it is very important. I am repeating again. When I listed my staging area during my conflict process of merging, it has three versions of file of my conflicted files. What are three versions? First one will be your original file, which is came from. The another version is from your master branch and another version is from your feature branch. How I can verify that? Let's try to see these thing or these shaman value details in here. So if I will type git cat file option p, and let's first try to do it with file 5. So e69d, so there is nothing because this file was empty, right? Because all these files were empty, so this was my original file where it was empty. Now if I will type another version of my file 5.txt, which is 64dd, so it has edited master branch, so it is from my master branch. And now if I will type the another version, so 9adb, so it is from my conflict branch. Okay, so that's how this is creating three versions in my staging area. So I'm hoping you have understood. Now let's try to conflict them one by one and let's see if it is getting resolved for particular file. So I will go to my Visual Studio Code. Once if I will open it, so it is giving something like that. Similarly, if you want to go to your terminal and if you will type git file cat file 5.txt, it will give you the same stuff. Okay, you can manually open with any editor by changing it. So suppose if I will hit enter, so in here what you need to do, this is your current change which is coming from your master branch. This is from your conflict branch, coming from a conflict branch means it's an incoming change. So what you can do, you need to manually remove this line and this line, and either you can keep this, you can keep this, you can keep both, or you can remove all these things and you can keep your stuff in here right now. So what I will do, I will press DD for deleting these lines. Let's try to resolve conflicts for file 5 using Vim editor. So I will type DD Okay, I will need to go to my insert mode, and I will go to escape for my command mode. I will press DD for for deleting the line, and I will go downside. I will delete DD, and in here I will go DD. So I am accepting both the changes. I will press escape and I will press colon and I will press WQ and exit it. Now if I will see the content of my cat file 5.txt, so I have these two lines. Let's try to stage it, and let's see the git ls files now. Suppose I have edited it for my file 5. If I will go to my Visual Studio Code, so I have these lines, so file 5, and as I have added to staging area to, so it has changed all these things again. Okay, now if I will go in here and let's try to resolve the conflicts using Visual Studio Code, and let's see why this makes easier for us. So here it is telling that you can accept the current change, means current change is coming from the head, means your master branch. Either you can accept the incoming change, it is coming from my conflict test branch. You can accept both changes or you can compare the changes. I will accept my incoming change, means accept the change from my conflict test. Once if I will do this one, it is just keeping this file. I will save it. Now if I will see the contents of my staging area, it will be gone because we have resolved the conflicts. There is no three versions of a file. So here what we can do, we can type git status to see the process. So we have file 6 and I have already added it to my staging area. I can also add my 6 files to my staging area. Once if I will do that, so I modified, and till now also it is telling that it is still in process of merging conflicts. Okay, so here I need to press git commit to conclude my merge. So once if I will type git commit, it will again open my Visual Studio Code, my default editor, to provide the message for conflicting my branch. So this looks good to me. I will close this by accepting this. I will come back on my terminal and it has merged it. If I will open my git kraken now, so you can see that it has merged my conflict branch, right? And if I will see my git log, let me minimize it for you. Let me first cancel it and let's clear the terminal. It I will if I will type git log in here, so it has all these things. First I have merged my branch. I edited files 6 file, right, which was done earlier. Then before that I edited in my conflicts test branch. So this has integrated all. Now once it's done, what I can do, I can delete my branch called conflict branch. So I've done that, and here I have only one branch, master, and all the changes from conflict branch was integrated to my master. How I can verify that? I can verify that using my Git Kraken. Okay, so that's how Git Kraken is so helpful. And whatever we have done using Visual Studio Code and Git Kraken, we have definitely do it using GitHub Desktop. But in GitHub Desktop, you will not get this GUI for looking the branches and merging in a graphical way, which is very helpful. Okay, so that's what for branching and merging conflict section. Let's meet in the next section with cloning your repository, your public repository, working with public repository. So till then, take care. Hey everyone, in the previous section we have learned how you can merge your branches, and also we have seen how you can manually create conflicts for demo purpose and how you can resolve them using terminal or VS Code, right? So let's move ahead. So let's start with section 9 and 10. I am combining these two sections because they are completely linked to each other, And in this section, we will start our GitHub journey and also we'll see how you can clone any public repo or clone your own repo and start exploring inside it. We have already discussed it, but let's go through a quickly recap of it. What was the GitHub? So GitHub is a web-based repository hosting service which offers all the distributed revision control and source code management functionality of Git as well as adding its own feature. So whatever you are doing currently till now, you are doing on your local machine, right? Now you are on one step ahead and you are now going to collaborate with other developer in the world or in your team and you are going to share your code or you are going to fetch the code from them. Okay, so GitHub is the place. Now there are alternative of the GitHub like Bitbucket, GitLab, and also some cloud provider also provide this kind of functionality such as Azure repos. Okay, so you can use these one as an alternative to GitHub, but GitHub is a vast and mostly used repository hosting services around the world. Now, as it's completely on a web, so you definitely need internet connection to interact with it. And sometimes if you are alone working on your project, so you can use GitHub as a backup of your repositories, right? So let's move ahead and let's create our GitHub account. In upcoming lectures, we will be using two accounts so that we can see the action of distributed version control system. So I would suggest to be ready with the two accounts. For me also, I will be using two accounts. I am on my Ubuntu VM and here, so I have two accounts. My main account with ID as DevOps channel. So I already have created GitHub account with that, which I can sign in later. But for now, as I want to show you how you can create an account and how you can authenticate it, I am taking my another account so that I can show you how you can sign up to the GitHub. Okay. Now the sign up is also pretty easy. This is not a tedious stuff, so you can do that. So I am in here. I will maximize the window for you. Now hope it's visible. Now I can go to sign up. Now in here, I need to provide an authenticate email so that it will send me to my mail. So I will give my name, my secondary ID. I will give any password and let's give any ID like I am in India and I don't want to receive any occasional product updates and announcements. I will click on continue. Now it will send a mail to verify my account. So first I need to solve a puzzle. Now it's saying that you need to match this angle. So I will do that. And okay, it was ready. Okay, now it will redirect me to my email. I sent it the code, which I will enter it in here. 2540. Okay, and it's done. My account was created. That's it. Now I can go ahead and sign in with my account. So this one and this one. So you can either use user ID or password or email ID and password. Now this one will be my first home screen that will be visible to me once if I will log into GitHub for the first time. Okay, so till here I am hoping we are clear. Now I will navigate to my main account and I will start exploring or I will further start my tutorial on that account itself. Now your profile section is completely public, so all the developer around the world will have a read access to anyone's homepage. How you can do that? So I will copy this link and what I will do, I will go ahead to my main account and I will sign in because I have already created account with it. I will sign in. Now after verifying, it will allow me to log in. Okay, so this is my DevOps channel account, right? Now what I can do from here, I can access the account of my user. So how I can do that? So I can go to that and I can use any authentic user ID of any user. So I have just created this account of my another account. If I will hit enter, I would be able to access the home page of this newly created user. Okay, I have also one more account in which I have some project. So I will have read access to that also. Okay, so I have these basic project in here and I can access these in here. So I will have read access to anyone's repository around the world. But you cannot modify them unless you are a collaborator. So we will learn that after also. So for now, I will navigate to my home page, and for that, I will just cut paste and I am in here. For my new account, it will be looking like this. But as I have already logged in earlier, so this one is looking like this. So I'm hoping you have created your GitHub account. Let's move ahead. And for accessing any private repository or your private or working with your private repository itself, you need to generate something called a personal access token. Okay, which is a kind of a traditional method. Nowadays, it's only asking for authentication, but you can generate it. It is helpful. So let's go ahead and let's generate our personal access token. I am on my main account. For generating my personal account, I will go to my profile in here and then I will go to settings. In settings, I will go to developer settings. In the developer setting, I will go to personal access token and I will click on token classic. Fine grained tokens are a bit advanced and more provide more flexibility towards security. So you can use that one also. It will allow you to generate tokens using more filters. But for now, I am going to generate my classic token. And in here, I will click on generate new token and I will click on classic. Now I need to provide any notes. So I will provide access to GitHub. I'll provide expiration date as 7 days. And if I want to select the scope, I will only select repo. Okay. You can definitely provide other scopes also. But for now, I am providing only these and I will click on generate token. Now once the token is generated, I will need to copy it because if I will back to the page, I won't be able to see this token again. So for that, I will copy this token and I will go to my terminal. I will go to my desktop and I will create or let's write something called my token, a file github token.txt. Okay, so I have done that. If I will list the content, so I have github token.txt because I need to save it, right? So I have this thing. So this one is saved and I have generated my token. Now I'm ready to interact with my private repo and to access it. Okay, so till now I was using my default branch as master, but since 2020, GitHub has changed its default branch name to main. So the same I need to do it. So I am on my first project. It is my Git repository. How I can verify that? I can write any Git command, right? Now it is saying the default branch is master. Okay. If I will list git branch, so default branch is master. Now as the master branch is deprecated from the GitHub world and it is using as main, I need to change it to main. Because if I will push or fetch any changes from or to my GitHub repository, so it will not take master and it will throw me error that there is no branch called master or main in your local repository. Okay, so I need to do that. So for changing our branch, we have option called option M, right? And I will give name main, and it's done. If I will type git branch, now I have main as my default branch. Now let's try to create our very first repository at GitHub, and this one is my personal, so I will be using this one. If you are going to follow me along, and if you don't have any other account which you have created earlier, you can click on create repository options, right? So I can do that. But for now, as I have already created an account and I have just created this account for illustration purpose, so I will be using this account, right? And in here, what I will do, I will go to home, and in here I will click on new. Okay, so it will be same like this one. So as I don't need, so I can log out this page. Now I will maximize the window for you. So the first field is your owner. Suppose if you have already one collaborator added to it, you will get option for changing it to. This one is your repository name. If I want to provide a name like GitHub, and if I will provide a space, it will not allow, and it will automatically add hyphen in between. So better you should not provide any space in between, and either you can use camel cases, or you can use hyphen, or you can use underscore in your repository name, right? So let's go ahead and let's add repository name as first repo. Okay, here you can provide any description about your first repository, which you can do that. Now the next option is public or private. So whether you are going to declare this repository as private. If you will declare it as private, no one can see your public private repository. Okay, but if you will allow it as public, anyone in the world can see your repository, but they will not be able to modify it. They just have read access to it, and they will have a clone access to it, and they will have a fork access to it. We will explore the cloning and forking in a bit. So for now, I will go with the public option, because if I will select private option, I cannot explore more. Now in here, I will select on add a readme file. Readme file is a special kind of file in our GitHub repository, which will tell you the description about your project. It is a special file with extension .md, and it basically supports some feature like headlining any particular file or customizing your font while providing any description. So I will select it. Now there is an option for a git ignore file. I will not explain right now. I will have a separate lecture for this. If you want to talk about an overview in the .git ignore file, you can provide any file name which is not going to compile with any git command. Okay, so that's what is the git ignore file. We will explain this also. And at the last, you will have access to your license. Here there are many public licenses you can select, but for now I will not select any license. Now as you have added a readme file, it will create a branch called main. If you are moving earlier with the time before 2020, it will give you option like, hey, you need to create a master branch as the default branch. You can definitely change the default name branch in your setting. Okay, and you can keep it as a master, but by default GitHub keep it as a main. So that's why I changed my branch master branch to main. As I am adding a readme file to my first repository, so it will automatically create my very first commit SHA value or commit message in my first repository. Let's see this, okay? And in here, I will click on create repository. Once I will do that, and once if I will go in here, I have readme.md file. It is telling my commit message value, and it is also giving my SHA value. Let's explore more about these options. We will learn pull request later. It is very much important. If you want to pin this repository to your main home dashboard, you can do that. It is saying that how many users are currently watching it. We'll learn about forking and star later. Here it is telling the branch. As I have only one branch, so it is telling main. We will learn about tags in the later section. I can directly navigate to any of the files inside this repository. Here I can add many files. We will add a file in a bit, and also we can upload the files. This is the section we can clone our repository. We can get our URL for cloning our repository via HTTPS or SSH connections. Okay, if you are going to use SSH connection, you need to generate SSH key, which is also pretty easy, and for that you can navigate to GitHub link. Now in here it is my dashboard, main dashboard, and as I have only one file, so it is telling my readme.md file as the first repo. As I have changed it to my public repository, so what I can do, if I will go in here and if I will go to the main dashboard of my repository, so on the first link of this one, it has object called main, means branch main, and it is pointing on top of my tree object. Okay, so we can understand that the repository structure on our GitHub or cloud is same like our local repository, means there will be a working directory, there will be a staging area, and there will be a your GitHub repository, which is currently I am seeing right now. The repository URL will be like this: github.com, your user ID, and then your repository name. As I have set this to public, I should be able to see this repository from anywhere in the world. So for that, I will open my incognito window, and I will paste the link in here to see whether if I can see it or not. And definitely I can see it, but some options are gone. For example, if I will click on this, I cannot edit in this file. I have just access to read it. Okay, I don't have access to change or write a branch. Okay, but yes, I only have access to read it. So that's how public repository works. We will also learn about working with public repository in a bit. So don't get confused with the various options. We will cover them all one by one. Now in here, let's try to modify in, as I am my user. So let's try to modify something. I will go to readme.md file. I will click on edit this file, and let's write something. So I will write, this will be very first line in my readme.md file. Once if I will do that, I will see option either I can cancel the changes or I can commit the changes. So let's try to commit the changes. Once I will click on commit, it will tell me and it will provide option to provide an update message. Let's try update readme.md file for the very first time. Okay, I can also provide the description, but I am not going to do that. And in here I have option, either I can directly commit it to my main branch or I can create a new branch and commit this change. So for now I will just commit directly to my main branch, and I will click on commit changes, and it's done. If I will go back to my repository itself, so I will have these two commits. In here I can see there are two commits. If I will click on that, it will give me all these two commits, and it also giving me SHA-1 value of this file, right? I have all user. If you have added any collaborators, so you can filter it out with that collaborators. How you can add collaborator? For that you can go to the settings and you can add the collaborators. We will explore all these options one by one. You don't have to worry or get confused about these options. let's create more commits and let's also create branch in our Git itself. Okay, so let's go ahead. So for creating a commit, let's try to create another branch. For creating a branch, I don't have option to create a branch, but you can directly write any branch in here. So I just type feature one and it is giving option to create a branch feature one from main. So all this stuff you can do from GitHub itself. So I will click on this. Once I have done that, it has changed my branch to feature one, right? And I have this content from my main branch. Now if I want to add a file, I can do that by using create a new file. You can provide a file name or you can provide a folder name and you can put any file inside it here. Suppose if you will provide hello.txt, so you can do that and you can give any full file stuff here. But in here, let's create any subfolder. So for creating a subfolder, you can just provide a forward slash option. So I will give first folder, and once if I will type my forward slash, it will automatically create a folder for it. And in here I will create first file.txt. I will click here and I will write some stuff. This is my first file created inside GitHub itself, and I will click on commit changes. That's good for me. In feature one branch, I can either commit it to feature one branch and or I can commit to it new branch. For now I will go with it and I will click on commit changes. Once it done, it will tell me that my this feature one branch is one commit ahead of main. So for that I can either create my pull request, which we will explain later. Okay, in here you can see the details about it. It is totally a new folder. It is telling that this line was added to it and this was my folder and file that was added. For now I will not explain compare and pull, I will just do that. Okay, so let's do that. I have merged my feature one branch to my main branch. Now if I will go to my first repository itself, I will not have anything else and I have all the things in here. And now let's try to clone it. So as I am merging the changes, we will explain what is pull request in the later in the section. For now I have just merged my changes to my this branch, main branch, from my feature branch, and let's try to clone it now. For cloning it, I will go to code section and I will copy this HTTPS link for my repository. I will navigate to my terminal and ensure you are not already in any Git repository. And in here, I will type git clone and I will paste the link. Okay, and I will hit enter. If I will hit enter, it will tell me cloning into first repository means it will create this folder for me. Now, if I will list the contents in here, I have my repository from my cloud to my local repository. If I will navigate to it, cd first repo, and if I will list the contents from it, so I have all this folder that is same as my cloud, which is readme first folder, right? And also I have .git file. If you want to talk about the branches, so I will have main branches. Of course, I will not have access to feature one branch. You can verify the contents from first folder itself. So how I can do that? I can go to cd first folder, and if I will list the contents, so I will have my first file in here. Okay, so this is how you can clone any public repository. So I'm hoping you have also cloned your newly created repository locally to your OS. Let's move ahead. Now let's understand how remote repository helping collaborators. So there is a remote repository which we have seen, and it is also having the same structure like our local repository. Means it has working area, staging area, and your Git repository. Now there is one developer, there is another developer. He has also same kind of file structure. If he wants to push the changes to a remote repository, it can be fetched by another developer. Or if the one developer 2 is pushing the changes to a remote repository, the developer 1 can use it and work on it, or create a clone of it, make a copy of it, and work on that copy of the project. So that's how the distributed version control system helps to achieve collaborators for a workflow on their project. Now let's move ahead and let's try to clone our demo project from GitHub itself. So there are various projects stored on GitHub for learning purpose. So let's try to clone one from them and let's try to explore about it. Now, GitHub also allow to clone and to review some demo code that is already present on GitHub to review purpose, and we can also learn about it. So I am on my GitHub page and I am searching on this on my incognito window, so that I will go in here and let's search for hello world program. Now if I will search hello world program, and it will tell me all the repository linked with this name. Now what I can do, I can search for a very popular hello world command, and I can see this one is marked 1.3k stars. So let's go ahead and let's see this. Now this one is a program of hello world in every computer language. Okay, and there are many contributor contributing to it. There were total 2k forks. We will learn about forking and cloning later in the section. And it uses open source license called MIT. Okay, we can also learn about .readme file, which will tell us about all the languages. Now this is the feature about readme. It can support various type of fonted and topics. Okay, for example, this one was might be written and there will be some kind of code in here or a option in here, so that it will change it to a different kind of file or a clickable file. Okay, so that is the feature of readme.md file. Now what I will do, I will try to clone it. Okay, so I will open my terminal and I will go to the code and I will copy this URL. I will open my terminal. I will ensure I am not in already on my any of the git folder. So this is not my git folder, and I will type git clone and I will paste the URL that I have copied. I will hit enter. Now it is creating a folder called hello world and it is pasting. It was total of 5.17 MB. Okay, and it had cloned. Now if I will list the contents, so I have my hello world project. Let's navigate to it and let's list the file. So I have all the files from my git, and I have also .git file. Okay, now I have cloned my demo project from GitHub. Now let's try to explore the contents of our clone repo. So this was all the files that it has integrated. Now let's see the git log. The git log will tell me all the recent previously committed commits by the user. So this was pushed by Victor Pop. This was by Zedia Final. This was by someone named Never, and it was for the GitHub link itself, Gabe, with the messages, and this is the latest commit that it has. Okay, and they are adding comment like add brain rot. Now here it is telling the head is pointing to main, and here there is something called origin forward slash main and origin forward slash head. Now this origin main and origin head is completely different to your head and main. They are having a same structure, their working will be also same. They just in the difference that the origin is used for your cloud. Okay, we will explain more about origin and remote when we will be discussing git fetch, git push, git pull in the next section. Okay, now I will hit q. If I want to see the contents of .git slash head, so it will be pointing to my main because I haven't renamed this my default branch to master or to main, right? But by default it is showing main because on git everyone is using main as a default branch, not master. Okay, if I will see the branches, so git branch and I have main as a default branch and I have only one branch in it. If I want to see the refs heads master, I can do that. So git refs heads and main. Okay, so it is pointing to this latest commit AD71. If you will see in here, so it is pointing to AD71, right? Let's try to see this latest commit what it has. So I will copy the 4 digit because 4 digit is enough. And if I will type to see the content using git cat file option P, okay, here I have missed it. And if I will paste the content, so it is also pointing to a tree file, right? And it has one parent called 650D. Author is Victor Pop, and it has comment like add brand root. Okay, if you want to see the tree or parent, you can do that. Suppose if I want to see the details about the tree, I can copy the SHA value and I will paste it in here. Okay, so this tree is pointing to this subtrees, means it is pointing to this subtree and also the blob. In earlier lecture, I have explained you that a tree can contain subtree and blob. So that is how it's containing this tree. Okay, and it has also some files. So that's how you can clone any public repository for your learning purpose and you can start exploring them. Don't worry if you are going to change anything, it is not going to affect their repository because you don't have access to this repository. They are just a public repository and you have only read access to them. Okay, now we have explored the contents of our clone repo and they are similar structure like a local repository. Now let's explore our Git object file in our clone repo, which we just cloned it. Okay. Now what I can do, I can open files in here and I can go to my desktop because I've cloned it on my desktop and this one is a file, hello world. And here is all the files. And currently it is not showing my Git folders. So I will go in here, I will click on show hidden files. Now it will show me the hidden files also. If I will go to my .git file, sorry folder, and if I will go to the object, so you will see we don't see any object file here, right? But if you will go to my another folder, like let's go to the first project and let's open Git and let's open object. So you will see all the object folder are there, right? Along with the info and pack. But in our clone repository, it does not. Why? Because by default if it has more number of objects in there, it will not allow you to show here. And what it will do, it will some kind of compress it to a file called pack, which is stored in the pack folder. Okay, so this one is a file pack. So we need to unpack it so that we will be able to explore it and we will be able to unzip all the object inside it. So for that, what we can do, so what I will do, I will cut paste the pack from my object and pack folder to my main Git repository. I will navigate to my Git folder. Let's first verify the contents. So I have this pack file. Let's try to make it executable plus X. Now let's try to run git unpack objects, and then I will provide our pack file in here. Once if I will do that, it will unpack my object, and it has unpacked 7802 objects. So let's try to open our files now, and let's go to objects, and now I can see there are many files in here. Okay, now we have learned about it. How many total files in here? So there are total 16 into 16 because hexadecimal uses 16 character. So the possibility of total files in here will be, so total 2 digit from 16, which will be 16 into 16, which will be total 256 folder. Okay, and if I will see the contents in here, and if I will press Ctrl A, so you can see there will be total 256 folder. Right here it was 256 folder and two folder from info and pack. Okay, so they are total 256 folders. So info and pack is there and total 256. So it has utilized all the possible way of our possible object folder. Okay, 0, 0, 0a, 0b, and then it will be till 0f, then 1a, 1b till 1f. Okay, so till it will be ff. Right, so it has used all the possible structure. So I'm hoping you are aware now how you can unpack your Git object. You don't need to make it executable. Sometimes it may run also, but in my case it was showing as logged, so I made it executable. Okay, now we have explored about our Git object, and it has also the same structure like our normal Git project. Means the folder name was starting with the 2 digit of hash value, and the file name was inside it, and it has 38 characters name in it. Okay, so let's move ahead, and let's try to explore the contents of our clone repository in GitHub Desktop, Git Kraken, and VS Code. Okay, first let's try to open GitHub Desktop. Now it is showing my first project, which I don't want to see that. I will add any another project, and I will add existing repository. I will choose the path. It has opened a pop-up for me. I will go to desktop, and then I will click on hello world, and I will click on open. I will click on add repository. Now it has added my hello project, hello world project. It has also the main. If I will click on history, I will have access to all these latest commit or previous commit pulled by different users and different admin. Okay, so latest one is Victor, was pushed by Victor Pop. These files were added. One line was removed, 6 line was added. There were total 2 files that he changed, and the latest SHA-1 value is this one. If you want to explore about setting, you can go to the unified or split view. So if you want to see the split view, it will tell you the difference between original and new file side by side. Okay, he has added these file completely 6 lines, and in readme file he has deleted this line. Okay, if you want to see the details about this one, so you can go ahead and check this. Jedidia added this line or this file, and he has removed this line from readme.md file. Right, so that's how GitHub Desktop works. Now let's see the same in my Visual Studio Code. As my Visual Studio Code is also installed GitHub extension, so I will be able to see various options for this project in my GitHub Desktop itself. So I will go to file, and I will go to open folder. I will click on hello world, and I will click on open. Now once if I will do that, it will detect that it is also a GitHub file because I have added extension for my GitHub, and it has main branch in here. Right, I can create a branch. It is showing the latest commit in here itself. If you want to go to the source control option, you can go ahead and you can see all these commits done in recent in a timeline way. Okay, you can go to the commits by Bran and you can see the changes in side by side. So Bran has added this file completely and he has removed this file and added this line to my file called readme.md. Okay, and in this file he has removed this line and he has added these 6 lines in here. If you will talk about Rune, so Rune has completely removed this file, added these 2 lines. In readme.md file, he has removed this line and he has added this line. He has also added this line in here. So +1 represent what a developer has added and -1 will represent what a developer has removed. Okay, so that's how you can use your GitHub desktop. And let's see the Git Kraken, which is useful for seeing the data using graphical way of changing branching or and all. So you can see the details using Git Kraken also. So I am on my Git Kraken. I will close this first project and I will open my folder. I will click on browse. I will go to the desktop. I will click on hello world and I will click on select. Now it will detect and it will tell me all the graphical way of it. Okay. And it will also tell me that one file were added, one file well modified. It is also showing that this user called Diana has integrated her changes from this to this branch to my pull request. She has raised merge pull request. It was accepted and all the things in here also. You can push pull, which we'll explain later. You can see the branches. You can open terminal in here itself. Okay. Now, if I will talk about the Visual Studio Code functionality, so it is not limited to only Git and GitHub. It can install an extension for you for any language. Okay, so currently you are showing that it is generating a only random file, but after some time it has detected all colorful way of showing your changes, right? Similarly, if I will show any particular file, suppose if there was a file called license, so it has already added a key in front of it and it will detect that it is a kind of a license file. If I will open any random file or folder and if I will go to the JS, so it has already installed JS JavaScript extension for me and it will provide all the suggestions for me whenever I will click or try to write the command. So Visual Studio Code is very helpful. If you want to manage the extension, you can go to in here and you can install or remove the extension. Okay. For now, I haven't installed any extension and it comes by default all the basic stuff like Git JavaScript. If you want, you can install it. For example, it has given my recommendation for installing it for a Docker and many popular languages here, Python, Jupyter, C or C++. So you can install it. It will just get installed in a bit and you can start using it. It will also provide the smart auto fill feature while you were writing your program. Okay, so I'm hoping you're clear. Now let's try to commit changes in our clone repository, and please keep in mind that whatever I will be committing in here, it is not going to affect my or the original repo hosted on the cloud or a GitHub. Okay, so it will not allow it until and unless if I want to merge a pull request and if I want to create a pull request to the admin that hey, I want to integrate my changes to your main repository. Once the owner will accept the changes, then only my committed changes will be reflected on the cloud. Else it will be only limited to my local repository. Okay, but let's try to commit it on my local repository itself. I just want to show you because yes, you have a local copy of any cloud repo and you can make your changes on your own. So I will go in here, I will navigate back. I am in my hello world folder. I can go back and I can see this. Okay. Now what I will do, if I will see the branches, so I have only main branch. Let's try to check out to any branch. Let's call it as a feature one. So I have created a branch called feature one and I have also swift to it. I will open Visual Studio Code for better illustration and faster editing. Now what I will do, I will see the contents of a git head file also. So dot git and head. So it should be on my feature one branch, which is, if I will open Visual Studio Code, it is also on my feature one, right? Now what I will do, let's try to modify something. So if I will go to readme.md file, so here it will automatically detect all the fonts. And in here I will add, this line was added by me in my local repo. I will save it. Once if I will save it, it will automatically change here to modified state, right? And let's try to modify one more file in, let's say, Z directory. Okay, and I have a G shell file here. Let's try to edit one more line in here. Echo, I have changed readme file to, and I will save it. Once if I will save it, it will also add modified state in here. So what I can do, if I want to go back, I can go to my source control and I can commit the changes from here itself. If I want to stage the changes, so I can go ahead and I can click on stage changes. It will add to staging area. Okay. Now if I want to open the file, I can open the file and I can see the difference here. Okay. If I want to see that, you can see that in here. It is telling the green line means this line was added. If it will be tell the red line means it was deleted. I want to direct commit changes, I can do that. But I will go ahead and open terminal. And in here, let's type git status now. Now it has telling that this file was modified and this file inside this folder was modified. Okay, so let's try to add it. Once if I will add it, and if I will go to my Visual Studio Code, it is already telling that it had staged my changes. Okay, so I can open it or I can remove it or unstage to the working area. If I want to commit it, I can do that from here itself. But let's try to commit in from here. Edit readme and zcell file in zdir. Okay, I will hit enter. Now it will tell me that okay, this one is good. Now if I will go ahead, it is telling my this one is clean. If I will go in here, it is telling a different kind of structure. So why it is that? And if I will go in here, it is also telling that two files were modified in this commit. So this line was added and this line was added, nothing was removed, else it might have shown with the minus option. If I will go to my git log now, first let's verify the git status. Okay, first let's clean the terminal. So I am on my feature branch and nothing to commit. Now let's try to explore the git log. So if I will go to the git log, it will tell me that head is currently on feature, but this time, like earlier, origin main and origin head was not moved to with my latest commit, right? And my main branch is still in here. If I want to merge it to main, I can do that, but I will not be able to merge it to origin main or origin head because it has added something kind of a remote repository, which we will explain when we will be on our push, pull, or fetch exploration. Okay. So that's it for this section in which we have explored about creating GitHub account, creating our first repository on GitHub itself. We have tried to commit the changes. We have tried to create a branch in GitHub itself. And we have also, for learning purpose, we have cloned a demo Git repository from GitHub open source itself and try to explore various things in here. We have also seen how we can unpack the object file and how we can see the objects in it. We have also seen that whenever we are making the commit, by default it is not going to change our public repository, which was the original one. Okay, so that's it for this section. Let's meet in the next section with Git
push, fetch, and pull, which is also one of the important section going to be. Okay, so let's meet in the next section. Till then, take care.
Hey everyone, and welcome to section 11. So in the previous section, we have learned how we have cloned our one of our public repository and played with it. Now let's move ahead and let's interact with it via git push, git fetch, and git pull command. Okay. So if you will talk about an overview, so suppose this is our local environment and this is our Git environment. We have our working area, staging area, and our local Git repository. So from moving from working to staging, we have used command git add. If we want to move from staging to our local Git, we have used command git commit, right? Now, if we have committed our changes to our local Git repo and we wanted to move it to our remote Git, we have git push command, which we will discuss later. But first, we will learn about git fetch and git pull. Okay, means bringing the changes from remote repository to your local repository. So bringing your remote repository to local repository is done by git fetch command, while the git pull command will bring the changes directly to your working area. Okay, so in the background, what it will be doing, it will be doing git fetch plus git merge. Okay, and it is not a general merge, it will be git merge fetch head. We will learn about fetch head, and we have learned about this one too. Means if you want to bring the changes from your local git to your working area, you can use command git checkout, but this is just for experimental purpose because it will go into your detached head state. Okay, so let's move ahead and let's learn about interacting of remote git repository, how we can perform git pull. So first, we will clone our remote repository, which we have already done. Then we will check out to our main branch in our local. We will try to set up our default branch in Git as main from now on. Okay, so we will do that with one command. I will tell you the command when we will be on our Ubuntu VM. Then on our remote, we will make changes and we will commit in our main branch. Then we will try to enter git pull. Okay, local git will fetch all the changes from remote. After fetching, git will merge. So in the background, what it is doing, it the git pull will be first fetch to your local remote work and then it will git merge. Okay, and this is not will be general merge, it will be git merge fetch head. Okay, we will see the content of fetch head later on. Now this merge will be going to be a fast forward, which we have seen it. So fast forward is like, suppose if you have checked out from main branch and after checking out you haven't done any work, right? So it will just integrate your changes from new branch to that branch. Or it can be three-way merge also. We also call this as recursive merge. So what's in this? So suppose if you have checked out from main branch at a particular interval of time and you are continue to work on a feature branch, at the same time another developer has started working on your main branch. So your main branch is ahead to three commits of your commit branch of your feature branch, right? So what it will do, it will create a merge commit for you, right? We have seen this. Also, once if it will perform git pull, indexing area and working area will also be affected. Now the question is how your local git repo knows that which remote git repo it's going to interact with. Okay, so for answering this, we should have an answer of the question that what's this origin. Okay, so we will see the practical working of origin when we will be using git push. But first, let's understanding what is origin. If you will talk about origin, origin is like a name of your default name of your remote repository. So whatever remote repository you have given in on your Git, whatever URL there. Now this one is our first repository, right? And this one is URL for our repository. Now Git is very lazy and it does not want to store whole URL again and again and you need to type this URL again and again for pushing and pulling. So what it did, it named this remote repository as origin. Okay, and it linked to your URL. So how you can see the list of origins or your remote repository? So you can list. So if I will clear the terminal, if you want to list, so you can list it via git remote. So it will tell you the name of your remote repository. What is the name of your remote repository? So by default it is origin, right? If you want to change it, you can change it. We will change it later. Now if you want to see the URL, I can type git remote and then option V. So it will tell you that both these URL have name origin, and both of these will be used for fetch and push operations, right? Let's try to modify our git config to use default branch as main as always, okay? Because master branch is now deprecated and GitHub also uses main as a default branch nowadays, okay? So for setting up our git config global as default branch as main, we have a command called git config hyphen hyphen global init dot default branch main. Okay, so it's done. So I have set my default branch name as main. So whenever I will initialize any repository from now on, it will not name it as master as default branch. It will name it as main. So it seems like our GitHub. So suppose if you have master branch in here and if you are trying to push or pull the changes from your remote repository, which is using main as a default branch, it will get failed and it will throw you an error. Okay. So keep in mind that if you haven't set up your default branch name as main, you can do that. Now we are ready to move ahead. Now we have seen this. What is the origin? So it's basically the default name of your remote repository. What is the default name of your branch? It's main, and the default name of your remote repository is origin. So let's move ahead and let's see the listing of remote repository and local branches. Okay, so it does not needed that whatever you have in your local repository branches, it will be automatically or always sync with your remote branches. For example, I have this repository. If I will list down in the contents in here, I have main branch and feature branch, right? But if I will go in my terminal and if I will list my branch, so it is telling that only main is a default branch in here. But I did clone it, right? So why it is not showing? It is not showing because it does not have any tracking branch. Now what is tracking branch? Let's see this. So let's explain this. So suppose this is one is our remote repository and we have three branches in here: main, feature one, and temp. In our local repository, we have main, we have feature, but we could not have temp, but we have temp too. So in this case, our remote main branch is connected to our local main branch, and our remote feature one branch is connected to our local feature one branch. So it will be called as a tracking branch. So both main and feature one are tracking branch, while the temp and temp 2 are not. So what we will do in our case, we have main as a tracking branch. We will see how we can see the tracking branch. But on our remote, we have feature one branch, but on our local, we don't have feature one branch. So we'll see how we can bring our feature one branch to local and how we can connect to our origin, right? Or our remote. So let's see this. I will move on our Ubuntu VM. And for listing my tracking branches, what I will see. So I am repeating again. Tracking branch are like branches that your remote repository branches are connected to your local remote branches. Okay. So if I want to list the remote branches, so I can do that via VV. So this one is very useful command. If I will hit enter, it will tell you that only main is connected to your origin main, right? You can click git checkout. So here we are not creating any branch. We are just checking out to our whatever branch we have in our git repository. So what it will do, it will automatically create a linking between our newly created feature one branch to our remote branch feature one. Okay, so once if I will hit enter, it will tell you that branch feature one set up to track remote branch feature one from origin. Okay, from origin means the link, the remote repository, and it has also switched to our new branch feature one. So now if I will list the content create branch, so I have two branch, it has switched to feature one. Now if I will list create branch VV, so I have two branches in here. So feature one is tracked to this one, and it has also pull our changes that we have created first file or txt in our feature one itself, right? And then we have a main branch which is also tracked to the main. So now main is pointing to main and feature one is pointing to feature one. Okay, so both of these are now tracking branch. So this one is the first prerequisite of our git push, git fetch and git pull. Whatever branch you have, they should be in sync, means they should be connected. That means they should be tracking branch. Now how we can see the only remote branches or your local branches? So for showing local branches you have command called git branch. For showing remote you have option R, right? So in here you have three stuff: origin main, origin feature. Why it is adding you origin in the front, so you already know about it. And origin head is pointing to our origin main. Okay, so in here we have checked out to feature one branch, but in our git we haven't checked out to feature one branch, we have checked out to main branch. We can also use command git remote so origin, so it will give you more details about it. Okay, so this one is fetch url, this is a push url, we have head branch on main. Now it is telling that we have these two remote branches and these are being tracked, and it is telling that whatever you will push from the main it will push to main, it whatever you will push from feature it will be get pushed to your feature one, and both of them are up to date, means there are no changes on your local remote or your local remote or your git remote. Now we have seen this, now let's move ahead and let's see git fetch in action. So git pull is like git fetch plus git merge. So let's learn about git fetch. What is git fetch? Git fetch will bring your changes from your remote git repository to your local git repository. It will not apply to your working area. And in here I will go to my repository and let's create a new branch. So for creating a new branch I will click and let's create feature 2. Okay, so I will click on feature 2 branch. So now I have three branches in here, right? But if I will list the contents from here, that git branch and list the branches from remote repository, it will tell me main, feature one and head. Means they are not always in sync, means whatever changes we have made in our remote repository on GitHub, it is not bringing the changes automatically. So there should be a command. So these command for syncing our local repository to remote repository, we have git fetch, git pull and git push. Okay, so in here we still have two branches. Now let me try to use git fetch. Okay, so I'm using git fetch so that you can see the operation, because whatever the changes will change here, they will be in your local git repository. So git fetch is for that. If you want to change the modification of your file in your working area, git fetch will not tell you, because git fetch will just modify the changes from your remote repository to your local repository. Once if I will list, once if I will hit enter, so it will tell you that we have fetched it from this URL, means our origin, and it has fetched new branch which is feature 2. And where from? So it from origin feature 2. Now list the content. So git branch vv. So still now I can see that we have only two branches in here, main and feature one, means it didn't have tracking branch. It's just created a feature 2 branch on my local repository from our git repository, but it didn't create any link by default. If I will list git branch r, so yes, it has fetched the changes in my local Git repository. It is showing origin because it has reference, but actually it is changing whatever the stuff in my local Git repository itself. We will see that using fetch head file. Now what I will do, I will create a link in here because in here I have it has created tracking branch for main and feature one. So let's create a tracking branch for our feature two also. So git, you already know how we can do that, git checkout and feature two. So it has set up our track remote branch from feature 2 to our local feature 2. If I will list the content from git branch vv, so now I have three branches, three tracking branches, main, feature 1 and feature 2. And if I will see the details about it, them, so git remote, so origin, so I have all the details about it and all of these are up to date. Okay, and all these three remote branches are tracking branches. Now let's try to delete our newly created branch from GitHub. So for deleting the branch, I will go in here, I will go to the branches, and in here I have feature 2 branch. Let's delete it. Now I have deleted the branch. If I will go back, if I will list the branches, so I have only main and feature 1, right? Now let me again try to use git remote show origin command. So if I will list the content in here, it is in the background, it is showing the changes from our repository, right? Now if you will see that both feature 1 and main is showing tracked, but in here it is telling that refs remote origin feature 2 still. Okay, means it was deleted from there, but it has not configured the changes in our local. So it is telling to use git remote prune to remove it. I will use my prune command. So whatever the changes I have bring from my GitHub to local using my feature 2 branch, I should have to remove it because on GitHub it was deleted. So what I will do, I will use git remote prune whatever command it is telling me in here, and I will use name origin. So once if I will do that, it will tell me pruning the origin and it has pruned feature 2. If it has another branch deleted, it will have also pruned this newly created branch. If I will show the git remote show origin, now it looks fine, right? Now both of these are tracking branch and we have these two branch for push operations and they are up to date. Now we have only local branch and we can use it git push to push any changes, which we will do it later. If I will list the content in here, means the branches in my local repository, so it still has feature 2, it didn't have deleted my local. So for that what I can do, I can check out to my main branch, which I did that. Now I can use git branch and I don't want to go through any trouble or messages, so I will use capital D for force deleting my branch and I will use feature 2. Okay, so I have deleted my feature 2 branch. So this is for your git fetch operations. We will learn about git fetch when we will be performing manual git pull operation, means we will first perform git fetch and then we will perform merging. So now let's see the git pull operation in action. So basically it is the contents of git pull equal to git fetch plus git merge fetch head. Now what is this fetch head file? We will see this when we will be fetching our file. So let's see how we will be performing our git pull operation. So first we will check out local branch and make sure it will be your tracking branch and has a corresponding remote branch. So we will check that using git branch vv. Then we will try to enter git pull. So what it will do in the background, so git will fetch the changes from remote to local and then it will also update fetch head file that contains SHA-1 hash of the latest commit in remote for all the tracking branch, okay, which it will go to integrate with your local branch, and then it will perform git merge fetch head. In the background, it will be fetching git merge fetch head. If you will perform git pull directly, it will not tell you the details about it. Okay, we will also try to use git pull with option v verbose, which will tell us about the whole process in the background using git fetch plus git merge fetch head. Okay, and now this merging can be either fast forward or three-way merge. Now we will see the operation in git pull, but let's see what is fetch head. So if you are performing git pull, what git pull is basically equal to git fetch plus git merge fetch head. Now what is this fetch head? So let's see about it. So what I will do, I will go to my terminal, and in here if I will list the content, so git branch hyphen vv. So how it is knowing that there are two branches and there are all these things in here and how they are tracking branch. Now what I can do in here, I will try to use git fetch. Although I have all the things up to date in here, once if I will use git fetch, so it will tell me that whatever is from this URL, it is telling that from main branch it has bring all the changes and it is up to date. Similarly from feature 1 to this feature 1 up to date. Now how it is knowing that it is up to date, right? Similarly if I will use git pull, it is already up to date, but if I will use git pull option B, it is telling up to date. Now how it is knowing up to date? This one is how it is knowing up to date. Here we have using option verbose. So if we will go to .git folder, and if we will list the contents of all the files, so we have something called a file called fetch head. Okay, if I will list the contents of fetch head, so it has, if I will minimize, if I can minimize it, I cannot right now. So what it has, it is storing the SHA-1 value of the latest commits of my both branches. Okay, so that's how it knows that this branch and this branch is up to date. Similarly if I will use my git log, so if you will see that this value and this value from your feature 1 to E36 on my local one, because this origin one will be your remote but this one will be your local, right? The green one, the red ones are from your remote but the green ones are your local. Now how git knows that these remote repository are also on the same? So the git fetch head is used for that. Git fetch is always whenever you are entering git fetch, so it will fetch all the latest commit SHA-1 value from your specified or subsequent branches. So from our main branch it has fetched the latest SHA-1 value, from our feature 1 branch it has fetched our latest SHA-1 value. That's how git knows that your local remote repository, your local repository and your remote repository of a same branch is equal. Okay, so that is your git fetch head file. I will clear the terminal. I will go back. So I am hoping you have cleared about the fetch head file concept, and it is very helpful and it is most asked. Now let's understand git pull with fast forward merge, and we will also learn about it with three-way merge or recursive merge, and in that way of merge we will try to perform git pull manually. Okay, so let's first see the git pull with fast forward merge. So currently what I have origin head and origin feature pointing to this one branch, right? So this one is my local repository of my feature one branch, right? Now what I will do in my remote area, because origin is used for remote, in our remote repository I will create some files in my feature one branch itself, and then I will try to pull it. So what it will do, it will basically change the pointer of my head and feature to just the latest commit on in here. Okay, and what it will do in the three-way merge, so in three-way merge it will be different, means our local branch or our local repository will be one branch ahead, right? There will be one branch head in here and our head and feature will be pointing to it. Now once we will perform git merge fetch head, what it will do, it will pick the pointer from here, and it will pick the pointer from here, and it will create an extra merge commit in here. So we have seen this when we were discussing our three-way merge, right? So that's what the scenario as of now. So I will move on my Ubuntu VM, I will go to my repository, and I will check out to my feature one branch, right? And let's create a file in here. I will create a file. I will name the file name as file in feature one, and I will write something that creating this file in feature one branch. Okay, I will commit the changes from directly in here. I will provide okay, it looks fine to me, and I will click on commit the changes, right? Now what I have the diagram same like this, means I have feature one branch which is pointing to here, but I have origin or remote feature one branch here. Okay, I can also verify it with my git log command. If I will go in here, if I will type git log, so I have, so it is telling the feature one branch in itself in here, right? Because we haven't fetched any changes, and it is telling that feature one branch it is still in here. If I will quit it, and if I will type git remote so origin, so it will tell you that it is it is up to date the main branch, but the feature one branch is local out of date, means there is something on GitHub that was changed to that repository, right? Now let's try to push the changes. So I will clear the terminal. I will use git pull option V. Once if I will hit enter, so it will give you some bunch of details, and in here it will tell you that this main branch was up to date, but this feature one branch was changed. The files and folders and applied it to my working area. How I can verify that? If I will list the contents in here, I have first folder and I have readme.file, and it is telling the files and folders in my main branch. That's why it's not showing my newly created file. If I will check out my git feature one branch, right, and if I will list my files and folders, so I have still my first folder. And now if I will type git pull option V, as this was a tracking branch, so you have seen when we were on our main branch, so it has just that hey, it is up to date, but it has earlier changed our origin backslash feature one. Okay, so it has just changed our origin backslash feature one, it didn't change our feature one local branch. But when we change locally to our feature one branch, and once we will perform git pull, then it is telling that hey, you have changed it, and if there was one insertion in the file, and earlier our feature one branch was to on 2e36, same like our origin one, origin backslash feature one. Now it is changed to 0d23. Earlier the origin feature one was on also 2e36, and now it is also changed to 0d2. Okay, now if I will type git log, so I will have all these things in the sync. So you can see now it has 0d23. You can also see the staging area, git ls files, option s. So I have file in feature one branch also. I will clear the terminal. Now let's try to use git pull with using three-way merge, and we will also see this three-way merge process or git pull using manual process. Means first we will fetch remote changes, and then we will use git merge fetch head file. So for this what we will do, I will move on my Ubuntu VM, and I will check on which branch I am. So I am on my feature one branch. I will list the contents. I have these two files in here. Now what I will do, I will create a file quickly in here. So touch file in local.txt. Okay, it's done. If I will check the git status, so it will be in my working area itself. Let's try to add it to staging area. Once if I will do that, I will use git commit option M, and let's remove option A. Okay, so now it has done, and now local feature one branch is on E33D, right? But my origin feature one branch will be one commit behind. Okay, how I can verify that? I can verify that using git log command. So you can see that my local feature one, the green one is our local and red one is our remote. So it is on my this one E339, but my remote one is only on 0D23. Now let me go ahead and let me try to make some commit in my feature one branch. So in here it is telling that one commit ahead of, one commit behind on my main. It has automatically detected the changes that I have just made. So we will see that. We will try to sync it using git push, which we will learn later. Now in here what I will do, I will create one more file in here, and I will use another file, another file only remote. Okay, and I will commit the changes. I will click on commit the changes. Now I have one file ready on there and one file ready in here. Now I have one file extra on my local environment and one file extra in my GitHub environment, right? Means in my remote area. So now let's try to, I will quit it from here. I will clear the terminal. So let's use git fetch command from here because we want to see the changes from remote git to our local git. Once if I will do that, so it will tell me that our feature one branch was not changed, but our origin feature one branch was changed because earlier it was on 0D23, now it is on CCD. Now what is this CCD? The CCD is like your latest commit, this one CCD. And what is this commit? This commit was for your file, another file only remote, right? But this file will not be on our working area. It is not on remote area because we have used git fetch. If I will use git log command, so it will tell me that head is on my feature one branch, but where is my origin feature one branch? So it is one commit ahead of it, that's why it's not showing in here. We can also use git remote show origin command. So it will tell me that it is locally out of date. Okay, and you know that whatever you are performing in here, whatever you are syncing, trying to sync it, both of these branches should be track branch. Now as we have used git fetch command, so earlier we used git fetch command, right, to bringing the changes from our local repository. So what we can do, I can open my explorer in here. Okay, and once if I will open the file, and let's try to unhide my file, and if I will go to my git, and if I will go to my objects folder, so let's try to see when it was last modified date. Okay, so last modified date was CC, means whatever the change, I will also tell you the properties. So this was modified just few minutes back, 10:52. And what is this? This is the latest commit that we have done on our GitHub. So git fetch has pulled the changes from remote repository to our local repository, but it hasn't changed anything in my working area. Okay, so it is still didn't have my another file that we have created in here, another file only remote. Now we have performed git fetch, means first part of git pull. To let's try to perform next operation, which is git merge fetch head. How we will do that, and how we can do that? So first let's verify the contents of fetch head, because whenever we will perform git fetch operation, it will change our fetch head file. So for that I will move to my .git folder and I will see the content of my fetch head. Sorry, cat fetch head. So now it has changed my feature one branch to CCD, and also it has changed my main branch in here. Now what is this CCD? The CCD is my feature one branch from my remote repository. So it has fetched the latest changes. Now let me try to merge it. So what I will do, I will use, also I can verify that using git log. My remote repository on is on CCD, which is not here because it is one commit ahead, and git log will only tell the logs from my local repository. Now let's try to explain git merge and let's perform it. So I will use git merge fetch head. Let me try to merge fetch head. Once if I will hit enter, so I should be working on a work tree and it is my git repository. So I need to go back and let me try to run again. Now as it is a three-way merge, so what it will do, it will open my editor, which is Visual Studio Code, to give a merge commit message, which is I am fine with this one, this message. I will save it and I will close it and it will automatically changed. It is ORT strategy. Sometimes it will tell you that recursive strategy. Now if I will type git log, so in here I have these two file in here, d4a06, and if I will try to copy it and if I will see the cat file for it, so it has two parent, which is confirming that it is a three-way merge, means it has two parents. One parent is from our ccd4, means our origin remote branch, and one is from 0339, this one. Okay, so this file we created locally in our feature one branch e339, and this e339, and this ccd4 was from our this one. Okay, I will dismiss, click on dismiss, and this one our ccd4c2. So this my latest merge has merged three-way merge and it has created parent for these two. So I'm hoping we have performed how we can perform git merge using three-way in our git pull operations also. Now I will create the terminal. Now it is possible that you may get a resolve conflict, you may get conflict while performing git pull, because it is not feasible that you already edit or create a new file. It is possible that you may edit same files on both local and remote, so that will create a cause in conflict. So let's see how you can resolve the conflicts. I will go to my remote repository and I will go to my main code, and what I will do, I will go to my feature one branch and I will click on file in one feature and let's try to edit it. I'll click on edit, add this line in remote to cause conflict. I will click on commit changes, file to cause conflict in remote. I will commit the changes. Similarly, I will go in here. I will check the branch, so it should be feature one. I will list the content. I will use the same file which was file in feature one. So I will use file in feature one. I will hit enter. I will press I for insert mode. Adding this line in local to create conflict. Press escape, then I will hit and save it. So I've closed my Vim editor. Now I will check the status in my staging area. So I have this file modified. I will add it and I will commit it. Edit the file in local to create conflict. I have hit enter. Now I will try to use git pull because I have edited the same file in both here. Once if I will hit enter, it is tell me that it has divergent branch. Okay, looks like my by default git pull operation is rebase. Let me try to first configure it to your merge. What I will do, I will use git config pull dot rebase strategy will be my false because I want to set it my git pull by default to merge. Okay, so once if I will hit enter, I have done that. Now let me try to use git pull. So it will tell me that you have merge conflict in your feature one file in feature one branch. Now what I will do, I will use my VS code at the same time. Now I have first one. If I will click on file one feature, so it has already detected that this one. In here you might have seen that this is showing the feature one branch and it is showing exclamation mark, means there is something changed. In here it is telling that there are three changes from local to remote that it needs to be pushed, and there is one changes that is coming from your remote which is not in your local. So Visual Studio Code is smart enough. I will go to feature in file in feature one branch. Now it is telling me the syntax the same like we have seen when we were resolving the conflicts. So what it I will do, I will clear all the things in here. So here it is telling the current change. So as I have check out to my feature one branch locally, so it is telling this line from my current change, and this incoming change is from E00D85. It is not telling the feature one branch from my local, it is telling E0085. So it should be the same like this one. So if I will go to here, so you can see that it is E0085. So it is my incoming change. Okay, so what I can do, I can go and I want to click on accept both changes. I have done that. I will go ahead and I will click on save. Now you already know if it will have a conflict, it will create three versions of a file in my staging area, right? So it has created three versions of my file in one feature. Now let me repeat again, what are these three versions? First one is our original file, second one is a branch from my current change, and third one is from our incoming change. Okay, now as I have made the changes in my Visual Studio Code, what I can do, I can use add to add it to staging area, and I will use git commit. I will just use git commit so that it will open my default editor to give me option for my merge branch. So you can see that I am merging my feature one branch. It's good to me. I will save it and I will close it. I will go to my terminal again and you can see that it has merged my feature one branch and we have resolved the conflict. Okay, if I will see the contents of git log, so it's good. Origin feature one branch in here, but my feature one branch was merged, this one and this one. So this one, what is this? It is from our remote repository, and this one is our local repository. So it has merged these two. Okay, I will quit it. I will clear the terminal. Now we have seen enough about git pull, git fetch. So git pull is basically kind of combination of git fetch plus git merge, and it is not a usual merge. It is git merge fetch head. And what is fetch head? Fetch head just containing the contents about latest SHA-1 value about your latest branches data. So let's see about the git push operations. Now if you will talk about the git pull, so git pull was not asking about any credential when you were pulling any changes, correct? But you are going to use git push, means you are going to push your changes to your remote repository, which is a useful one. So how you can push your changes? So for pushing changes, it does not needs to be same account. Means if I will use git log, so it is telling that author is DevOps channel 23 and my user Gmail is this one. And if I will go on my GitHub account, so it is also telling my user ID is this one and Gmail ID is this one. So it does not needs to be same. I can use different account also and I can push it too, but I should have a credential about that account. So it's just a coincidence that I have set up my author and Gmail as same like as my GitHub account. It does not need it to be same. If it will be same, then what's the point of distributed version control system, right? Means how developer will contribute to the same project. Okay, so I will clear the terminal again. If you want to see the which URL it is going to use for your push operation, we can see that using git remote v. Okay, now I have some changes in my repository. If I will go in my code, and if I will go in here, it is telling that this branch is 3 commits ahead and 1 commit behind from main. It is okay, but there is one feature, one branch changes that is on my local repository, but it is not on my this branch. Okay, so I can use my git push operations here. Also, if I will see in here, it has 0 changes from my remote to local, but if I will push the changes from remote to local, it has 4 changes. Okay, so what I will do, I will use git push option v. Now it will tell me the username, what username you are going to use, as it has this link set up. So the credential you should be using for this account. If you will use credential for another account which is not in here, it will not allow. Okay, now what I will do, I will use my account. So DevOps channel 23. I will use my password. So now we have got this error saying that the support for password authentication was removed on August 13. Means for prompting we have used our password, right? Which is not allowed. So you might have remembered when we were discussing or when we were setting our GitHub account, we have set up one personal access token, right? So if I will go to the settings and if I will go to developer settings, so I have my personal access tokens here, right? So if I will go in here, so I have this one and it is going to expire on 3 May, right? So I have this one and I have exported it on my desktop and I have this token, I have saved it. So I will copy it and now I can, what I can do, I can use git push again. I will hit enter. It will ask for my username, so I will give the same username. Now in the password, I will not use my password. Okay, what I will use, I will use my personal access token. I pasted it and it will not allow to show you because it's a feature of Unix based system. I will hit enter. Once if I will hit enter, it will start pushing your data and it has pushed all the changes. Now here are some stuff. What are the changes you have done? Now in here it is telling that this one, now my feature one branch was changed on my account. Earlier it was on E008, now it is on 5128. Okay, and also it has updating my local tracking ref, which is refs remote origin feature one. Means in this particular folder on my remote or on my local, it has stored feature one branch as this data, means whatever it had already, but now it has changed this data from this one to this one 5128. Okay, so I can also see the changes on my GitHub account. If I will go to my this one, if I will go to my first repo and it has my main, if I will go to my feature one branch, so now I have file in local branch in here. Okay, so we have seen this operation git push and it is very easy. It is not a
two-way process like git pull, which is git merge, git fetch plus git merge. Okay. Now let's see how we can sync our local branches to our remote branches or remote branches to local branches. So from syncing our remote branches to local branches, we have seen this. So we just need to use command git branch, git checkout and branch. It will create a tracking branch. Okay. But how we will bring our local extra branches to our remote branches, right? And also we will see how we can delete remote branches from our terminal. Now as I have git pushed it, so if I will go in here, it will tell me that all the things in my sync means there is no upgrades for my local, there are no upgrades for my remote. Now if I will type git branch vv, so it has only our two branches and both of these are tracking branch and both of these are up to date. Now what I will do, let's try to create one branch called feature 2. So git checkout option b and feature 2. As we have created feature 2 earlier, let's try to create feature 3. So I've done that. I will go to Visual Studio Code. It has already changed to feature 3. And let's try to edit this file in local. Okay. I will hit enter and I will write something. Edited this file in feature 3 branch. Okay. I will hit save. And what I will go to this control section and I will commit it. So I will write edit file in local in feature 3. I will commit it. I don't want to keep it in a stage and then commit. I will always commit directly. So I have committed directly. Now I will go to my terminal and if I will type git log, so you can see my feature 3 is ahead of my origin feature 1 branch or my feature 1 branch, right? Now if I will list all my branches, git branch option A. So I have on my remote main and feature 1. On my local I have main and feature 1 and feature 3 is extra, right? So what I will do, how we can push our changes from our local to remote. So for pushing the changes we have option called git push. For seeing the changes I will use option V and I will use option set, or let's try to use option git. I should be on my same branch, so git branch, I'm on my feature branch. Let's first try to push it. Once if I will try to push it, so it is telling that current branch feature 3 has no upstream branch. Now what it is, now this one is the branch it will always push whenever it will push the changes from here. Okay, so what I will do, I will use this command that is already suggesting me in here. I will copy it and I will paste it. So git push, and I will also use option V for verbose to give me the more details about it. And in here I will use feature 3. Okay. Now for if you want to use shortcut of set stream, you can use option U. Okay. So once if I will do that, it will again ask me for my user ID. I need to provide it. It is asking for my password. I will need to copy it again. And even if I will hit enter. Now what it did, it basically fetched the changes what I have done. It has also introduced new branch feature 3 on my remote. Also it has start tracking my feature 3 branch, and it has also added one ref folder on my local git repository, and it has added this folder, these refs. And we will see the uses how we can see use the refs folder. Okay, so the refs folder is very useful. So you can see this one also, whenever you will push the changes in this folder in my local, it will create a file. Now if I will go to my this one and if I will see the changes in here. And let me refresh this.
So now I have seen that feature 3 was pushed in here. Now if I will click on feature 3,
So it has the same. And if you want to see the changes, so if I can click on file in local, so it has this one. So I have pushed my local branch on my remote repository. Now my question, how you can push any another branch to another branch? So you can definitely do that using git branch origin, and you can provide that, hey, you need to push your feature 2 branch from local to remote branch feature 3. Okay, command, suppose if I want to push the feature 1 branch from my local to remote feature 3 branch, so I can do that. But first you need to bring all the changes from your remote to local. You should be in sync. Then try to create any extra commit on your local environment, and then you can push from any branch to any branch. Okay, so you can use option colon, and you can use this command. Okay, so now we have seen the example of how we can push the changes from local to remote, and how you can push from remote to local. So it's very easy. You can go here, and what you can do, sorry, you can go here, and what you can do, you can create any branch in here, you can add some commit, and in here you can create git checkout and then branch name. Okay, we have seen this. Now how we can delete our remote branches from local. So in here I have feature 3 branch pushed on my remote git repository, right? Now let's try to delete this using my local environment or from my local. I will use git branch vv. So I have feature 3 branch, right? Let's try to first check out to main. I am switched to main. Now I will delete it. So now it will delete the branches. Okay. So if I will see the git branch vv, so you can see it has deleted my feature 3 branch. Okay. So now it has deleted my changes, means my feature 3. Now I can push the changes whatever I have in here to here. So for that I can use git push option u. So it will delete the branches from feature 3 itself. Okay. Now let's move ahead and let's see the very useful command, which is git show ref. So it is very helpful for troubleshooting purpose also. So in here you can, if you will use git show ref, it will tell you the reference of all the objects that you have. So I have these folders. So these are just a local folder in your local git repository. Refs heads, refs remotes origin, whatever start with remotes means it is on GitHub. What's the name of this remote? So it is origin. How many branches you have? So you have feature 3, feature 1, main, and what's the sha1 value of them. Okay, you can also filter out with particular branch. So what I can do, I can use git show ref and main. So you have two, local and remote. Okay, so that's it for this section, and we have covered and discussed about git push, fetch, pull in details, and we have showed the illustration about them also. Okay, so if you like my content, please like, share, and definitely subscribe it. As I can see right now, there are 90% of audience that has not subscribed to my channel. So I would ask you to please subscribe it. It will motivate me to create more content like this. Okay, so let's meet in the next section. Hey everyone, and welcome to section 12. So in this section we will learn about GitHub pull request. In the previous section we have learned about git push, pull, and fetch command. We also understand that git pull is combination of git fetch plus git merge, right? So let's move ahead and let's understand GitHub pull request. What are these? And we will also see how we can perform branch protection rule and when to use branch protection rule. So let's first understand what are pull requests. If I will navigate to my VM, and if I will go to my repository, and if I will check my first repository, so you will see in here that only one developer has made all the changes in here, right?
So if I will go to the branches or code any section, so only developer, that is my account DevOps Channel 23, has changed to this repository, right? But in real world it does not work like that. So there will be many developer or contributor, those are having access to this repository and they will be contributing to this project, right? Now when pull request comes into the play, so for understanding this, let's understand this. So suppose we have three developer, developer 1, developer 2 and developer 3, right? And they are working on their own set of feature. At particular point of time, developer 1 has checked out to feature 1 branch, and after one commit ahead on main, developer 3 has checked out to feature 3 branch or feature 2 branch, right? Now there should be some way to see the improvement between these features, right? Now we don't want that the project should be on different branches. We will need to merge them at the end in our production streamline. So there should be a way to see all the improvement or the differences or changes between these branches, right? To compare the changes, to see the differences. And also there should be a way to approve or decline these changes done by other developer, right? So that's when the pull request comes into the play. The pull requests are fully manageable function in GitHub, which is used to provide some functionality like to see the improvement, to see the changes, to see the difference between two branches. Also, if you are going to merge to a particular branch, you can set a branch protection rule so that it will take either one approval to accept it, right? Now, by default, we will understand it later also. By default, it will not ask for any approval or review when you will be merging to your main branch, right? But you can send branch protection rule, which we will see later. Okay, now if you will talk about why the name is pull request, why not merge request, because we are merging the branches. So there is some remote branch and there is some local branch, right? And the working area are same, means there will be working area, indexing area and git repo similarly in our local. Now we are pushing or pulling the changes to get them sync in our remote to local, correct? Now, merge request is for merging the changes. Suppose if you are also merging the changes to another branch to another branch, then it can be work like that. But suppose if you have forked your repository, we will understand forking later. But as of now, let's talk about the forking as an overview. So fork is like creating a copy of any user's public repository on your repository. Okay, and you can push, pull any changes you can do, all the changes will be done on your repository that you have forked. It is not going to change on your on the original repository that you have fetched it from, right? So here you can definitely do the merge request, means merging the branches from one branch to another branch. But the pull request is different. The pull request is for pushing the changes to the main repository that you have forked it from. If you want to see the changes or if you want to suggest something, and suppose if you want to integrate any feature, so you can create pull request to the original developer that from you have fetched or forked this repository. Okay, so that's the difference between pull request and merge request. So pull request is not equal to git pull, because git pull is completely different and pull request are completely different. Now GitHub uses pull request as a name and GitLab uses merge request. Okay, but the functionality of both are same. But as if you will talk about me or many developer used to accept this functionality as pull request as a name instead of merge request. Okay, now why git pull request are not equal to git pull? Because git pull works on a specific branch and then it is used to merge to a branch, right? Now pull request, and you can obviously do git pull on your branch, you cannot on any other user's repository that where you have forked the project from. But pull request is you can push or suggest any changes you have done to that original public repository. Okay, so that's the difference between pull request, merge request and git pull. Now let's understand the pull request process story using the two developer story. Okay, so I will include only two developer as of now, and in my illustrations also I will be taking my two account. First one will be my dev optional account, and second one will be my original account, means my main account. And whatever idea I will show you here, I will perform the same on my illustrations. Okay, definitely on the real world, you will be performing a real world project. For illustration, I will be taking a simple project that I have already created in the background. So for now, as this is completely HTML and CSS application, you don't need to worry about HTML CSS as this is a Git course. So let's start this. So first one, I will have a John as a developer, and what he will do, he will create a new local branch, make some changes and commit it, and then he pushes to GitHub and creates pull request that hey, I need to merge my these newly created changes to my main streamline branch. Okay, in our case it is main branch, but in another case it could be another branch, release branch, right? Now there is another developer, or you can say that reviewer, which is Mike. So he John has pushed the changes to Mike, and Mike reviews John changes, and he accepts some changes, but he see review and asks John for some improvement. Okay, now John got notified about this improvement via his mail and also via GitHub notification over mail, and then he make additional changes and pushes the changes to remote again. Now again Mike got notified about this new improvement, and he verifies and approves pull request. Now by default John also can approve this pull request. So we will set up the function of branch protection rule also, so that only owner or administrator can approve the pull request. Okay, so he has approved the pull request. Now after this, so John was notified about the approval and he merged changes from feature to main. Also he closes pull request and deleted feature branch. So that's the process of the pull request. Okay, and here I am including two developer. In the real world there will be multiple developer involved, and there could be a discussion also that hey, this improvement could not be done. Suppose if Mike is telling that this should be improved, then another developer is contradicting that hey, you don't need to develop this now, you can develop it later. Then Mike tells okay, we are good. Then he another developer identified that there is another improvement that can be done right now, so John will push that one. So there could be multiple developer or contributor involved in this. Okay, so now let's move ahead and let's see pull request in action. And as I have said, so what I will do, I will take John as my DevOps channel account and Mike as my Sarvottam Rajput 23 account, which is my main account. Okay, so I will take this and I will create and illustrate you the pull request process using two developer story itself. Okay, so
So
let's see
here I
this.
am on my Ubuntu VM and I am with my DevOps channel account. So what I will do, I will take this as John, means my main creator or my main developer. And what I will do, I will add my another account, which is Sarvottam's account, which is this one. So I have this is my profile photo. So I will use this account as a approver or reviewer, or will explore which changes we can see, as I will set that repository to public repository, right? So I will go in here. I am with my DevOps channel account, and what I will do, I will create a new repository for the example. Okay, and in here I will use connect 4. So what I have done, I have created one script or a project, a very small project, which is a simple connect 4 game using HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. Okay, so I have took background image from somewhere, and then I have set up my JavaScript, and this is my HTML looks like it. So if I will go to my index.html on my files, so if I will open my index.html file with my Google Chrome, so it will ask for my first name. I will give XYZ, then I will give the name of ABC, and then I will give OK. And this is a simple connect 4 game. Okay, so whenever someone can make 4p first, they will win. Okay, here I will give blue, here I will give red, here I will give blue, here I will give red, and here I will give blue, and XYZ as one. Okay, after this I need to refresh the browser to again. Okay, so this is a simple connect 4 game. I will close this. So I connect 4 game, and here I will give the name simple connect 4 game is using JS and HTML. I will set the repository as public, and I will also explore the various options using my another account. Okay, I will add my readme file so that, and by default it will set to my main branch, right? I will not select any licensing, and I will not select any .git ignore file, and I will click on create repository. Okay, I have done till here. Now what I can do in here, clone this repository, or if I have already existing repository in here, I can definitely push it here. So let's try that, because we have already tried to clone way. So first I will navigate to my desktop, then I will navigate to my connect 4 game. I will list the content in here, and if I will type git, so it is not a git repository, so I need to initialize it. So I will initialize git init. Now this is my, I have initialized my git repository, right? In here, as I don't want to clone it, I want to push it to this one. How I can do that? I can go to my terminal, and as I have already made all the changes, and suppose this is my first changes, so what I can do, I can go in here and I can use git remote add origin, because I am giving my URL as origin as a name, and I will give the URL in here. So I will copy this one, I will go in here and I will paste it. Okay, once if I will hit enter. Okay, and so looks like my git status is not showing. If I will type git status, so I have all these things in here. Now what I can do, I can add it to staging area first. That's why I'm getting this error, and then I can commit them. Initial commit in local repo. I have done that. Now if I will type git branch, so I am inside my main branch and I have created my first commit. Now what I can do, I can use git push option u origin main. Now it will ask for my username. So my username is DevOps channel 23. In here it is asking for my password, and you might have remembered that my password was expired. So what I will do, I will generate a new password. So for that I will go to my account, I will go to my settings, and then I will go to developer settings, right? And then I will go to personal access token, and I will go to token classic. So it was set to expired and it was expired. If I will go in here, I need to confirm my password. So I can again regenerate the same token, and let's take these to 7 days, and I will click on regenerate token. Now I have generated the token. I can copy this token, because once if I will back from this page, I won't be able to recover it. And I will go to my all the pages all the round back, and I have token.txt saved on my desktop. Here I can close this one and I can paste this new one. Okay, and I will save it. Similarly, I can copy this, and what I can do, I can go to the terminal and I can paste the password, because it will not take my password. Once if I will hit enter, so okay, I need to fetch all the changes first. So let's fetch first. Is I will use git pull, and I will use the verbose option. So there is no tracking information for the current branch. So what I will do, I will first set the upstream. So git branch set upstream, the same as it is showing in here. to origin main and then my main. Means I am setting my upstream for my main local branch to origin main branch. Okay, so I can hit enter. Now it is set to my origin, and now if I will type git branch vv to see the changes, so now it is tracking branch, right? Because it is now telling just here. So first what I can do, I can first git pull, means bring the changes. So now it might have done that. Okay, I have to first tell what should be the pull strategy. So I will not merge rebase it, I need to merge it. So what I will do, I will copy the same command, and let me take to configure it via globally. So what I will do, I will paste it, and let me also give the option global so that I would not need to ask it again and again. So I can hit enter. Now what I can do, I can use git pull. Now if I am getting this error, what I can do, I can use rm option rf and then dot git folder. So it's run. If I will see the contents, so it's not my git repository. Now I will clear the terminal again, and now I will initialize my git repository. Now it's done. What I can do now, I can add my origin git remote add origin, and then my remote url. So if I will go in here, I need to copy this url. I can go in here and I will paste it. So it's added. Now what I can do, I can use git pull origin main, because I will first pull the changes from my remote. So it's done, right? It's fetched our new branch to main and my main. Now if I want to verify that my main branch is tracking branch, so I can do that. So it's not set to tracking branch. I want to check the tracking branch, so still my tracking branch is not set. So if I will type to use git push option u origin main, it will ask for my username. I will give my password. Okay, so let's first me. Okay, so I have all these things in here. I need to add them again. So what I will do, I will add it to staging area. Then I will commit it. Initial commit for in local itself. Now I have done that. Now what I can do, I can use git push u origin main. I will use my user account. I will use my password. Once if I will hit enter, so it is already telling that now my main is set to track my main branch. How I can verify that? Using git branch option vv, right? So now it's tracking branch. And now if I will go to my GitHub, and now if I will refresh my page, so I have all these changes in here, right? Also what I can do, I can go in here, I can type git pull option v. So it is telling that all things are up to date. I can also type git remote, so origin. So it will tell me the difference between current and remote branch. Okay, so all these things are main up to date. If I will go to my Visual Studio Code, so it has my readme.md file, and if you will see that it's in sync. Similarly, I can use my GitHub desktop and I can see the changes, it will be in sync. So as of now, I have created this very basic demo connect 4 game, and I have posted to my Git repository. And yes, we did face some issue, but we were able to mitigate it, and we are happy that we were able to mitigate it. I will first try to create a local branch. Let's call it at feature 1. So I will call it git checkout option B feature 1. Okay, and in feature one branch, what I will do, I will go to same time as Visual Studio Code. I have my feature one branch, and in HTML, or let's go to readme.md file and let's try to edit something. Editing this line in newly created feature one branch. Okay, I've done that. I will save it, and it's telling green line that it means it was added, and I have also got the tag as modified. In the real world, you don't be needing to modifying the readme.md file. You will be modifying the real world scripted files, right? Means HTML, JavaScript, or CSS, whatever the feedback you will get from another contributor that hey, you need to modify these improvement. Okay, so what I can do, either I can go to the source tree and direct I can commit it. So let's commit it. What I will do, I will use commit message directly, or I can go to the terminal and first I can add it to staging area and then I can commit it. So let's do this on my Visual Studio Code itself. I will use edit readme in feature one. I will click on commit. Once I done that, I can use git log to verify the changes. And in here, if you will see whatever the changes I am doing in here, so it is my DevOps channel account and my user ID is also same. Similarly, whatever the changes I am doing in here, it has my these branches itself in here, right? Means my developer DevOps channel and DevOps channel 23 gmail.com is here. If you have another developer, you can change it, and later on we will include another developer to make the changes. So now we have done that, and let's try to push our changes to our remote branch. So if I will refresh the page, we won't be have my feature one branch on my remote, correct? So what I can do, I can go in here and I can check my remote branches. So I have only origin set. I can also see the links using git remote option V. What I can do, if I will type to git push, and right now I will be on my git branch. If I will type git branch, so I will be on feature one. If I will type to git push, so in here I am on my feature one branch. If I was on main, it could have pushed because I set it the upstream. But here I need to set up the upstream again. So I will use git push, and the shortcut for set upstream is option U, right? And I can use origin and then feature one. So once if I will hit enter, it will again ask for my password. I can copy my this one, copy, then I will paste it. Now it has done that and it has detected the new feature one branch on feature one. Now if I will go to my GitHub, now it is giving that feature one had recent pushes 30 seconds ago, and now it is giving option for compare and pull request, right? So we have pushed our new feature one branch to our remote branch. Now let's see the pull request, whatever pull request we have done in here. So what we will do, we will check the open pull request, and we will also add comment and pull request, which is by default behavior. Okay, so let's do this. So for example, I will go in here and I will click on compare and pull request. So it's saying first line that if you want to compare it, you can compare it using different branch. For now I have only two branch, so it is giving option to compare to main and feature one, right? Now in here it is telling able to merge. If it has conflict, then it will tell you that first resolve it, then it can be merged. Okay, here I don't have any reviewers assigned. I will assign it later on. Also I don't have any assignee assigned. Okay, here I can create a pull request for publicly that I am going to edit it. So for now I am giving syntax like my branch name feature one, and I will give like edit readme file. added line in feature, line in readme, and want to merge it to main. Okay, it's look like good to me. Now it has also supported various things, means if I will go and select my one comma, then it will become as highlighted. Okay, so it's done. I will click on create pull request. Now I have this pull request open. What I can do, I don't have any contributor added to it. If I will go to here and if I will go to my collaborators, so I don't have any collaborators, right? But let's see how it looks like publicly by another accounts, as this is my public account. So I will go to, I will copy this link and I will go to my public link, means my another repository from my Sarvottam's account. I will go ahead and I will copy the link. Now if I will go in here, I am also able to see this pull request, right? I can click on this pull request, what it is about. Now what I can do in here, I can click on this one, or I can add comment publicly also. Okay, I will add the comment like, hey, that's great, looks fine to me. However, I haven't added this user to collaborator, but I am not getting option to merge it, right? But in my another account, if I will go to in here, if I will go in here with my DevOps channel account, I will give option to merge pull request because this account has administrator. So this merge pull request option will be visible to administrator and contributor too, unless you set branch protection rule. We will see that also. So if I will go to my DevOps channel account, I can post it and I will comment it. Okay. So I have commented, right? So I am on my DevOps channel account. If I will refresh the page, so in here I have this comment made by my another user, right? So what I can do, as I am administrator, I can merge the pull request. So I will click on merge. I can give the name as whatever. I can do that. I can click on confirm merge. It's done. And now as the merge was done, I can click on delete branch because it's not needed, right? And it's done. All the things are done. Now if I will go to my pull request, there is zero pull request, right? If I will go to the closed one, if I want to see about it, so I can see that. Okay, if you want to see the differences between them, you can see them by using this file change button. You can see that earlier this was done. Now this is the syntax of git diff command. We will also see about the syntax when we will be learning about git diff command. Okay, I can also go ahead and review the changes from here. Looks good to me, and I can click on submit review. Okay, I can also set up branch protection rule. We will set up later, so that unless it will give any review, we won't be able to merge it, okay, by another account. So we will see that also. So now what I will do, I with my DevOps channel account, and if I will go in here, I have git branch. I have still have feature one branch. I can delete it. Git branch option D, feature one. Okay, first I need to check out to main, and then I will delete it. Okay, I have deleted the branch. Now if I will type git branch vv, so I have all these things. Now I can pull the changes from my remote. Okay, so it has pulled all the changes. Okay, and it has also fetched all the latest changes. Now I have also added comments and approved my pull request, which is by default behavior. And if you have access or if you are a contributor, you can merge the pull request. But let's try to add new collaborators to our project. So for adding the collaborators, I am on my main account, means in my owner account. I can go to the settings. I can go to the collaborators, and I can go in here and I can click on add. I will add my user account Sarvottam and then Rajput23. Okay, so I can see that and I can click on add Sarvottam Rajput23. Once if I will do that, it is telling that it is in its invitation phase. So what I can do, I can go in here, I can go to my Sarvottam's account, I can go in here. So okay, so I have this one. I got that notification when I try to copy it, right? So in here I have this one. I can click on view invitation. So I will click on view invitation and I will click on accept invitation. So now it is telling you now have push access to DevOps channel 23 connect repository. Okay. Now I am with my Sarvottam's account, right? But now I have access to edit my DevOps channel account with Connect 4 Games because I have added collaborators here. If I will refresh the page, I will have one collaborators. Okay. So what I will do now, let's try to edit the files from here. Okay. And suppose this is my collaborator, my developer, and he will try to edit. So first I will click and I will create a branch. So I will click on feature 2. I will click on create feature 2 from main. I done that. And in here I will edit it and let's try to edit index.html page. I will go in here and I will click on edit this file and I will give the title name connect for exclamation mark. Okay. I will click on commit changes, update index.html. It's look fine to me and I will click on commit changes. Okay, so I have done that. If I will go to my this one repository, so actually I am using two accounts to show you how collaborations work in distributed version control system, right? Now I will go in here and I will go to my code. I will go to my branch section and if I will see that now my feature 2 branch was pushed by my another user, right? It is also telling the differences between 0 and 1. Okay. Now if you want to fetch the changes, you can definitely fetch the changes from there. So what I can do, I can use get checkout option B feature 2. Okay, and I can use get pull. Okay, looks like I need to set my upstream for the first time because my upstream branch is not here. So let's track it. So git pull git pull origin and feature 2. So I have all the files and it is telling that index.html was modified, right? So I have all the things. If I will type git remote, so origin, so it will tell you all these things are in sync. Also my Visual Studio Code will tell all the things are in sync. Okay, so I have done that. Now I can obviously click on publish branch and it will also create a pull request, but I don't want to do that. Now as I have added my another developer, means my Sarvottam's account as a collaborator, let me ask Sarvottam to push the changes and create a pull request to merge it to main. So I am in here and I am with my Sarvottam's account. Now I will try to create Sarvottam's account pull request. I will do Sarvottam is going to create a pull request. So now it's detecting the conflict. So there was no conflict in here. And in here I will click and create on feature 2 and I will give name as update index.html, update description, right? I can go in here And in here I can click on request reviewer as my DevOps channel. So I can click on request. Okay. So now what I can do, I can click on create pull request. Right. Now I will go in here. If I will go to here, so as this is now checking, what I will do at the same time, I will go to my Sarvottam's account, my DevOps channel main account, and I will go to the pull request. I might have also got mail about the pull request. Okay, so this one. So I can see that via mail also. So now I will go in here. I can go in here as this is my open one. Now in here I am getting option for merge pull request. It is my review requested. If I will go to my Sarvottam's account, so it is still checking that it can be merged or not. So once if I will verify, then only it will tell that hey, you can merge it, right? So I will go in here. I will click on add our my review. I can click on the drop down review changes and I will click on looks fine to me. Please go ahead. So you can see once if I have selected the reviewers as me, till then I cannot merge this file, right? So if I will go in here, so still now I am not getting option to merge this pull request. Okay, I can only close this pull request, means cancel it. So till now I'm going in here, I'm go to here, I can see all the changes that I have in here. Looks fine to me, and I will click the change at approve. I can also select as comment. So it will just give the single line comment. If I will click the type as approve, means it has reviewed the changes and it has given the type as approval. Third one is request changes. If I don't want that, and if I want to change the things, I can click on it, and I can go in here and I can select that hey, you need to revert it back. So for now I will give it and click on approve, and I will click on submit review. Once I have done that, my review was submitted, right? And now I can, earlier also this option was visible to me. Now if I will go to my this account, and now if I will see that it is telling that Sarvottam's DevOps channel, my main account, approved these changes, and now I am getting option to merge pull request. Earlier it was not giving option for merge pull request. So now what I can do, I can click on merge pull request. This looks fine to me, and I can click on confirm merge. Okay, and now the merge was completed, and now as feature 2 branch is not needed, I can click on delete branch, right? So now it's done. If I will go to my code with my DevOps channel account, and here it is my Sarvottam's account. So now I have only one branch and all the things were merged. Similarly, if I will go to here, if I will go to my DevOps channel account, this one, I can see all the changes. I can go to my code. It is telling pull request, but if I will refresh this, my pull request might be gone. If I will go to my code, so I have all these things in here. I have only one branch, but on my local, if I will clear the terminal, I still have my feature 2 branch, right? So first I will check out to main, okay, and then I will delete feature 2, and then I will pull all the changes. Okay, so it has pulled the changes, right? So right now, as if I will go to my Sarvottam's account, means my another collaborator's account, I done all the changes on my GitHub itself, right? But this developer might be working on Visual Studio Code, and he might be changing the real world project example on the Visual Studio Code itself. Okay, so that's how collaborations work. We have seen this also. We have opening and merging pull requests by our another collaborators. We have raised pull request, and our main owner was able to approve it or review it. Now if you will talk about the by default behavior, I was able to confirm or merge the pull request, right? Now what I will do, I will create a branch protection rule, and this is
important section if you will talk about the discussion on pull request. So I will create branch protection rule, and I will create so that it will require a review and approval before merging the pull request. So in here, when Sarvottam was going to create a pull request, it has asked the reviewer, right? And and Sarvottam was not able to merge it. Once the DevOps channel account approved his changes, then only he was able to merge it. So now what I can do, I can go to the setting. So let's do it using your main account. I am with my main account. I will go to setting. I will go to branches, and I will click on, let's create add classic branch protection rule. Okay, I will give branch name pattern and I will set it to main, because whatever the things I'm doing on my main. And I will click on yes, require a pull request before merging, and I will click on require approval 1, and I will also stale pull request approval when new commits are pushed. Okay, and these things looks good to me, and I will not do anything, and I will click on create. Right now this my branch protection rule was created for my main branch. So what I will do, I will go to my this account, my Sarvottam's account. Right, I am with my Sarvottam's account, and now what I will do, I will try to do all these things again from the beginning. So I will create a branch called feature 3. I will click on feature 3. It has created my feature 3 branch, and as I don't have Visual Studio Code set up for my this account, so I will edit the same on in here. So this time I will edit HTML CSS style.css file. I will go ahead and click on edit this file, and in here I will set as green. Okay, once if I've done that, I will commit the changes, update style.css. It's look fine to me, and I will click on commit changes. Okay, so I have done that. I can click on commit. Now I have made all the changes. Okay, so what I can do, I can go ahead and click on compare and pull request. So now it's telling this one. If I will go in here, so now this time my branch protection rule coming into my play, and it is telling at least one approver review is required to merge this pull request. So if I will not add this one, you will need to add another user. So I will click on request. Right, I can also use assignee, means I can add this work to someone else, and I can add feature 3, and I will add here, hi DevOps, please approve my changes so that I can merge it to main. Now again, due to my branch protection rule, it giving me pop-up that at least one approving required. If I will remove this, I won't be able to create pull request. Right, and in here I will click on create pull request. Again, if you will check about the mail, I can definitely get the mail. So if I will go in here, if I will go back, if I will go in here, so you can review, commit, or merge this pull request online at this one. Okay, and this one 0C7FF, it is done by my Sarvottam's account. So now I have got this mail. I can also click on this link and go to my pull request, but let's go to the link. So I will go in here, and what I will do, I will go to the pull request. I am with my DevOps channel account. Okay, and now I will click on this one. Okay, so now if I will navigate back, so now it is telling that review is required due to branch protection rule. If I want to bypass it, I can bypass it because I am administrator, right? So I am administrator, so I will not bypass this. The rule is rule, right? So I will click on one pending review. I will click on this, and was requested to review, which is my same account. You can also add multiple developer, and I will click on add my review.
I will click on, I will see the changes. So looks fine to me. He has changed gray to green, right? I will go in here. I can also review in my code spaces side by side. So I will go in here and I will click on, hey, looks fine to me. You may go ahead. Again, this has three types of commenting. First, it's comment. I can add this to my approval type with approve and request changes. I can click on this, and if you have added assigning type as Sarvottam Singh itself, so you get that notification that he has asked to request the changes. Okay, so I will click on approve, and here I need to give hey, and I will click on submit review. And if I will go to here, and if I will go to my Sarvottam account, so now he has approved the changes, and now I can merge my pull request. And now there was earlier cross icon, as he has got one approval during branch protection rule. Now I can also merge pull request. But let's try to ask the developer to merge the pull request. So I will click on merge pull request. It's done. I can click on confirm merge. Now it's done, and I can click on delete branch. Okay, so I have done that. So now my all the things are clean. I can go in here, and now I don't have any pull requests, and all the things are in set place. Run the changes. If I want to see the git log, so first I need to pull the changes. So I will type git pull to bring whatever the changes I have done from my here. And now if I will type git log, so I can see my Sarvottam's accounts also, right? Whatever the changes he have done. This one he has merged from here to this one, right? If I want to go there, all the changes were done by Sarvottam. He has approved it, and also my devotional accounts. So that's how collaboration works in distributed version control system. And I am hoping you were able to clear about this. If you want to go ahead and explore about with the GitHub desktop, you can definitely do that. With using GitHub desktop, you can also create pull request. You can resolve it inside GitHub desktop itself. I can click on add repository path. I can go to choose. I can go in here. I can click on connect, and I can click on open. I can click on add repository, and it will tell me all the differences in here. Okay, I will go to the history, so it have all the differences in here. Sarvottam Rajput had done all the changes. He has merged pull request, right? And also if you want to create pull request from here, you can click create it from here. Okay, so that's how GitHub desktop helps. And if you want to see the graphical way of all these things, you can open your Git Kraken. Okay, so I am hoping you are clear with this. Now let's move ahead and let's see the issue section within inside GitHub project, and it is also helpful. So if I will go in here, and if I will go to my this section, so what I can do, I can refresh the pull request. It might be gone. So if I will go to the issue section here, you can create an issue. Suppose if I will create the issue, and I will give background color is not looking good. Okay, and here I can assign it, and I can assign it to my Sarvottam account, my developer, and I can add description about it that hey, could you please change background color. Okay, and it's done. And what I can do, I can go ahead and click on create. Now this was created. I can also create sub issues. If I will go to my Sarvottam's account, and if I will refresh the page, so I have issue in my Sarvottam's account also, and I can go in here, and it will tell me that background color is not looking good. It is in an active state. Okay, I can go to here. I can see the authors, I can click on labels. I can add it to label that it is a bug, documentation, duplicate. I can click on assignee and there is one assignee. Okay, so currently the assignee is Sarvottam. So what I can do, I can perform all the changes in the background. I can come here and I can click on, hey, I have I have modified the changes. Please check and let me know. Let me know. Okay, and I will click on close with comment. Okay, so it's done. It was collaborator. Here has changed the collaborate completed. Now I can go to my Sarvottam's main account again. If I will refresh the page, so you can see I have modified the changes. Sarvottam has closed this as completed now. Okay, if you want to see the previous issues that was resolved, you can do that by navigating to close section. Okay, you can also check this one and you can click on label and you can fix it as enhancement or improvement. Okay, so you can do that. So now it is tagged as enhancement. Okay, so that's how issue works on tracking a particular issue, and you can assign them to particular developer or collaborator, and also you can assign it with the level. So that's it for this section for collaboration work using pull request, and also we have seen how you can set branch protection rule. So let's meet in the next section on illustration of what is forking and how you can contribute to public repository.
Hey everyone, and welcome to section 13. So, in this section, we will learn about forking and also how you can contribute to public repos present on GitHub. So, if you will talk about forking, so it will look like it is similar to cloning, but they works completely different. Okay, so what we will do, so first we will understand forking and cloning, what's the difference between them, and then we will understand forking what it is. So first, if you will talk about cloning, so what was it? So there was some parent repository by another developer and you used to clone the repository on your local repo, right? And whenever you will clone it, it will have that .git folder, which will have all the necessary remote GitHub repository details inside that .git folder, right? And if you want to push it, you cannot. You can just sync it from your parent repository to your local repository, right? If you want to push it, then you will require collaborator access to that parent repository, or you should be owning that parent repository, right? Now in forking, what it is, so forking will create a copy on your GitHub account. Okay, so there is one parent repository by another developer and you just click on fork option, and within a second of time it will create just a copy of that repository inside your GitHub account, and that is called a forked repo. Okay, and on GitHub it will tell you that hey, this repository was forked from another developer, and it will also give the name of the parent repository. Okay, and then from the forked repository you can push or pull any changes from your local repository to and fro, right? Now the question is how you can sync your parent repository to your local repository or your forked repository to your parent repository. So from your forked repository, you can create a pull request, right? Definitely you can create a pull request within your account, but you can create a pull request on your parent repository itself. Okay, and how you can sync from parent repository to your local repository, so you can set another remote link, right, upstream branch or upstream link, and then you can pull the latest changes. So by default, if we will list the content that with command git remote, so what it will do, it will tell you the link of your GitHub account, right? But for fetching the latest changes, what we will do, we will also try to set up our upstream link here. Okay, so we'll see that. So now let's move ahead and let's create fork using our another account. So for that I will be moving on my Ubuntu VM. Okay, so I am on my Ubuntu VM and this is my DevOps channel account, right? And if you will talk about my another account, so I have this one another account with Sarvottama's account. Okay, and I have some of the repository earlier back. Okay, with Kubernetes, Docker, Ansible, and all those things. So now what I will do, I will try to copy this one. So I will go to this project, and what I will do, I will copy this link from Sarvottam's account, this one, and I will go to my DevOps channel account, and what I will do, I will just paste it. Okay, so now I have pasted this, so I have an option for fork. Okay, so I will create fork now. And earlier what we were doing, we were just clicking on code and we were copying the code, and I will go to the terminal, I will move to my desktop, and I will type git clone and my URL. So what it will do, it will create a clone repository to our docker.js project. If I will list the files here, so I have docker.js project in here, right? Now let me navigate to my cd docker, and if I will type git remote, so I have the link of my origin which belongs to Sarvottam's account, right? So if I will go in here, so it's taking from my Sarvottam's account, which I don't want that, right? If I want to push the changes, I won't be able to do that. Okay, so if I will push the changes, it will ask for authenticate for this account, which I don't have. So how you can push using clone? So you should have a collaborative access. So you will ask Sarvottam that, hey, can you add collaborator access of my DevOps channel account to your account? So if it grants, then you can push it. Else you won't be able to push it, right? Now what I will do, I will navigate back and I will delete all the option. Okay, so I will delete all the files and now I have nothing here. Okay, so now what I will do, I will go to here and then I will create a fork. Okay, so I copy the link of Sarvottam's account or Sarvottam's repository and I will create a fork. Once I will click on fork, it will just take second of time. It will tell you what is the name that you want to keep it. So I will keep only docker.js project, and I have only main branch in my this repository, so I will keep that one. I will leave description as like, and I will click on create fork. Now within a second it will create a forked repository on my account from Sarvottam's account. Okay, so now it's done. Now what I will do, I will try to clone this one. So I will go to and click copy the link, right? I will go in here and now I will type to git clone and the link of whatever I have pasted. Okay, so once if I will hit enter, so it will clone for us. Now I have done that, I will clear my terminal, and if I will move to docker.js project and if I will type git remote option v, then I have this one as my DevOps channel account, right? But when I cloned it, it was not DevOps channel account and I won't be able to push it. Now what is this? If I want to push any changes, I can definitely do that because that's my account. And if I want to merge the changes from my DevOps channel account to Sarvottam's account, so either I can ask the user or the main admin Sarvottam to add my account as collaborators, or else I can create something called a pull request, okay, which we will do that later. Also, if I will type git remote, so origin, so I have all these things in here. If I want to pull the changes, so I can pull it, and all these things are up to date. So that's how we create fork. Now let's move ahead and let's discuss how to sync from parent to fork repository. So how you will do that? So first I have this setup currently, right? Means I have forked the repository, and then if I want to push or pull, I can do that, right, to my local repository. But how I will sync from parent to my forked repository? So how I can do that? I cannot just pull all the changes from parent to forked. So what I will need to do, I will need to create a upstream line first, means I will need to set up another link to this parent repository, and then I can pull the changes by mentioning that upstream link. Okay, so if I will type git pull, so by default it will pull from origin, right? And in our case, the origin is our forked repository on my account, which I don't want that. So I will first create a upstream link, and then I will type git pull and whatever the name of my upstream. So in my case, I will give the name as upstream itself. Okay, so it will be just a link name of this parent repository. So once if I have that changes in my local repository, I can push the changes, right? Also, whatever the changes you will do on your local repository, and whatever you will push or pull from your fork repository at your fork repository on GitHub, it will tell you the difference that this fork repository is one commit behind or one commit ahead of your parent repository main branch. Okay, so how we will achieve this for syncing from parent to fork? So first we will create upstream name remote repo, right, of our parent repository to our local repository, right? So what it will do, it will use to create a link, and then we will fetch all the changes from parent repository, and then we will sync the changes from parent repository. Okay, so let's see this. So if I will type git remote v, let me type again. So I have this account, right? If I will type git remote, so I have only origin, right? And this origin is points to DevOps channel account. Now if I will type git pull, so by default it will fetch the changes from here itself. Okay, which I don't want that. So what I will do, I will type git remote add, and I will name my parent repository add up as upstream, and then the parent repository name. So for parent repository, I will go to Sarvatam's account, I will go in here and I will copy the link, right? Go in here and I will go here and I will paste it. Okay, so I will hit enter. It's done. If I will type git remote option V, so I have all these changes. For if you will mention origin, it will fetch or push the changes from this one. If you will mention upstream, then it will fetch or pull the changes from each one. But it will not push it unless you are a collaborator. Okay, so for now it's just created a link on my local repository. So if I will type git branch option A, so I have only option for my remote origin head or main, right? I don't have any details about my Sarvottam's account. Else it will tell you that remotes upstream and then main or head. Okay. So what I will do, I will now type git fetch upstream option V. So once I clicked U and once I type tab, then Git is smart enough to detect that he wants to type upstream, right? And I'm also giving verbose option to check. So what fetch will do? Fetch will take all the changes and it will apply to my Git repository. Okay. So let's see this. Once if I will hit enter, so it has done that and it has fetched the changes and it has fetched new branch called main. So once if I will type now git branch A, so now I have remotes upstream main also. And if I want to see all these things in my this folder, so I can also do that. So if I will go to desktop, if I will go to Docker.js project, if I will go to .git, and if I will go to refs, so in my remote I will have two folder, origin, which is my fork repository, and upstream, which is my main repository. If I will open upstream, so it has my main, and if I want to see the contents of it, so what it will have, can you guess? So let's see whether your guess was correct or not. So I will go ahead and I will check from cd dot git refs remotes and my upstream. So if I will type main, so it will have the commit SHA-1 value of my latest commit in my main branch. So 8F16. If I will go in here and if I will go in here, so I have this one. Okay, 8F16, right? So that's how refs folder helps to track it. So now let's try to fetch the changes. So as of now, we have just verified that, yeah, we have set up our remote account. So what I will do, as I don't have Visual Studio Code set up for my Sarvottam's account, so I will try to make any changes in my this one itself. Okay. So what I will do, I will go to readme.md file. I will click on edit, and in here I will go in here and I will try to edit something. So developing a simple project in JS with Docker. Okay, so I have added this line. I will commit the changes from here itself. Update readme.md and I will click on commit changes. And all of these things I am doing on my Sarvottam's account. As of now, Sarvottam is working on GitHub, but in development environment, he will have another workstation and he will be working on another either on GitHub or Visual Studio Code, and then he will be pushing on the GitHub account. But for demo purpose, I've just edited Sarvottam's account on my GitHub link itself. Okay, so now I have the changes. If I will go to the code and I have the latest commit as 6CF5 and I have total two commits. First one is original and the latest one is whatever I have changed. Okay, update readme.md. Now if I will go in here and if I want to list the contents, so if I will type cat readme.md, so if I will go on the top, so I don't have that thing. Okay, so developing with Docker, so it didn't fetch our changes. So what I will do, I will clear the terminal. Also what I will do, I will check tracking branch for whatever we have. So I have only tracking branch from main to our origin main, right? So now let's try to use git pull upstream main and then verbose option. Okay, so in here what I will do, I can, so if you will see in here, so this has set to pull updates from origin, right? But I am providing pull op, so if I will just provide pull option, so it will fetch all the changes from branch, which I don't want that. So I have also provided option upstream, the link of our parent repository. So if I will hit enter, so it's done that and it has also bring my changes. And now if I will type git branch vv, so it's on my origin main and it is ahead one, means whatever the changes I've just fetched. So what the git pull will do, git pull will apply to my local repository, means my working area. So I should be able to see the git cat command. So cat readme.md, if I will go on the top, so it has bring my changes. So developing a simple project in JS. So now it is showing JS, this line. Okay, so I will clear the terminal. Now what I can do, I can use git push and I will not provide any option because my main or my origin is already tracking branch. So it will just push to my DevOps channel account, which is the by default branch. Okay. Now keep in mind that if you are, so right now as I have only one chase ahead, then it will do a fast forward merge, right? But keep in mind that you may face conflict in your real world project or three-way merge. Okay, so keep in mind. So once if I will do that, git push option V, so it is trying to push to my this account. Okay, so let's give the credentials here. And you already know my password will be on my desktop, which I have saved as GitHub token. So now I have done that and now it's telling that it's done. and it has also updated my refs folder to the main. Means earlier my main was on this one, right? And now it's on 6cf5. And now if I will go to my DevOps channel account, and if I will refresh the page, so I have readme.md file and it was updated 5 minutes ago. Okay, if you want to see the thing, so you can, so if you want to see the changes, you can do that. And my latest commit is 6cf5. Same is reflecting on this one, 6cf5. Also, if I haven't done any changes on here, so it will tell that, hey, this branch is not synced with this one, you may create a pull request, which we will do later. Also, we can directly click contribute from here to contribute it, and also I can sync forking from here. Okay, so I can also bring the changes from my parent repository to my fork repository itself. So that's it, how you can bring the changes from parent repository to your local repository or fork repository, right? So now let's move ahead and let's see how you can sync from our fork to parent repository, right? So how we were achieving earlier for pushing our changes from our main GitHub account to the parent GitHub account. So we were creating pull requests. So same is like in this one also. So what's our plan here? So on our fork repository, we'll create a feature branch and we'll do some modification and commit the changes to our fork repository itself. Then we will get an option to create pull request to parent repository. So we'll create that, and as my parent repository, I will also create parent repository a branch protection rule to review the changes. If it was not approved, then it will not allow to merge it. So we'll create that in parent repo itself. And then we will try to review it and accept the pull request, and then we'll try to merge it. Right? So let's see this. So first I will need to go to my Sarvottam's account. I am on my Docker.js project. I will go to settings. I will go to branches, and then I will click on add classic branch protection rule. I will set the pattern name as main. It's not main, it's main. I will click on require a pull string pull request, and then they are looking good to me, and I will click on dismiss tail pull request, and it's done. Okay, so I will click on create. Now branch protection rule has set up on my server thumbs account. Now what I will do, I can go to DevOps channel account. Either I can make changes on locally, means from my workstation, or I can directly make the changes on my GitHub account itself. Okay, so let's create on GitHub itself. Definitely you can do all these things in your Visual Studio Code or in your GitHub desktop. Okay, so it will make more easier, but on GitHub desktop it will also make easier. So I am on my DevOps channel account and I will create a branch called feature. Click on create branch feature from main. Then I am in here, and what I will do, I will go to the readme.md file. So for illustration purpose, I'm just updating readme.md file, but in the real world scenario, you will be updating real world projects. Okay. So now I am, so what I will do, I will try to click on edit. And what I will do, I will click here and add steps to create the application. Okay, so it's done. I will click on commit changes. Definitely you can all these things from your command line or GitHub desktop or Visual Studio Code or Git Kraken. Update readme in feature in forked repository. Okay, let's give the description also. I have updated readme.md in new branch feature in forked repo. So it's done. I can click on commit changes. Now I have committed the changes. I will go to my code, and at this page I will get option to compare and pull request, right? And also GitHub will tell you that this branch, this feature branch, is one commit ahead of Sarvottam's, means your parent repository. So what I will do, as I want to sync it with Sarvottam's, I will try to click on compare and pull request so that I will create pull request for him to review the changes and accept he wants it. I will go ahead and click on compare and pull request. Now it will tell you that whether they are able to merge or not. If you will edit some file in your Sarvottam's account and in DevOps channel account, it will create a conflict and it will tell you that hey, you need to resolve them first. Also in here it is telling where you want to create the pull request. So you are saying by default it is not giving option to create pull request inside your account only, right? But you can do that by clicking on compare across forks. If you will do that, so it will keep limit to your main account itself, which I don't want that. I will go to this one and it's done. Now I will create a repository feature one. It means I am updating this in my feature one branch. Let's give a more appealing look. In my description, I will give, hey Sarvottam, I have updated readme.md file in new branch in fork repository. Please review and accept. It's done, right? Now I will go in here and I will click on allow edit by maintainers, and I can either click on drop down create a pull request or I can draft it. So I will click on create pull request. Now it's done. If I will go in here, so my, as that is public account and also it has not added DevOps channel my collaborator, I cannot even merge it or I cannot review it or I cannot just accept the pull request or merge it. So it is telling that reviewing is required. Why? It is because of our branch protection rule. Now what I will do, I will go to my Sarvottam's account. I will go to this one. So if I will open mail on my Sarvottam's account, right? So I will get mail that Git DevOps channel 23 has created pull request for you, and if you want you can see the changes from by clicking in here. Also in the mail subject you will get the main description that DevOps has set. Also I will go in here, I will click on code of this project, and now there is one pop-up in my pull request. I will go in here and now I can see the pull request. So I will click on here and it is click telling review is required because of our branch protection rule. If it is not, it will just allow me to check and allow it, right? Now as I don't have any reviewer in place or my any collaborators, so I can definitely set reviewer here by clicking on here. But as I don't have any reviewer extra, what I can do, I can overwrite it and I can click on bypass rules and merge it. I will click description. Looks good to me. DevOps, please go ahead. Okay, and I will click on confirm bypass rules and change. In real world you won't be bypassing the rules, you will have another reviewer assigned which needs to review it. Okay, as I am admin, so I can bypass the rule and merge it. I will click on bypass and merge. So now it's done and now it was already merged, but you might be remembered that in earlier it was also giving the option for deleting the branch, right? So now it hasn't give us option to delete the feature branch, right? So why it is so? If I will go to my code section also, now my pull request is gone and now it is also telling that it was merged. But if I will go to here, I don't have feature one branch, But why? So that's a feature of forking. You will not get branches copied in here, right? So suppose there are thousands of contributors in the world and they wants to contribute to your project. They will have different name for your feature branch. So you don't want to keep all the branches or feature branches name in here, right? Now if I will go to my DevOps channel account, and in here I will get option to delete branch. Okay, so what I can do, I can click on delete branch because this is my DevOps channel account and it is my branch. If I will go to my code, so pull request will be gone, and it is also I have this one. Now how you can bring the changes? So you will again go to your account and you will type git pull then upstream. Okay, so that's how collaboration work in the real world. So I'm hoping you are clear how you can sync your fork repository to parent repository to and fro, right? Now let's move ahead and let's see section 14, which is all about Git tags. Hey everyone, and welcome to section 14. In this section, we will learn all about Git tags, and we will also see this when we will be on our Ubuntu VM. If I will talk about an overview of Git tags, so these are the similar like your real world example of tags, means you use tags to identify the current version or the current timeline of your project, right? So the Git tags are also similar like that. If I will talk about an illustration, so suppose there is a feature branch and I have created one tag at this particular event of time. So now what this will do, this will tag this project timeline to tag one. Okay, now if you are continue to moving on the same project, the tag will not move. The tag will point to the same pointer that it was created. Okay, so you can take git tags as a snapshot of current timeline. Okay, and now unlike your tag, the feature pointer or branch or the main branch or the head pointer will continue moving, but the tags does not move. Similarly, on master branch at this particular event of time, I have created tag 2. So you can create many tags if you want in your project environment. Now, if you will talk about the uses of Git tags, so basically they are used in both staging deployment and production deployment. So how? So both of these staging deployment and production deployment are used in CI/CD cycle, right? You might have also heard about it. Now the staging uses a version. So if you are in a staging version, so it is used for testing purpose within your environment itself, right? So you can use tags like alpha and beta version to identify the staging version. And in production, you can use the real world semantic versioning of the project like this one, version like this. But in staging, you can use hyphen alpha or hyphen beta. Now let's understand what is semantic versioning. So basically, this is a rule to create every version of software or your program. So whatever you have in the real world, but whether it is a software or a program, it will have a version, and that version will be followed by semantic versioning. Okay. Now how this semantic versioning is made of? So it is made of major changes, minor changes, and patches separated by dots, right? These are decimal. Now, the major changes are like a major update or a new feature that is going to implement, and it might contain to change your underlying package code. Okay. And once the major upgrade will increase to 1, so minor and patches both will reset to 0. Now, what is minor? Minor are basically small feature or small improvement functionality of your project or your code, but the packaging code will be same. Okay, they will not change your entire package or your entire code, and it will list if the minor version will be increased to 1, means suppose it is 28, so it will reset the patches to 0. And now the patches, you might have also heard about this term. So patches are like a small bug fix or security fix that is being rolled out on a regular interval of time. Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear with semantic versioning, and this approach is followed by every program and every software in the world. Whether you are using Windows version, whether you can find your Mac OS version, whether you can find the version of your Visual Studio Codes. So everything or every software or code in the world will be following semantic versioning process. Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear with major, minor, and patches. So let's move ahead and let's finally start Git tags. Now, what is Git tags? So we have seen this, right? It is a particular snapshot at a particular event of time of your project. So the Git tags are of two types. First one is lightweighted tags and another one is annotated tags. Now you might have remembered that when we were discussing about our important aspect in Git course, which was Git object, we have discussed that there was four object types, right? In Git, first one was blob, another one was tree, then another one was commit, and another one was annotated tags, which is this one. Okay. Now, if you want to create a lightweight tag, so you can definitely create it by git tag and your version name. Now, this version can be your number or any particular name of for your project, but it is best to follow number versioning. Okay. Now, whatever the tag you will put in here, it will be stored at git refs and tags folder. Okay. Now, the annotated tags, they are four type of object which we haven't discussed so far, and we will discuss it right now. Now, how you can create annotated tags? So we will use command git tag and then hyphen a and then our version name, and then we will also provide option m or hyphen m with our message. As this is also kind of tags, so it will store at git refs head tags, right? But it will also store at .git objects folder. Why? Because it is also kind of object, right? Now, unlike lightweight, so it will store your tag message and author details too. Okay. So let's move ahead and let's see how you can create lightweighted tags. So I am on my GitHub and you might have remembered that we have some project on our desktop. So if I will go in here, if I will go to my desktop, if I will list the files, so I have these things in here. Now what I will do for this tags illustration, I will use my connect for repository for illustration. Okay. So I will go ahead and if I will type git remote option VV, then I have this setup, right, which is for fetch and push. If I will type git remote show origin and I have missed E, so it will tell you all these things and it is up to date. If I will use git branch, so I have only one branch and at here also, if I will go to my repository, I have only one main branch, right? So let's move ahead and let's create currently. So if I will type git log, so I have all these things in here and my head main and origin main is on my latest commit which was merged. Okay, so let's create a snapshot which is called git tags at this particular event of time which is current one. So I'll press q for exit. I will clear the terminal and I will use git tag version 1.0.0. Okay, I will hit enter. Now I will use git tag to verify it whether it was created or not. Means it will list all the tags in your current project. So I have this file. Okay. If you want to show the details, so you can definitely show that using git show 1.0.0. So this one. Now let's try to add some file. So what I will do, I will add in here new file in my connect 4, or let's try to edit some real world project. So what I will do, I will open my Visual Studio Code for editing purpose. So I have opened it and now I will try to edit something. So I will type here congratulations, you won starting at this row and column. Okay, so it's done. I will save it, and if I want I can definitely tag go to source control and I can commit it, right? But let's follow our command line. So if I will type git status, so I have this change, I will type git add to add it to staging area and then git commit, and I will type modify js file for winning message. Okay, so it's look fine to me. Now if I will type git log, so you can see now my local pointer of head is one commit ahead, right? But my origin and my head, when it was on earlier, it has point our tag. Now our tag is not moved, right? Our tag will be at the same position 6B46. We can also verify that. So if I will go to my terminal, if I will quit it, if I will clear my terminal, and if I will go and list the contents in .git refs and tags, so it's version 1.0.0 this file, right? Now if I will list the contents of it, so how I can do that? Cat, so is also on 6B46, which we just already pushed. So if I will type git log, so you can see it's still on our previous commit, but our main or local main is moved to this latest point, okay, which we have set up. Now as these are lightweighted tags, so they will not create any folder in your .git objects folder, right? They are just simply lightweighted tags. If you want to see the details more about it, so for any tag, so you can do that by using git tag option v version 1.0.0. But as this is a lightweight tags, it will not tell you the details about it, okay? But if it will annotated text, it will tell you all the details about it. We will be seeing that one also. Now let's try to push our changes to remote. So I will type git push option v. It will give me credential for, so I will type my credential. For password, I will provide personal access token. And now it has faced the changes. And also my remote reps folder was changed. Okay, so now let me navigate to my GitHub account. And now if I will refresh my page, so now you can see that script.js was modified 4 minutes ago. If I will go to the commits, so you can see that modified JS file for winning message and my latest commit, right? Now I can go to the code again. Now if I will go to the releases section, so it does not have any releases. Okay, so if I will go to the tags inside the releases, it does not have any tag, but we have created command git push option v. So by default, the git push option v will not push your tags on GitHub account. Okay, so keep in mind, for that we have some other command, and that command also will only push your tags. That command will not push any changes except other than tags. Okay, so we will see that also. Now let's move ahead and let's create annotated tags. Okay, and this time let's try to edit something in at GitHub itself. So this time I will go and edit my readme.md file, and I will try to edit it, and I will remove it. Okay, and I will click on commit changes, updated readme.md file. I will click on commit directly to main branch. I will click on bypass rules and commit changes because I have branch protection rule set up. Okay, so I will go to the code. Now I have all the changes. It was updated. Now let me use git pull option v. So now it has detected and one line was modified, means deleted, and now my pointer is on this one. Now if I will type git log, so everything should be on same place, and my head of local and origin main is pointing to the same pointer, which is E5809. Okay, now I will clear my terminal and let's create annotated tags. So for that I will use git tag option A. So for now I will verify the tags, so it is 1.0.0. Now let's try to create first the same version. Okay, so I will use git tag option A version 1.0.0. Okay, with message my stable version of project. If I will hit enter, so it will tell you that 1.0.0 already exists. Why? Because lightweighted tags and annotated tags, they are works at a similar version. Okay, so they will not overwrite each other's version. So you need to provide another version. So I will give 1.0.1. Okay, or let's give 2.0.0. Okay, because this was my stable version and my major version. Okay, so I am good. I will hit enter. Now it has created. I can verify the changes using git tag. So I have two versions in here. I can also see all about this particular tag using my option V, right? So it will tell you that object is this one. It has this tag. It's of type commit. The tagger is my developer, this one, and my message, and there is no signature. So that's what is for your git annotated tags, the fourth type of object in your git. Okay, it has definitely, it might have definitely updated my .git refs and tags folder. So if I'll go in here, so if I will go to the tags, so you can see that it has updated my 2.0.0. If I want to see the contents, I can definitely do that using cat .git refs tags version 2.0.0. So it is pointing to 9D32, and this tag was pointing to 05809, right? So what are they? Why they are different? So you might have remembered that it is a particular object, but this tag of this version is storing all this data. Okay, so don't get confused. I will also use git cat file command to illustrate the difference between them. So for just for the example, if you will talk about the latest commit, so it was 05809 BD. Okay, so 058, which is showing this one. Okay, and if I will go to ed.git and objects, if I will list all the files and folders in here, so in here I will have definitely one file which might have just updated. Okay, so if I will go in here, so these are not at 9, this one was updated, and now this SHA-1 value is similar to this one. Okay, right? So this SHA-1 value, so inside that there will be one file, if you might have remembered, so 9D, and I will also tell you. So if I will go to 9D, if I will list the file, so I have 9D32C, right, which is pointing to same this one. So let's see the details about them. So what I will do, I will use git cat file option T. Let's first discuss about this one. What is the type of this one? E580. E580. So it is of type commit. So that's correct because we have provided the commit type of message in our tag, right? Now let's try to type option T with 3 to C2. Now this is okay. I suppose I need to provide 9D and then 3C, 32. So this is of our type tag, means the git object is storing the type as tag. But if you are going to see the details about it, about using git tag option V, so it is telling the SHA-1 value inside that data, which is what commit message that we have pushed in here, which contains the message and the author details. If you want to see the details about it, you can definitely do that. So first I will do E580, I will type P. So this one is containing all these things, which includes my signature, my user's account, my details, my tree, and my parent, whichever it is pointing to. If you want to see the details about this one, so I can definitely do that using P. So it is a tag object, right? Now I will clear the terminal. I will exit from this one, and I will exit from this one, and I will exit from this one too. Okay, I will clear the terminal again. And now by default, so I will push my changes again. it will again ask for my password. So you can set up the account and password in your .git credential file, but I'm not doing that right now because I have to push to different accounts, right? But you can definitely set up to push every time to the same account. And my password will be my personal access token. And now it has pushed our changes. If I will go in here, and if I will go to my this one, and if I will go to my repository, it still didn't detected our tags, right? If I will go to the releases and if I will go to the tags, it still didn't updated it, right? Because whether it is annotated tags or your lightweighted tags, by default it will not push to your GitHub account. So now let's move ahead and let's see how you can push your tags to remote. Now keep in mind that whenever you are pushing your tags to remote, it is only pushing your tags. It will not push any other updates like your files or folders. And if you are pushing any other, and if you are just using git push command with option V or not, so it will push your data, it will not push your tags. So let's see how you can push your tags to remote. I will type git push option V. So it will ask for my password, I can give that, and it is asking for my password, I can provide that. So it is up to date, right? Now what I can do, I can use and push my tags. So git push option V and hyphen hyphen tags, right? So if I will hit enter, it will ask for my password. So I will give my password and account name. Again, you can definitely set your username password in your .git credential file to not ask them again and again. So now if I will hit enter, so it will tell you that all these tags were pushed. Okay. So if I will go to if I will go to my GitHub account, if I will refresh this tags page, so now I will have two accounts in here, right? Now please keep in mind if you will make any changes in here, so let's make it. I will go to Visual Studio Code, I will go to the files, and in here I will again remove these files. I will again remove this congratulations line and I will save it. Okay, and I will commit them. So git add dot, it will be commit. Okay, so it was done. Now if I will type git log, so my pointer of tag 2.0.0 will be on my origin main and it will be on the previous, right? And now let me try to tag it to here, this one. So let me tag it, I will press Q for exit it, and now I will again try to use my annotated tags. So git, then tag option A version 2.0.1, and I'll provide message like same like my commit message, refix js file in a style file. Okay, so I will hit enter. Now my tags was created. So now I have my tags. So if I will type git tag option V version 1.0.2 or 2.0.1, so I have this tag commit which I have sent, right? Now let me try to edit one more file and let's try to commit the changes. So I will go in here and I will go to readme.md file and I will type interesting project. Okay, I will save it. I will go to here, I will type git tag, I will type git add dot, and I will type git commit option m, git commit option m modified update modified readme. So now it's done. If I will type git log, so I have one commit ahead, right? So I will press Q and I will not push my changes right now. I will clear the terminal and I will try to create annotated tags. So I will use git tag option A version 2.0.2.
I'll provide more message like fixed readme file. Okay, I will hit enter. Now it has created my tag. So I have 2.0.2, right? If I will go to my GitHub account, if I will refresh my page, so I haven't pushed my changes, right? Any changes here? And if I will go to the code, if I will go to my readme.md file, so it didn't have any changes right here, right? Which I just did. So what I will do, I will push any particular change. I will push. So if you will use git push option v hyphen hyphen tags, it will push all the tags, right? But which we don't want that. We will push only specific tag. So what I will do, I will use git push option v, and then we need to provide origin version 2.0.2, right? Now my question is, why you are providing origin in here? Because this version of your project is pointing to the commit that was not pushed, right? So if I will cancel it and if I will type git log, so this is not in sync, right? Because the main is on this version and this tag, but the tag is on this version which was not pushed, right? If I will type git so origin main, okay, I git remote so origin, so it will tell you that there is feature 1 feature 2 are stale and there are some difference, you need to fetch it, right? So what I will do, I will clear the terminal again, and now I will try to push particular version. So I will use git push option v and origin, and I will only push version 2.0 2.0.2, okay, and I'm using git push option v. Once if I will hit enter, it will ask for my password. I will give that, my personal access token. So once if I will hit enter, it has pushed our tag which is only 2.0.2, and if you will see in here I have 2.0.1 also. If I will go to my GitHub account, if I will refresh my page, I can go to the code, I can go to the releases, and I have 3 tags in here, okay, and I don't have 2.0.1 in here. I have just pushed only 1 tags. Now as I have pushed only tags, it will not push my changes, right? So I can also verify that if I will go to my code, if I will go to my update.readme.md file, so it has not pushed my changes. So for pushing the changes of your file, you need to push git push option v separately, okay? So DevOps channel 23 and my password which is personal access token. Okay, so now it has changed, and now if I will refresh my page, so now it has bring my changes, okay? So that's how git tags works under the hood, and I am hoping you are clear with all the concept related to git tags, okay? So let's move ahead and let's move to section 15, which is all about rebasing, and we will also understand how it is different from merging, okay? Hey everyone, and welcome to section 15. In this section we will learn about one of the important aspect in Git, which is rebasing. So many developers used to refrain rebasing while working on the project because it is destructive. Okay, so it is destructive operation, so you should be careful while working on this and while considering this rebasing. Basically you use rebasing to create or to achieve two results. Either you are going to merge it, means are you going to create an alternative merging, or else you are going to use it as a cleanup tool. Means if your history is looking messier, then you can use this as a cleanup tool. First let's understand how merging works. So this is our root commit, right, from our main branch. Then on the from root commit itself we have checked out to feature one branch, right? And at the same time another developer is continue to working on our main branch, and he's still working, and here also on the feature branch we are working, and
he has created two commits. Now after three commits on the main also they try to merge it, right? So once they will merge it, Git will create a merge commit for us, right? Now after this merge commit from here, our developer also created another branch or feature branch again, and he checked out to feature branch and he started working on this. And also there is another developer, he has started working on the main branch and he has created two commits. Now again after these two commits he has merged their changes and Git has created a merge commit for us, and all of our feature branch pointer, main and head is pointing to that merge commit. Now in this case this is very similar, means this looks very cleaner, right? But if you have many branches and many developer working on the project, it can look messier to you. So how Git rebasing works, we have some bunch of command, we will run that in the rebasing process and it will project a structure more cleaner look. Okay, so let's see this. I will clear all the links on my slide. So if I will understand the rebasing, so rebasing will move entire feature branch so that it begins at the tip of the main branch. Means how it is done. Now the rebasing will move entire branch so that it begins at the tip of the main branch. Means there will be main branch all with together, and then at the top of it we will have a feature branch. Okay, so how you will achieve this? So first you will switch to feature branch, git switch feature, right? After working on everything else, then you will type git rebase main and it will start the rebasing process. Now once it is done, so what it will do, it will create a branch and it will create all the main branches at the side, and at the top of it it will create our feature branch, right? Our feature branch will be on the top of it and our main branch will be in here itself, right? After this we will switch to main and then we will merge our feature branch, which will be a simple fast way forward merge. So if I will check the history, so first I will have, once if I will switch to feature and once if I will click on git rebase main, so I have this one and on the top of it it will add my all the feature one, right? Now one thing to remember, that whatever you have done in past, means in here, so I have these commit like same, means 1 2 3 4 5 these commits. So if I will go in here, so I have all these commit in here, and 1 2 3 4 these four commits are from my feature. So these four commits are from my feature, but their commit SHA-1 value will be changed. Here it will be another one and here it will be another one, right? So here it will be new commit messages, but the contents and all the thing, all the works will be there. So now what is it? So it has cleaned our history, right? It is a similar or a line like structure of our project, and also it has minimized two merge commit that Git created for us earlier, which is these two commits. So it has reflected on these two also. So after rebasing, how it looks like, we have this one in linear and our feature branch on top of it, right? And all these things are in linear way. So that's how Git rebasing works. Okay. Now you should be very careful while considering to it. So suppose if many developers are contributing to your project or many developer or contributor are involved in your project, you should be careful while using the rebase, because it will rewrite all the history by the other developer and you won't be able to find which commit and which has was pushed by which developer, right? All the commit SHA value will be gone and instead of this there will be new commit SHA value on the top of it. Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear and I'm hoping you have understood the disadvantage of rebasing. So be careful while using to it. So let's move ahead on our Ubuntu VM and let's see rebasing in action. Okay, now I am on my desktop and what I will do, I will create a new repository on my locally itself for illustration. So what I will do, I will create a new project and I will give the project name as Rebase example. Okay, and if I will hit enter, I will navigate to Rebase example folder and I will use Git in it. Okay, so if I will go in here, so I will have that folder Rebase example in here, right?
So now what I can do, I can create some files. So I can use touch website.txt, right? And I can also create touch footer.txt, right? So I have these two folders. I can add them to staging area and I can commit it. Initial commit, right? So I have this commit, and now what I can do, I can use this project in my Git Kraken. So I have opened my Git Kraken and I have opened my Rebase example project in here to see the things in the graphical way, that just like we saw in my PPT, right? I will try to create same kind of structure or example. Now what I will do, I am on my main. So from here, I will try to create one more commit. And all the main commit I will do on file website.txt, and on feature branch I will change only footer.txt so that I will not get conflict. For creating conflict in Rebase and how to resolve them, I will explain you in a bit. So what I will do, I will go ahead and open website.txt in my Vim editor itself. Definitely you can open it in your Visual Studio Code or GitHub desktop, and I will use very first line in my main branch, and I will exit it. I will add it to staging area. I will commit it, my very first commit in main branch. I have done that, right? Now what I will do, from here I will check out to main or feature branch, sorry. So okay, check out option B. Okay, I have checked out to branch called feature, and now in feature branch I will only edit my footer.txt file. Okay, so vi footer.txt. I will press I for insert mode. I will add first line in feature branch. Now for demo purpose, I am just using a simple txt file. In the real world, you will be editing or modifying or developing a real world example like JavaScript, HTML, CSS, or Java files, right? Press I for insert mode, then I will go to line mode and I will exit it. I will add it to staging area and I will commit it. First line in feature branch, it's done. I have changed it to feature. Now let me create one more stuff in footer so that I will have at least two commit. I press I for insert mode, added second line in feature branch, press escape, then WQ and exit. Then I will use git add and then git commit. I will here edit it to second. I will hit enter. So now I have two commits in main, and from main I have just changed it to feature. Right now, if you will try to rebase it, it will have a similar structure, but I don't want that. I need to create a complex structure for illustration purpose. So I will switch to main and then I will create two more commits here there, right? So let's check out to main and let's edit vi website.txt. Press I for insert mode, adding second line in main. I will use git add dot git commit m, add second line in main. Now I have commit from main and these two commits are from feature. Now also keep in mind, we will also note the SHA-1 value of my first feature commit, which is 7b66, and the second SHA-1 value of my second feature, right? So we'll also see when reversing will work, so it will change these
commits also. Basically, these commits will be deleted, means these commits will be garbage collected by the Git, and it will create two new commit, but the work will be there. We'll see that. And I will try to create one more commit in my main branch. So I will again use vi and my footer, sorry, website dot txt. Press I for insert mode, adding third line, I'll press escape, wq exit, git add dot, and then git commit third. Okay, okay, I suppose I type thirds. So now I have these one, right? So if I will try to merge it, so what it will do, it will create a merge commit for us, right? Which we don't want that. If we will try to merge, as rebasing is alternate of merge, right? So if we will try to remerge it right now, so it will be three-way merge and it will create a new merge commit for us, which we don't want that. So what I will do, I will first change to my feature branch, check out feature, right? Now I am checked out to feature branch, and now I will use git rebase main. Now just see here in the graphical way of git kraken how things will change. Now if I will hit enter, also keep in mind that I have the changes in my feature branch. The first line in feature branch was D349 and the second line was another one, means I have these two commits in my feature branch. You will see how these are changes, right? These will be garbage collected. So if I will hit git rebase main, so you can see that it has just changed all the structure of our it. All the main branch are here, right? It didn't change. If I will go to add second line commit was 2A59. So this will be same, right? This will be same, but it will change our feature branch commit. For example, the first line in feature branch commit is now shown value 5111. But if I will go in here and if I will type see the first line in feature one branch, it was 7b66. So now where are these commits? These are garbage collected by Git right now, right? So now I have main in here and I have feature in here. So what I can do, I can check out to main, git check out main. I have checked out to main and I can merge it to git merge and feature. So I can merge it to feature. So now my main branch and feature branch both are at this position. Okay, so if I want, I can delete my feature branch and I am good to go and I have a linear structure. Okay, so that's how git rebase works. It's an alternate of merge. It will makes your project looks cleaner, but keep in mind that it is completely destructive operation. It will rewrites all the history. It will just completely remakes all the commit sha1 value. Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear till now. Now let's move ahead and let's see how you can work with the conflict. So suppose if you have edited same file in both the branches, so how you can do that? So for handling this, you will also get these two pop-ups. Either you can abort the rebase or you can add the files conflicted file after resolving it to staging area, and then you can type git rebase continue, right? So let's see this also. So what I will do in here, I will check out to my feature branch. So git check out feature, and in here I will edit some file. Let's edit vi website.txt. I will add editing to create conflict in feature branch. Okay, so this is my website.txt file. Okay, so keep in mind, I will write it, save it. Now what I will do, I will add it to staging area and I will commit it. Edit website file in feature. It's done. Now I will check out to main.
and I will edit my same website.txt file. Now I don't have work of my feature branch, right? Whatever I have added, I will go to I and I will editing this line to create conflict in main branch, right? I will add it to staging area. I will commit my message, edit file, edit website file in main, right? I will hit enter. So now I have these things. Now, as definitely you can create one more, two commits in here also, two commits in here also to explain the things better. But for easier example illustration, I'm just taking one commit. Now let's try to check out through feature branch. So git checkout feature. So if you will try to merge it, it will also create a new commit, merge commit here, right? Which we don't mark that. So let's check out to feature and let's rebase main. Git rebase main. Once if I will hit enter, it will tell you that hey, you got a conflict. So either you can abort the rebase by typing this, or else you can go to the conflicted files, whatever conflicted files you have, which is website.txt. Then you can add it to the staging area. Then you can type git rebase continue. So I can definitely edit this file in my Visual Studio Code, but let's try to edit in my Vim editor itself. I will go in here. I'll press I for insert mode. I will remove all these things in here. And I will keep both this commit, right? I'll go in here, WQ exit, and I need to add it to staging area. And then I need to type git rebase hyphen hyphen continue. Definitely you can abort it from here too. So once if I will hit enter, so now it will open my Visual Studio Code for rebasing or commit message. It's look good to me. I will just close it. And now my rebasing is done, right? So if I will go to my earlier commit, so in my feature branch, I have edited this file and this commit was 5f60, right? And the message is same, edit website file in feature. If I will go in here, so edit website file in feature, and it has commit of 3std. So it has rewrites my commit and it has garbage collected this commit sha. Okay, so I'm hoping we are clear with this. I can open my Git Kraken in here, and to look things cleaner, what I can do, I can check out to main and I can merge my feature branch. Now all the things pointing to my main and feature at the same commit. What I can do, I can delete my branch. So git branch option D feature. So now my branch was deleted and now I have things cleaner, right? So I'm hoping you are clear with how you can resolve conflict while rebasing. So let's move ahead and let's see the last thing, which is interactive rebasing. It is also very helpful and you just use option I with option git rebase. And keep in mind that this does not work with branches. It works on the single branch. It just use head with the pointer. So tilde is used for parent, means if you are specifying head tilde 4 means the fourth parent of your current head. Okay, and once if you will hit enter, it will open your editor to specify whatever SHA-1 value you can change. You have various options to do, means you can reword it, edit it, fix up and drop it, right? So let's see this also. I will go in here. If I will type git log, so I have all these things in the linear way. Now what I will do, I will use fourth one as rebase, interactive rebase. So I will use git rebase interactive and I want to change it from fourth, right? So interactive rebase is used to change all the things from whatever parent you will specify here. So I'm specifying fourth parent from the head, which is from this one. So it will give all these commits from here. You can change all these commits from here. So once if I will hit enter,
it will open my by default set editor, and it will have pick things. Here you have various options to select it from, means you can type reward instead of pick, you can type fix up, you can type break, or you can type drop to remove the commit. So what I want to do, I want to drop my second line in my feature branch. So let's type drop. Right, it's done. I just need to save it and I just need to close it. Keep in mind I have dropped second line in feature branch. If you want to edit commit message, you can definitely do that. There has various option. For now I have just dropped second line in feature branch. Okay, 3AD3. So let me close this. It's done. If I will go in here, my second line in 3D was just deleted and it was cleaned from my history, and all the things were rebased again. So that's how Git rebasing works. So Git rebasing is very powerful and destructive operation. You can use them with the branch, and you can also use them while specifying interactive using your head branches or head pointer. Okay, so that's it for rebasing, and we have discussed rebasing in detail. Let's meet in our next section, and this section is going to be one of the important section. You should not miss this, which is advanced Git. Hey everyone, and welcome to section 16 of advanced Git. And please be informed that this is one of the important section in all our series. Okay, so please don't miss it. And let's move ahead, and in this section we will learn about some of the advanced topic in Git, which is most recommended and most task in your Git interviews. So first one, we'll learn about .git ignore file, what it is, how you can achieve this. Second one is we will learn more about Git commit, means we will learn about one more action, and it's going to be short topic. Then next we will learn about Git log. It is going to be more like of log, in which we will explore all about Git log options. Okay, then we will learn about Git diff, reset, revert, cherry pick is one of the important, and reflog and stashing and squashing. Okay, so let's move ahead. So first we will learn about .git ignore file. So if you want to ignore any specific file or folder or a pattern on your folder or file, you can use .git ignore file. What do I mean by ignore? So suppose if you have system configuration file or a password protected file which you don't want to commit it and you don't want to store it on a public repository. So how do you achieve that? Because the Git will just push all these things on your public repository, right? So to achieve this, we will create a special file in our Git directory itself called .git ignore, and we will mention whatever file we want to ignore or folder structure inside that file. Okay, so let's see this. Also, now if you are going to introduce your .git ignore file, so what it will do, it will create one more stages of your file structure. So earlier, what stages you had? So first one was untracked, then modified, right? So untracked will be completely new file. Next one is modified, in which the existing file is being modified, right? Then next one is stage, when you will add it to staging area, and at the last it will be unmodified stage, right? So there were total four stage of your Git files. Now there will be one more staging of a file which is called ignored, which will be coming from our .git ignore file, right? So let's move on our Ubuntu VM. I will open my terminal, and at the same time I will open my Visual Studio Code so that I will be able to edit or create my .git ignore file easily. Now what I will do, I will close it and I will open any folder of any Git repository for demo purpose. For this one, let's select Docker.js project, okay, and I will click on open. Now I have this, and also I can open it. I can open terminal in the side. I can navigate to my that repository, right? I will clear the terminal, and now I am inside my repository. Okay, so what I will do in here, I will create a file called .gitignore. git git ignore. Okay, so once if I will hit enter, now my git extension for Visual Studio Code has already detected this change. Now whatever change or whatever thing you will write in here, you need to commit your .git ignore file also. Okay, the changes will not reflect if you will not commit it. Okay, now in the .git ignore, I will mention that ignore everything with .star txt. So I'm using wildcard characters to mention any pattern. You can also specify any file like new.txt, right? I can save it. Now once if I will save it, so it will give you untracked. I will go to my terminal. I will use git status. I will hit enter. Now I have my .git ignore file, and whenever you will made any changes in your .git ignore file, it needs to be committed. So let me first try to commit it. So git add .git ignore git commit option M initial git ignore file. Now it's done, and now it should be tracked by git or unmodified, right? Now if I will try to create the same file new.txt, let's try that new.txt, and if I will hit enter, let's write something hello world. I will save it. Now once if I will save it, it will be grayed out and there will be no status of untracked or anything else, right? If I will go in here also and if I will type git status, so it will tell you that there is nothing to be check or track because we have mentioned this file in our .gitignore file. Similarly, we can mention pattern also, right? Instead of .txt, I can mention star.txt. Anything end with .txt, you can ignore it. If you are specifying any change, you need to save it and then you need to commit it again, right? So for now, let's specify any file. So I will use demo folder and then I will specify anything in it. I will control save it and then I will again add it to staging area and I will commit it again. Git ignore file, update git ignore file. It's done, right? Now let's try to create a folder and I will create folder called demo, right? The same like this one. Now if I will specify anything in this file, it will get ignored because we have mentioned in our .git ignore file. So I will go in here, I will create new file, hello.txt. I will go in here, hello, and I will save it. Now I have saved the data. If I will go in here and if I will type git status, it will not give you anything because the .git ignore just worked, right? Now if you will change anything in .git ignore file again, you can definitely go ahead again and commit it. If you want to specify commit, suppose if you have a large structured data and if you want to specify why you have given this git ignore, so you can add comments also. Ignoring demo folder as it contains sensitive data. So you can specify this one also, right? If you want to push it, you can definitely push it to your repository. The .git ignore file will also get pushed, but the contents mentioned in this .git ignore file will not get pushed. If you will talk about the common practices using git ignore, so you can mention bin folder in which your build folders are contains. You can also mention dependency project or like node.modules folder. So if you are using npm, so you can mention node underscore modules folder to ignore everything else inside it because it is a dependency, right? Similarly, if you have any Python file, so you can mention pyc file or .log file to ignore it. pyc and star.log. So you can ignore it. If you have any hidden OS file like thumbs.tb or ds underscore store, so you can mention those also so that it will get ignored and it will not make public to your thumbs.tb and
das underscore store, so that it will not get pushed and it will not be visible to your public repository. Okay. Now suppose if you want to find a template for your .gitignore file for any specific language or for any specific program, you can definitely do that. So either you can go to gitignore.io. So this is a thing, and if you want to provide Python, so you can provide that and you can click on create. So it will give you the contents of all the things. So you can just copy it and paste it right there, right? So it has ignored python.class file, your build folder, your lib64 folder, right? Your spec extension, piplog, right? So you can use this one. Alternatively, you can go to the github.com, GitHub, and git ignore. So you can go to this link also, and it has bunch of language and template for your .git ignore file, right? So if I want to search for Java, so I have file for java.git ignore. I can definitely do that. So you can go ahead, right? So you can see that here it is also hiding your package files, which is specific to your OS or your local environment, which you don't want to public it. So that's how you can find template for your .gitignore file. Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear with .gitignore. Now let's move ahead and let's see more on Git commit. So basically, in this section, in this topic, I will explain two things. First one, how you can add it to staging area and also commit it with the same command. Okay. And second, I will explain about how you can modify your last commit. Okay. So let's move ahead. So I am in my Docker.js project. I have nothing to commit or look out, right? Git status. So I have this git ignore file as in my modified state. So what I need to do first, I will need to add them to staging area, right? And then I will commit it, right? But alternative of it, you can directly use git commit option am hyphen am to add it to staging area and to provide the commit message itself, right? If you will not provide option m, if you will not provide option M and just this one, so what it will do, it will add it to staging area and it will open my default editor, which is Visual Studio Code for my commit message. And in this type of commit message, I can provide multi-line commit message, right? So let's try that. Once if I will hit enter, so it will open my Visual Studio Code. I can give here multi-line commit here. Okay. So modify dot git ignore file, and I can also add one more line. I have edited it second time, right? So in here I have added two lines, but in terminal you can't do that. So I will save it and I will mark it question mark and I will close the window, and in here if you will go, it's done, right? So it has edited it. So with the same command you can commit it and you can add it to staging area. Now the second type of thing I want to talk about when it comes to git commit, which is amend option in commit. So using amend, you can just edit your last commit that you just did. So if I will type git log, so my last commit is this one, modify.gitignore file. I have edited it second time. Now in this commit, if I want to change my commit message or if I want to change my author, I can do that. Now keep in mind, if I am going to use amend option, this SHA-1 value will be garbage collected and new SHA-1 value will be generated. So this is also one of the destructive operation, just like your git rebase, right? So I will press Q for exiting it. And now let's try to edit this one. And please keep in mind that the commit SHA-1 value was 7F90. Okay. So let's try amend option. So what I will do, I will use git
commit hyphen hyphen amend, and let's try to edit first message. We edited git ignore. Just it looks fine to me. I will hit enter. Now it's done. Now you can see that it has changed my sound value at FDD, and earlier it was 7F90, right? If I want to see the git log, you can see that now it has changed and my earlier SHA-1 value is garbage collected. Similarly, you can provide amend option and you can specify hyphen hyphen author, right? To change the author, and you can specify anything. So in this case, my author was DevOps channel and I will change it to my. So Sarvottam Kumar and Sarvottam Singh 23 at the rate gmail.com, and I will close it. Right. So once if I will hit enter, it will again open my editor. Definitely I can provide option M hyphen M to provide my message. And I edited git ignore file with author. Right. Looks good to me. I will save it. I will save it and I will close it. Save it and I will close it. It's done. And if I will go in here, it has changed my data. And it again also changed my sound value. Last sound value was garbage collected. Okay, so these two things I wanted to talk about when it comes to GitHub, Git commit, right? I will clear the terminal and let's move ahead. Now let's talk about Git log and we will explore all about Git log in here. So let's move again. So if I will type git logs, so by default it will tell you all these things using commit one, author, date. If you don't want to do that and if you want to see all the things in one line, you can provide one line option. So you have got all these things using your shaman value and the message. You can also specify hyphen hyphen graph to see them in graphical way just like your git kraken. Okay, and it will tell you that this commit has only one parent, this commit has only one parent. So you can provide that as it don't have any other parent, so it is giving a single line structure. I can also combine them, means git line graph and hyphen hyphen one line. So it will give you all these things in both of them combined. Okay, if I will type git log hyphen hyphen state, so it will give you all the details about the each commit, what things were changed and how much insertion was there and how much deletion was there. Okay, so it will, so git log will tell you this and git log state will give you this, the details about the changing also. Okay, now if you want to get an summary, so you have command called git short log. So you can get the details about git short log also. So if I will provide option here, so it will give the shortest thing and it will combine them with your author, right? So Sarvottam Kumar has changed two things, Sarvottam Singh 23 has changed one thing, and Devotional has changed two things, right? If you want to give with option N means sorted by number, so you can definitely do that. 221. Okay. If you want to see mail about the author, so you can provide option E, so it will give you the mail also, right? If you want to filter anything with your git log, so you can definitely do that. So suppose if I want to filter out with author Sarvottam, so I can provide here and I can go to Sarvottam. It also supports your wildcard characters. I can specify Sarvottam star. So if I will go in here, so it has supported, it has two commits with Sarvottam ID. Also, I can use grep to filter out not with author, with anything inside my SHA-1 value. Okay, so git log hyphen hyphen grep equal to dot git, right? And I will provide a star. So once if I will do that, so it will find all the things starting with dot git. You don't want these kind of data and you want to format the output of git log, so you can definitely do that. So suppose by default how git log one line was working, so git log, right? So it was working like this. Now if you want to provide anything, so you can definitely do that. So I can specify git log hyphen hyphen pretty equal to format, and then I can provide percent %h. So basically these are the variables used by Git, right? So percent %h is for your complete SHA-1 value. So if I will hit enter, so it will only give SHA-1 value. If you want to add something, you can definitely add here, like commit SHA. Okay, so it will give you, means you can change all the patterns. You can also create aliases, means suppose if you want to run this command whenever you will type git log, so you can definitely do that, and you can set git aliases. So we will set up git aliases later in the sections. If you want to specify or print git log to show only merged commits, so how you can do that? I can type git log hyphen hyphen merges hyphen hyphen one line. So as I don't have any merge commit which was created by Git in this project, so it is not giving anything. But if I will give non merges, so it will give you all the commits that was non merges. So no hyphen merge. So as all of my commit is not merged, so it's giving all of my data. Okay, so that's how you can play with Git log, and it has supported various of the options, right? So that's it for this lecture, and let's meet in the next lecture and let's talk about Git. Hey everyone, and we have covered more about Git log and we have explored various options in it, right? So let's move ahead and let's explore more uses of checkout. So basically, we have discussed it earlier also. Git checkout is used to create or switch branches. Also, it is used to commit SHA-1 value. And you know that if you will check out to any specific SHA-1 value, it will go to detached head state. Okay. We have also discussed about various things when you are in detached head state. So in this section, we will talk about one more use cases of checkout, and also we will learn about Git restore. So both of them achieve the same thing. So we'll learn about it. Before starting, I want to talk about the referencing of head throughout your branches. So you already know that current tip or latest commit SHA-1 value is pointing to your branch pointer, right? And your head is pointing on that branch pointer. Now, if you want to specify any particular SHA-1 value, and if you don't remember the SHA-1 value, but you remember that yes, you just did that change one commit behind. So you can mention had tilde one, right? Similarly, one commit more ahead will be head tilde 2, and then one commit more ahead will be head tilde 3. Okay, suppose if you have branch in here, so how you can mention this head, and then you can mention this icon, and then tilde, and then one or two, whatever you have. So if you have this branch, right? So this one means you are in on another branch, and then first parent of that branch, right? So you can do that also. So now you have understood how you can reference the head using your latest commits. So let's move ahead. So I'm on my Ubuntu VM and I have opened Docker.js project inside my terminal and my VS Code side by side. Now suppose the file is not of only 28 lines. This file is of thousands lines, and you have made any changes by mistake and you have write something. Okay. So you will write something by mistake, and this is of 10,000 of lines. So how you will identify that what changes you have made? Suppose if I will save it also, how you will see that at which line you have made the changes? Instead of checking each line one by one, you can use git checkout command, right? So what I can do, I can use git checkout and I can specify wherever my head pointer was at latest and that my file name. So docker compose, right? So it will check out if I will go in here, and if I will go in here, so you can see that this one was removed. So that's how you can go and check for the unmodified changes, right? If you will see the git status, so if it is saying anything, then you can go ahead and commit it, right? That's the one use of your git checkout. So you can remove or get rid of unintended changes made in
a long file. Similarly, git restore is used. This same thing, the same command, it can be used to achieve that one also. Okay. So you can mention git checkout head, then your file name. Similarly, you can mention your git restore. So what I can do, I can go to this file again and I can make any changes. Suppose this is a 10,000 of lines. I am writing bunch of things, right? And I have saved it. Now I don't know where I have written this because this is a 10,000 lines of code. So what I can do, I can use git restore and then my file name. Okay. So my file name is docker compose yml. So it will do the same thing. If you want to specify that, hey, you want to restore the files from one commit behind, right? So how you can do that? So for that, you can mention source option in git restore. Okay. Git restore hyphen source, and then I will specify head tilde one because I want to change my this pointer, my docker compose file, to do whatever changes that was made one commit parent of my current commit. Okay. And my file name, so docker compose.yml. So as it didn't have any changes, so I can modify also. Suppose if I will not specify loca, okay, and I will make this change, I will save it and I will commit them with the same command that we have learned, right? And update docker compose. So now it's done, right? So what I can do in here, I can again make any more further change. So let's change it to local again and let's try to commit it again. Update docker compose again. And now let me make a bad commit. Okay, so this one is my bad commit and I will make same change again. Bad commit. So now my head is on this bad commit, right? Which I don't want that and I don't want to reflect these changes. So what I will do, I will use git restore hyphen source, and this time I will use head tilde one because one commit earlier of my current commit, it was local and it was good, right? And my file name. So once I will hit enter, the change was made, right? So I'm hoping you are clear with get checkout. So we have seen three uses of checkout. First one was detached, then use of branching, and then unstaging or staging your changes, right? And then we have also seen the use of restore. So now let's move ahead and let's learn about Git diff. Now let's talk about Git diff. Git diff is used to view changes between your two commits, your branches, or between your files, between your working directory and staging area, and many more options, right? Now one thing to remember that output of Git diff is more important in this case, and you need to understand how it is showing the output, right? To understand Git diff, I will add one line. Let's say hello world in there. I will save it and in here I will use git diff hyphen staged. So as it has all the changes committed means I don't have anything else. Let me first try to add it to staging area. Now I have these things in the staging area. If I will use git diff stage, so I will have the difference. Now let's understand what the output because we need to understand the output of git diff, right? So the first command is telling that you have used your git diff command. It will use a file that was the original file and the b file that was edited file, right? So in here it will use a for your original file and b for your updated file, right? Now the updated and the original file also uses sha1 value, so it is telling that now the minus will represent the representation of a file means our original file and plus will represent our new file. Okay, now let's understand this one. So it's telling that from file A means from our original file,
This git diff is showing 5 lines are extracted starting from first line. So if I will go in here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these 5 lines are extracted and starting from 1. Okay. Now if I will go in here, it will tell you that from file B means +1, 7 lines are extracted starting from first line. 1, 2, so it will be 7 line and it will be starting from 1. Right? Now this one is totally controlled by Git, because suppose if you have thousands of lines, it will not tell you all the thousands of lines in there. It will just show you bunch of code where the main changes were made. Similarly, this thing is in my working area. If I want to list all the changes in working area since your last commit, so I can use git diff and my head. It will tell you the difference between your last commit and the current working area. Similarly, you can provide head tilde 1 to see the difference between one commit ahead, one commit previous, and the current working area. Okay. If you want to filter out it with a specific file, so you can filter out also. So if I will specify git diff head and let's give another file, docker file. So it will not tell you the any difference because the file was not updated. I have edited only readme.md file. So that's how you can filter out it with specific file also. Right? So these were related to commit. Now let's see how you can see the commits details. Okay, so I will just close this one, I will save it and let's commit it. So git commit fun am fix readme file. Now it's done. If I will type git log hyphen hyphen one line, now if I want to use git diff and let's take the commits for 5 to ca, and then either you can use space or you can use double dots, right? And I will use 5 to ca and 6 to 64. Now keep in mind that this precedence also matters. Suppose if you will specify 6 to 64 earlier and 5 to ca later, the output will be changed. Okay. So if I will hit enter, so it has detected the change and it is telling that the first one was git ignore and this one was git ignore, means it is telling that earlier the git ignore was this one and this one was git ignore, means only git ignore file was changed during this to this change. And it is also telling the difference. The div slash null telling that the file was empty, and this one is telling that you have added these stuffs earlier. Okay. Similarly, you can differentiate your branches also. So if you have two branches, you can definitely compare it. Okay. So let's try to do that. Feature, right? And let's try to edit something. Editing this file in feature branch, right? I will save it. And what I will do, I will go here and then I will commit it. Git commit hyphen am first commit in feature. I will hit enter. Now I have do that. What I can use now git diff feature and then double dot and my main. So it will tell you the difference between these two branches also, right? So I can navigate to my main again. So I'm hoping you are clear with git diff. So git diff is used to compare your working area, staging area, your specific file. You can compare your specific file with your latest commit for you within your working area. You can also compare two branches. You can also compare two commits. You can also compare two files, right? So let's move ahead and let's understand reset. So reset will move your pointer back to whatever commit SHA-1 value you have specified, and it will not create your new commit. It will just taking your pointer and it will apply. It is going to apply to your whatever commit SHA-1 value you have specified. Now, whatever commit SHA-1 value you have passed it back, it will be deleted or garbage collected, right? You cannot restore them. Now, there are two types of reset option. First one is soft and second one is hard. Soft one is also sometimes called regular reset. So in soft or regular kind of reset, you don't lose your working area. You just lose your commits, but it will apply it to your staging area and then you can take it back to your working area. While the hard reset will apply all the changes to your working area itself. And definitely you will also lose the commit in hard reset also. So let now if I will type git log hyphen hyphen one line, so I have these commits in here, right? Now what I can do, as I have this commit as my fix, I will try to add something and I will try to add some dummy stuff and I will try to commit it. Okay, so I will adding one line. I will save it. I will commit the changes. Git commit, add one line in readme. It was done. Let me add one more line. Adding one more line. I will save it and I will go ahead and I will use add one line and this done, right? So I have these commit. Now if I want to go back to my this fixed commit git log hyphen hyphen one line, so I have this fixed commit, right? And I have these two commits latest. So what I can do, I can use git reset and my SHA-1 value. So SHA-1 value I can specify only 4 characters, so 61E8. Once if I will hit enter, so now it has unstaged our changes, but it didn't change our working area because by default behavior of git reset is soft, right? But you can see that earlier git log was showing these also, but if I will check git log hyphen hyphen one line, so now these commits these commits are gone, right? So fix docker compose and these commits are gone, so means it has changed your github repository, your local git repository, but it didn't change your working area. So that's how git reset works by default and it is soft reset. Now let me try to commit these messages. So if I will type git status, so as it was soft reset, so it will unstage my changes to my staging area. Now let's try to commit them. So commit hyphen am, commit bad changes. So now I have committed them. If I will go in here, it will detect everything else. So now this time I will try to hard reset it. So what hard reset will do? It will also apply to my working area and my commits will be also gone. So what I can do? I can use git reset hyphen hyphen hard and my commit value. So commit value I can take. What was my fixed value? My fixed value was 61E8, right? So I will go in here and I will use 61E8. Now once if I will hit enter, you can see the working area changes side by side, right? So if I will hit enter, so you can see the changes are gone and definitely these changes are removed from my staging area also because it was directly applied to my working area. If I want to check my git logs, so my commits, my bad commits will be also gone, right? Now the git reset, it does not need to be work on SHA-1 value. You can also specify the referencing of your head pointer. Means I can use git reset hyphen hyphen hard and my head pointer, currently head is on this one, so I can go ahead and I can go to this one, right? So one, this one is 1 2 3, right? So if I will use tilde 3, so it will do the changes and it will also apply to my working area. Okay, so that's how reset works.
I will cancel it and I will clear the terminal and let's move ahead. So let's talk about git revert. So it is also sounding like similar to your reset command, but the working is completely different. Now please pay attention. So git reset, what it was doing, it was moving your branch pointer to back, right? Previous changes, and it was also eliminating your commit SHA-1 value, right? But in your collaboration work, suppose if you don't want to remove the commits made by earlier developer, and you just want to revert the changes back or undo the changes back to the specific commit, and it needs to be create a copy of that commit. So for that you can use git revert command. The working is also similar, it will undo the changes. In this case it will just create a new commit SHA-1 value. And let's try to add some bad data. Adding bad data in here. I will save it and let's try to commit the changes. So git commit -am commit bad changes. So it was done. If I will type git log -one line, so I have these changes, right? Now if I will use git reset, whether it is soft or hard, what it will do, it will reset or move my branch pointer to backwards, and it will delete this change made by, suppose if it was made by another developer, so how you will see the details. So that's how git revert is used for. So if I will use git revert and my commit SHA-1 value, which was 61E8, which was my fixed value, so what it will do, it will open my default editor side by side because it is going to create a new SHA-1 value for you. So it's looking good to me. I will press question mark and it's done, right? Now if I will type git log -one line, so you can see my copy of my fixed Docker compose was copied here, and also my it was not removed. It is there, right? I have just bring back my changes from here to there, so that whatever bad change made by another developer, it's also still there. So that's how you can differentiate and use git reset and revert according to your uses. So I'm hoping you are clear with git revert. Now let's move ahead. And let's talk about one new command, which is git cherry pick, and it works very much similar to your git revert. Means it just a cross branch functioning. Means if you have made any changes from another branch, it will copy and take that SHA-1 value and apply it to current branch, and it's create a new SHA-1 value. So in here I will check out another branch. So git checkout option B feature, and in feature I will remove this one, adding line in feature branch. I will save it and let's try to commit it. So what I will do, I will remove the changes from here, whatever I have commits in here, and I will try to commit it because this one is my fix. Git commit -am, my fix for this project. So I will hit enter. Now I will use D288. Okay, so D288. Now I will navigate to my main. So git checkout main. You can see my changes back right here, right? Now what I can do, I can use git cherry pick and my commit of D288. So once if I will hit enter, it has applied my changes and it has identified all the changes from my branch, right? Now suppose if I will type git log -one line, so it has also bring my changes from my feature branch, right? My fix for this project, it was from my feature branch, and my commit message was also copied, right? Suppose you don't want to commit it, you just want to keep it in staging area and you want to see the changes. So how you will do that? You will use the same command and you just mention no, sorry, no commit.
So what it will do, it will not commit the changes. It will just take this SHA-1 value changes and it will apply to your staging area, right? So if I will go to status, so as this was already applied, so it is not doing that. Let me navigate to my feature branch again. Git checkout feature, and in here I will apply advance, right? I will save it. These things I am making the changes in my feature branch. So I will commit and add with the same command git commit am. I will use modify readme and I will hit enter. Now it's done. Now it has given our commit value, right? Now what I can do, I can use git checkout main to check out to my main. And if I will go in main, it's a developing a simple project in JS with Docker, right? So this time what I will use git cherry pick hyphen no commit and SHA-1 value is 820f. So now this time if I will hit enter, it has not changed my changes. It has just coming to modified state. If I will go to status, so now it is modified state. So from now I can restore the unstaged changes or I can commit it. So let's commit it. Fix for my project. Right? So it has done all the changes and the modified tag should be gone from my Visual Studio Code. Now as I don't need feature branch, so I can use git branch and I will use capital D for force delete and my feature branch. So my feature branch was deleted, right? So that's it for git cherry pick and it is also one of the important command. Now let's understand about git reflog. So git reflog is kind of a reflog entry or log entry for your head pointer, your any branch pointer, wherever it was in the past. So if you will talk about git log, so git log command will tell you all the commits value that where the head was there and it will only store your commit SHA-1 value, right? But the git reflog will store all the entry and all the small changes even also where your head pointer or your branch pointers were. Okay, now how it is storing, so it is storing in the format of your name at the rate quantifier. So if you are showing the reflog for your head, so it will tell you head at the rate your numbers wherever the changes was made. Now keep in mind that it is only limited to your local repository. If you are cloning any public repository from GitHub, so it will not tell you the reflog entry for by the other developer. So I am on my project. So if I want to show the git reflog entry, so I can use git reflog show and head. It is telling all the details about my reflog entry, and here it is telling the syntax head at the rate number, which is my quantifier, right? I will go at the bottom, so it will have total of, so it has 41 reflog entry till now, right? But if I will use git log hyphen one line, so you can see that it is only some bunch of lines, right? But the reflog has almost 42 lines. Okay, 40. Why I am doing 42? Because it has started from 0. Now where it is storing, so it is storing at logs and then head. So whatever entry it is showing using git reflog, it is telling with help of these file. Okay, so you can see that it has 43 entry in here, right? Now as I am moved my changes, or let's try to switch from one branch to another. So I have git checkout feature. So you can see that it has also storing the value of it, but the git log will not store the value of it. Whatever the syntax it is using, my git log, which is this one, I can use this particular syntax to play with my git reset command, my git diff, and anything else, right? So I can use git
reset hyphen hyphen hard, and I can use head at the rate at the rate quantifier name, suppose 13. So it will reset it and it will apply to my working area. I can use git diff to specify the difference between these things. So 23 and head at the rate 14. So it will tell you the difference between these things. Okay. Now git reflog is not limited to your syntax like your name at the rate quantifier. The quantifier is not limited to name or the number. Quantifier can be anything. So you can also mention like git reflog main at the rate yesterday. So it will tell you all the reflogs on your main branch pointer from yesterday. So it will tell you that, right? Now the quantifier will also get changed and it will tell you all the date and time format, right? So that is the use of git reflog. You can play with it. You can have all the logs from the history for a particular head or a particular branch, right? I will clear the terminal. I have set up my Visual Studio Code to show the .git folder, right? If you also want to show Git folder here, what you can do, you can use Control Shift plus P in here, and you can use Open Settings here. So once you feel Open Settings in here, what you can do, you can go ahead and remove your .git folder from here. So it is telling the file exclude section, and you can remove it so that it will tell you the .git folder here. So I'm hoping you are clear with Git reflog. Let's move ahead. And let's talk about one of the more important aspect in Git, which is stashing. I will explain stashing using two example. First one, suppose if you are working on a main branch and you are editing one file, and after editing you just press Ctrl plus H. You haven't commit or added to staging area. Then suddenly your boss came and he's saying that he needs help with another file. Now, how you are going to save that? So you can use git stash. So you can just type git stash or git stash save. It will save it to the staging area. Now you can work on the file that your boss has asked for. Then you can come back and you can use git stash pop or git stash apply. It will take the latest stash stuff and it will apply to your working area. Now what's the difference between these two? These two are same, means git stash or git stash save, but these two are different. Git stash pop will take the change from stashing area and it will apply to your working area. It will delete from the stashing area. But the git stash apply, it will keep one copy of your data in the stashing area also, and it will bring back your one copy of a data and it will apply to your working area. Okay. Now the stashing is not limited to only one changes. You can have many stashes if you want, and you can use quantifier to bring back any specific stash. And the second case I am talking about is using branches. Suppose you have checked out to another branch and you have some uncommitted changes on that branch. Suddenly you need to somehow come back to main branch and you need to do something. So you have made the changes on your main branch and then you go back. Now you see that hey, your work is lost. So how you can achieve that? You can use git stash in the same case. Before moving to your main branch, you can save it to your stashing area. Then you can come back to your main branch. You can do your work, then go back to your feature branch. Then you can use git stash pop or git stash apply. Right? So let's see this. So if I will go in here, if I will check my branches, so I will have two branches, feature and main, right? I am in my feature branch. Now, what I will do, I will go in here and I will try to use something. I will try to edit something. Docker using JavaScript, right? Now, if I will check the status, so git status, so I have these thing unsaved, right? Now you don't want to lose this thing and your colleague came and asking help for your main branch. So what I will use git stash. You can also use save. Both will do the same work. Once if I will do that, it has saved my work to my stashing area. Now what I will do, I will go to my main for helping my friend. I have done the changes. I have helped him and I will come back to my feature branch. Right now again, I am changing something, I will save it. And while I am doing that, again my colleague came and he wants help in another branch. So this time also I don't want to lose this. So what I will use? I will use git stash again. So it has also saved this to my stashing area. So I will go to main branch. I will help my colleague and I will come back. Now, so for demo purpose, I have stashed some of the changes. Now, how I will see the list of my stashing work? So I can use git stash and list. So it will tell all the difference and all the stashing work that I have in my stash. So what you can do, you can go back and you can apply or pick any stash work. So if you want to remove the changes from here also, so you can use git stash pop, right? So if you will use git stash pop, so by default it will bring on the toppest stash value and it will apply to it, right? If you will git stash apply, so it will not remove from this stashing work from this staging area, and it will just copy it and it will apply it. Suppose I don't want the latest one, I want one behind the latest one, so I can specify this one. So what I can use, I can use git stash pop stash at the rate 1. So once if I will hit enter, so I have this one. So what I want to do now, I need to commit it, or if you don't want that, so you can ignore it, right? Similarly, if you will go back, if you have, so what you have to do, you need to first commit it or get rid of it, then you can again check or apply from any one of the stashing value, right? If you want to drop any stashing value, how you can do that? I can use git stash drop stash at the rate, suppose 0 you want to drop, so it has dropped. Now if I want to see git stash list, so I will have only 0 thing, means you have removed 0, right? But this one was our 1, so it has changed the index and it is bring back. So you might have heard about queue. So queuing also work the same. Suppose if you have removed one thing from the down, it will just revert all the changes or indexes by one down. So that's what for the stashing. I will do, I will remove this, I will save it, and what I will do, I will commit the changes. Git commit hyphen m fix readme. Okay, fix commit am fix readme, right? So I'm hoping you are clear with git stashing. Now let's move ahead and let's understand about git squashing. Now git squashing is can be achieved in two ways. First one, if you are using GitHub and if you are creating a pull request, it will ask you if you want to squash particular commits on a particular branch, right? Another one is using git rebase using option I, which we have already discussed it. What was the option I in rebase? It was for interactive rebasing, right? So for illustration, we will also see this in this lecture also. Okay. So let's move on our Ubuntu VM and I will open my Chrome in here. And I have Docker.js project inside here also, right? So what I will do, I will go to my terminal and first I will try to make some changes at my feature branch itself. Okay, so you might have remember I have added this commit recently, so let's try to add one more commit in my feature branch. Now I have three commits in my feature branch. Now what I will do, I will go ahead and I will push my changes to my repository. If I will see the git remote hyphen v, so I have origin as my DevOps channel account, which I will push it. So what I will do, I will use and push my branch to in here also. So what I will use git push option u origin and I will use feature. So once if I will hit enter,
It will ask for my password, so I will use my accounts DevOps channel 23, and the password will be my personal access token. Once if I will hit enter, it has pushed all the changes. If I will go in here, it will tell you that feature branch was pushed. So
right?
now I have pushed my changes at my Docker.js projects at my GitHub. So what I will do, I will go ahead and I will click on pull request. I will create on new pull request. And as I have forked it from, I don't want to ask Sarvottam to check this. I will use my same account and I want to create pull request from my feature to my main. Okay, and what I will do, I will click on create pull request. I'll give name as feature and I will use pull request to add feature to main, and I will click on create pull request. So now I've done that. I will go inside and I will get option to merge pull request. Now this is happening only on my DevOps channel account. I'm not going to create pull request on my Sarvottam's account. Now I will not click on the merge pull request. I will click on this drop down. I will click on squash and merge. What this will do, this will squash all the commit. It will combine all the commit of my feature branch and it will create a single commit with those commit at a single commit message and it will combine them. So see, I have these things, these four commits in my feature one branch. It is asking whether for the new commit, if you will apply this pull request and if you are going to merge, it will create not four commit SHA-1 value, it will just create one commit SHA-1 value and the commit message will be all these four. So I am good with it and I will click on confirm, squash and merge. So now this request was merged. I can go ahead and click on delete branch. Now if you have merged it, what it will do, it will take those four commits from feature branch and it will apply to the main. But right now what it has done, if I will go to the code, I will have only one commits from my feature branch. See here. So I am only one commits. If you will not squashed, it will have four commits from feature one branch and it will have combined it. So if I will go in feature, so you can see that these four commits were there and these were the lines that was edited. So you can see all these changes that I have done in four commits, it is combined to single commit, right? You
So
can also use testing in your local environment using Git Rebase option I. Okay, so how I will do that? So if I will go to and let's first pull all the request git pull. So it has done that and it have apply all the changes, right? Now if I will type git log hyphen hyphen one line, so you can see I have all these changes. So this time I will use rebasing to combine all these things. I want to combine all the commits from this one to this one, right? Now how I am going to combine them? So I will use git rebase. So you might have remembered that git rebase with option I with particular head pointer will give option to pick or rebase the commit. Okay, so let's see this. So this one will be my head, this one will be my head tilde 1, this one will be my head tilde 2, this one will be my head tilde 3, this one will be my head tilde 4 and this will be my head tilde 5. So let's use this. So I will use git rebase hyphen I head tilde 5. Definitely I can use the SHA-1 value also. Once if I will hit enter, it will open my command prompt and you can see that it is telling all these things from here, right? So all these things fix readme and add details about my project. Now what I am going to do, I am going to use a squash or s in front of it so that it will combine all of these things to one commit. So what I will do, I can remove pick, I will press s or squash. Same with this one, same with this one, same with this one, and I will keep it pick to this one. Now what it will do, it will take all these four commits and this one and it will create a single commit and it will squash all these commit to it. on the new commit using a squares, it will have combination of all these commit sha1 value messages, right? So I've done that. I will save it and I will close it. It will again open my editor to choose from my commit message. Looks fine to me. Now it has rebased. If I will now use git log hyphen hyphen one line, you can see that this one has changed. So earlier I had this commit. So if I will go in the top, you can see that earlier I had these many commits, right? Now I have only this commit. Okay. If I will go in the top, if I want to see the details about it or the message, so I can definitely do that. So I can use git cat file hyphen p and 076d. So you can see that this one was our request commit. It has tree and parent, and it has combined all our commit messages. Okay, so that's it for squashing. You can use it, and you can use GitHub, or either you can use rebasing to achieve this. Okay, so let's meet in the next
Let's
section.
start with section 17. So in this section, we will learn about GitHub pages and GitHub gists. So both of these are feature of GitHub, your web hosting repository. If you will talk about GitHub pages are your public website that are provided by your GitHub. They will have a custom domain like github.io. Okay, you cannot modify them. GitHub will create for you. Now there is additional option that for your GitHub pages, you can integrate them with your own custom domain name that you have purchased from your DNS provider. Okay. Now one thing to keep remember that they only allow you to create only static websites, right? Which you will push to your GitHub. Now, what do you mean by static website? Static website mean your HTML, CSS, or JS, right? It will not support server-side code like your Python, Ruby. Okay. Now, GitHub pages you can create in basically of two ways. Either you can have a user-based GitHub pages. So for user-based GitHub pages, it will be used your URL like username.github.io. Now, how when you will use it? So you should use when you have a personal or portfolio website, right? And basically, you should use your main or master branch in here. It will have only one user page per account, means you cannot add another user, and this should be unique under whole GitHub domain. Okay, so as our username is also unique, then this URL will be also unique. We will try to create it. And second one, we have project based GitHub pages in which we have our link for our main user based GitHub repository and then forward slash our repository name. So if you want to store your multiple repository and you want to include them on your GitHub pages, so you can include them here too. Let's first understand user based GitHub pages, and we'll try to create on GitHub itself. So I am on my VM and I will go to link pages.github.com. So if I will go in here, so it will tell you all about these GitHub pages if you want to see. And if you want a simple user-based GitHub repository, then you can create like this. Okay, so it is telling you this. I can zoom it for you. So you can see that here you can provide the repository name directly by .github.io. It will create the link for you. When you are creating this, keep in mind that you are going to build HTML CSS file directly on your main page or your main repository. You will not store them in a subfolder inside this repository. Okay. So hope we are good. And this is when you are trying to clone this repository, means you will clone it and you will add your on HTML file in there. But we will not do this. We will just try to create this on our GitHub itself, and we will try to add index.html on GitHub itself. Okay, so let's go ahead. So I am on my GitHub. I will click on new. I will name the repository as ghpages.github.io. If you want, you can give the name as your account name, right? And I don't want to include any license. I will not include a README file, and I will click on create repository.
So once if I will do that, I don't have anything else. I don't want to clone it. I will do all the changes on my code on my here itself. So what I will do? So in here, I will go ahead and click on create a new file. I will give the name as index.html. Let's give the basic name as h1. I will give the header and let's give the name as this is very first GH pages project, right? And I will click on commit changes. Looks fine to me. I will click on commit changes. Now what I need to do, I need to go to the settings. Now if I will go to the pages section inside here, and if I will go in here, so it's saying your site is live at this one. So if I will go in here, so you can see that my very first GH project is live and I can provide it with anyone who can access this. What I have done, I have created my GitHub repository and it is specific to my user. Right here, I'm not providing any repository name after this, like this one, right? So that's how you can create your user-based GitHub repository. You can directly provide your name and you can access them. Now let's try to create our project-based GitHub pages. So it will have a URL like your username.github.io / your repository name. Now how you will create this? So I have connect 4 game in my local repository, right? I will try to push it, or if I have already on my GitHub desktop or my GitHub, I will try to sync it and then I will try to create a link with it. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's say this. So if I will go on my code, or if I will go on my DevOps channel, my homepage, so I have this connect 4 game. So this is a simple game with JS and index.html, and I can go to the settings and then I can go to the pages, and in the branch I will first select source deploy from a branch, and I will select the branch as main. Okay, and this will be root. If I want to select a subfolder, so I can do that. It will be treated like a subdomain. Okay, and I will click on save. So it will take some minutes to show the things in here so that I will be able to access links from here. Now when I will come back after 1 minute or so, so it will tell me that my site is live at this one, right? And why it is because my index.html, all the needed files are on my root folder itself. Now you can see the link of this URL is like your user account.github.io / your repository name. Okay, so I will click on visit site, or I can copy this and paste this URL. If I will go in here, so I will have my game placed at here. Okay, so let's give the name. Let's give the name as bot1 and let's give the name as bot2. So if so looks like there has been glitch, but you can see that it's working fine and my GitHub pages are working fine. So that's how you can set up your custom repository that is placed or that you have already hosted on your local repository, or if you have already on your GitHub pages, you can convert them and you can use them your GitHub pages. That's how you can create a GitHub pages for your already existing repository. Keep in mind that the HTML or JSS should be in your root directory. Okay. And we have also seen how you can directly create our GitHub pages. So you can go to your click on new, and then in here you can go ahead and just give the name as your user account.github.io or repository name.github.io. So these will be user specific. So now let's move ahead. Now let's try to create a basic React app. So we will try to use our GitHub pages for our React app, and we will use GitHub pages module provided by npm to publish our app to GitHub pages. Okay. So let's see this. I am on my home page. I will go ahead in here and I will click on new repository, and let's give the name as GH pages React. Okay, and I will give the description like a simple React app to publish using GitHub pages, right? I will include readme.md file. It will create a main branch, or and I will click on create repository. So what I will do, I will not try to clone it using my HTTPS. This time I will clone it using SSH. Okay, because you also should be aware of how SSH works and if you are talking about GitHub. Now, how SSH is going to authenticate you? Basically, it uses a public key that you will copy from your particular host to your GitHub account, right? Now, how you will get that public key? For getting that public key, you can go in here and you can paste all the things in here about that data and you can click on add SSH keys. How you will generate the SSH key? So for generating the SSH key, what you can do, you can go to here and just search for generate SSH keys for GitHub and I will click on Linux because I'm using Linux. First, I will list my existing SSH keys. So I don't have one. You can see I don't have one. It's only giving the reference of my current directory and my previous directory. So I don't have any SSH keys. So I will clear the terminal and I will move ahead with setting up a new SSH keys. Okay. So for setting up for generating a new SSH key, I need to do? I need to go ahead and copy this one and I need to paste it in here. I need to provide the same email ID that I was using for pushing my devops.channel 23@gmail.com. Right? So I have given that. I will press enter. Now it is telling that you will like to provide any file name. So let's give the file name or let's give the default file name and I will hit enter. I will not enter any passphrase and I will hit enter. I will hit enter again and there you go. I have my key generated in here. So it's giving the random art image here because you don't want to show it to public. We need to go ahead and check with we need to start the SSH agent in the background. So I will go ahead and I will copy this command and I will clear the terminal or let's paste it inside here. Press enter. So it has given our agent ID. Now I will add my SSH key for my agent. I will paste it again. I will hit enter. So identity was added. Now if I want to add it, so I can add it, right? So I can go ahead in here and if I want to go in here, so first I need to see my public key, whatever public key I have stored. So I will go ahead and I will copy it and let's see the public key first. So this is my public key. So I can copy this public key and I can go in here. So basically these public key are specific to your OS or your particular workstation. So I will give the VM as Linux VM and I will paste it. Okay, I will press on add SSH key. Now it's been added. Now I can go back to my GitHub repository, GitHub pages React. If I will go to code and now if I will go to the SSH, now it will not pop up like you don't have SSH setup. So I can directly copy it. I can go in here. I am on my desktop in my Connect 4. I will navigate back and now I can use git clone and copy the URL of my SSH. Right. So once if I will hit enter, it will store and it is asking whether you want to accept the fingerprint. So yes, So I have permanently added my account to my this repository. So it will not ask for my passwords again and again. Okay. So now I have cloned my repository. If I will check for the link, so git remote hyphen v. So I have both of these link synced. Okay. So first let's pull the changes. So git pull hyphen v. So I have bring back my changes. If I will list the file, so I have readme.md file, right? Okay, so for creating a React app, I can definitely go ahead and create my all the necessary modules or dependencies file manually. But I don't want to do that. I will use npx module to create all the files automatically by npx package. Okay, so it will create all the necessary file for React app. What I will do, I will need to check for my dependencies. So how I can do that? First, I need to check the versions of my npm. So whether it is installed or not. So it is not installed. So let's install the npm first. Sudo app install npm. I need to provide my password. I'll press yes. npm version was installed. If I want to check the version, npm-v. So I have version 8.5.1. Now let's check the version of my node option V. So I have 12.22.9. And if I want to see the package version of npx, so I have also of 8.5.1. So now I am ready to move ahead and let's try to create our project. So now what I will use as my npm node and npx package was installed, I will use npx create React app and I will give the name as gh pages and React, same like my repository URL, like right. So if I will hit enter, so it is telling me that I need to update my node. So I cannot update it from my CLI itself. So I will go to my Chrome and I will go to node.js org in download and I can select my Linux and I will copy this URL. I will go to my terminal. I will go in here and I will paste the link. I will hit enter. Looks like it's done. Now I have the another one. Now it will try to install it using my nvm package. So it is installing latest version of Node using my nvm module. Okay. Need to check the version of my Node modules. So Node-B, it's 22.15.5. And if I will check nvm current, so it's also, and if I will check npm version, so it is also 10.9.2. So now I am ready to move ahead and let's try with npx package now. So npx create React app and let's give the name as gh pages and React. So once if I will hit enter, cannot create because of npm naming restriction. I should paste p and let's try it. So it will start it and let's proceed with y. So after 1 or 2 minutes, it's given that we are done. And at last also it is telling happy hacking. Okay. So now we have done, we can type npm run build to start our build. I will list the files in here. So you can see I have my .git folder in here. So I need to delete that. Why? Because I will try to establish .git or my GitHub repository at my .github pages -react. Okay. So I need to remove this. Okay. So it's done. Now it will not be any Git repository. So what I can do, I can go to GitHub pages. I will clear the terminal. And now
If I will list the files in here, so I have these things. If I want to open it with my Visual Studio Code, so I can type code and dot. So it will open my Visual Studio Code with this repository. Now, if I will go in here, it has created some files and folders for us. If I want to zoom it, let me try to zoom it. So you can see that npx package has downloaded these files for us automatically, and it has also this package.json, which is a dependency file. Okay. And this one also package log.json, and it is also source and app.css file, our index.js page. Okay. So the npx has created all the files. If you want to do the manually also, you can do that, but I would suggest to go ahead and use npx package to create them automatically. Okay. So now I have all these package. What I can do, I can go ahead and type npm start. So it will start our npm server and it will start our pages. If I will go to localhost 3000, it will automatically start. And in the bunch of seconds, you will be able to see our simple React app locally, right? So now moving forward, I will not be using terminal. So I will be using Visual Studio Code inbuilt terminal. So how you can open inbuilt terminal? If you are on Mac, so you can directly type control plus your single quotes. But as I am on Windows, I need to type control plus shift plus tilde. So it will open my terminal inside my GitHub itself. And if you will go to the script section, so you can see that whenever I am typing npm build, so it's going to run this command in the background. For packaging or for deploying my app to my GitHub pages, what I need to do, so I need to install one more inbuilt package of dependency, which is GitHub pages. I am using my -d, which is for my development environment. Okay. So I will use npm install -d gh pages. So it will install my GitHub pages dependency automatically. I need to go to my package.json file and I need to modify something. So first, in the scripted section, what I need to do, I need to manually first need to add pre-deploy, deploy, and in the pre-deploy, I will need to type npm run build. Add one more that whenever I will trigger deploy, so it should run gh pages -d build git, right? So I will remote add origin. I will go to my link, I will go to the code and I will copy the SSH connection, right? Because I have set up SSH for this one. Go ahead, this one, I will paste. I will hit enter. So, okay, looks like I had to initialize my Git repository. So I have initialized it. I will press upper arrow icon. I will hit enter. Now it has added. Now what I will do, I will add it and commit it with the same command. Initial commit for my React app. It's done. I will press enter. Okay, looks like I need to first add them and then I need to commit it and I need to type m and it's done, right? Now what I need to do, I need to push them to my repository. So I will type git push op -u and then my link and what is the branch? So main. So it's done. It will take my SSH connection. Okay, so looks like it is not allowing me to push it because I haven't synced my readme.md file, my GitHub repository to here, right? So what I can do, I can first set up my remote branches because I haven't set it up. So I will try to paste the command, which is git branch setup upstream, and I will set up my main branch from my GitHub upstream link to my repository. Okay.
So now if I will type git pull, let's try to fetch the link. So now let's try to use git pull option V, or let's give origin main, and let's type allow unrelated histories. Looks like I have some conflict in here. So if I will go in readme.md, I will accept both the changes. I will save it. I will use git add dot and I will commit the file, fix readme, and then I will try to push my changes. So git push option U and then origin and main. So now I think it has pushed our changes and didn't ask for our credential because we have set up SSH connections, right? So if I will go to my link in here, if I will go to my code, so now we can see that every pages and everything's is in place. I can go to the settings, I can go to the pages, and if it is not selected, you can select deploy from a branch, and in the branch I will select main and I will click on save. So it's done, and within a second it will be showing your URL for your pages. So let's wait for some minutes. Okay, so now I have my site in the place. So what I can do, I can copy this link, and in my VS Code, I can go to my package.json file, and on the top, just below the private, I can use and I can add my home page for this. So I will use home page and I can provide the link like whatever I pasted there. Okay, and I will save it. Now, as I made the changes, I need to go ahead and commit and add them to my staging area again. Add home page to package.json file. It's done, and now I need to push it again. So git push origin main. Okay, so now it has pushed our changes. I need to run npm run deploy. Let's see what happens. So now you can see that it has given our build folder here, and it will have all the data about our build files. And looks like it's saying published. We are good to go. Now keep in mind that if you haven't set up your SSH connection, you will definitely get this error. And if you are getting any authentication error like your account name, so you can set up your SSH information, right? I have just show you how you can set up SSH connection for your repository on your particular workstation. Okay, so you can follow that. In my case, it was published, so now as this was published, so what I need to do, I need to go to my Chrome and I need to go to the settings, and you can see that in here my GH pages was pushed once my application was published. And if I will go to my GS pages, you can see all these things and all the stuff related to my website is here. So what I need to do, I need to go to the settings now. I need to go to the pages, and from here I need to select my GH pages right now. I can click on save. Right now it will take a couple of minutes to reflect the changes on my link. Right. So within a second or within a minute, it will just take and it will just apply to my Git pages branch, and I should be able to check this. Now by the time it's loading, what we can do, we can also try to make some modifications. So let's go to the source folder. Let's go to the app.js, and in the paragraph, let's give the name as welcome to please subscribe if you like my sharing, right? And I will save it. And as I have done my changes, so what I need to do, I need to commit the changes, modify message. I will hit enter and I will use git push option U origin main. And as I have a SSH connection in a place, so it will set up. And now what I can do, I can again use npm and deploy. So let's wait for it to deploy it again. Now it is saying published, right? So now let's go to my link, and if I will refresh my page, click on visit site. So once if I will visit the site, so now you can see that React app is in place, and it is also showing our custom message that we have edited it, right? That's how you can create your simple application, and you can use your GitHub pages to publish your simple React app. Okay, so this was very simple React app, and always use SSH connection if you are going to publish your app, right? Now we have created our basic React app, and we have also built it. If you have got this error related to HTTPS connections or your account related, then go ahead and set up the SSH keys. Now let's move ahead and let's see how you can set up your custom domain name for your GitHub pages. Okay, so how you can do that? I can go to my Ubuntu VM, and in here, if I will go to my pages, so you can see that I have some custom domain in the place. So if you have purchased any custom domain, suppose if I have any domain like DevOps channel.com, if I have purchased this domain from my domain provider, so what I need to go, I can go in here and I can provide any subdomain. So in here, I can go ahead and provide GH pages and then DevOps channel.com, and then I need to save it, right? Keep in mind, again, I'm repeating, if you have purchased any domain name like devopschannel.com, so suppose if you own this domain and if you have purchased this domain, suppose in this case devopschannel.com, I haven't purchased it. I'm just telling you for the illustration purpose. So what you can do if you want to set up your custom domain name, what I can do, I can give the subdomain as in the beginning like ghpages.devopschannel.com, and I can click on save, right? As I haven't purchased it, so it will just create a dummy. It will check for the DNS check. Now what you need to go, you can copy this one and you need to go to your domain name provider, whoever provided you a domain, and you need to modify these settings. Which setting? Suppose if you have, so all the domain name provider setup or the home page will be same like this. So if you will go to the DNS records, you need to add one CNAME. Now what is your CNAME? Now the CNAME will look like this. First, you need to add GH pages because we have set up ghpages.devopschannel.com. So in here, you need to provide GH pages. Now where you want to target it to. So the target in here, it will be your URL of your account. So in the URL, I will set up this one, right? So I will copy this one and I will paste it inside here, right? And that I will leave the TTL as default and I will click on create record. Again, I will repeat, go to your DNS provider, whoever provided you your DNS of your own domain, which you own it, then go to DNS record, add a CNAME in the host name where you want to provide, add your name that you have provided while creating a GH page, right? Whatever you will provide in here, this one. So in my case, if I provide GH pages, so I will provide GH pages in here. So I will provide GH pages and it will tell you devopschannel.com. In here, I will provide the target where it is going to set the target. So in here, I will provide my URL of my GitHub pages, this one, right? So this one, and I will leave the TTL as default and I will click on create record. Now this will take up to minutes to hour to take reflect, and your custom domain name setup will in place, and you can access this URL directly to access your GitHub repository and your project. Okay. Now as I haven't purchased this link or URL, so that's why it's checking DNS check unsuccessful. But if you have done all the configuration, it will tell that it is successful, right?
Now I will remove it. So I am sure that you now know how you can set custom domain page for your GitHub, right? Now let's move ahead and let's see how you can create GitHub pages using a feature called a markdown. I
Okay.
can go to the code and in here I can go ahead and click on new repository. I will give the repository name as markdown.io. I will give everything as a default. I will click on create repository.
Right.
I can click on create a new file and let's the file name as readme.md. Now this MD it stands for markdown. Okay, and these are the special file means it supports special features. So if I will give hash 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 and let's give the name as DevOps channel, and here I can give the name like my DevOps channel repo using markdown. Okay, so what I can do, I can go ahead and click on commit changes. I will click on commit changes. So it has added my readme.md file. I can go to the settings of my repository. I can go to the pages. I will select the branch name as main and I will click on save. So if it will tell you that you need to add a theme, so I can add this. So I can go to the Jekyll theme and I can go ahead to this one and it is telling how you can add your themes. And you can also add the CSS file to your project. For now, as I am using a simple illustration, I will just using my markdown pages, right? So this one, I will go to the settings and I will go to the pages again. And now if I will visit my changes, so you can see that markdown or IO is here. And as I've used hash hash hash, which was showing the headline, so it has detected the headline, and this one is my normal font. Okay. If you want to add a CSS, you can definitely do that. If you want to add a theme, you can definitely do that. You can just go to this one and you can go ahead and follow the steps to add your CSS file and themes to your repository. And it is very easy, right? Keep in mind that whatever change you have made, you need to commit then and you need to wait for 2 or 3 minutes to take reflect on your sites. So I'm hoping you have understood how you can create pages using markdown. Markdown are just extension of a file that is MD, okay, which stands for markdown. Now let's understand GitHub gists. So GitHub gists are a simple way to share code snippet and use fragment about any framework with others. So these are like a tweet for your particular fragment of your code, which you can share to your public. Of course, you can set it to private also, and you can have a discussion about that fragment. Okay, let's see. And these are easier to create, but these are very limited as compared to your GitHub repository. Let's see how you can create. So if you want to explore about gits, so you can go to gits.github.com. Okay, and I can click on create. Okay, so suppose if I want to create any particular snippet for my project, so suppose if I want to upload the files from here, from my this one, right? And if I will copy this one and I need to add app.js for a simple React app, right? And I will give the name as app.js and I will paste everything else. right? So I can click on create gist, or I can click on this one and I can click on public. This will be basically by default will be hidden. I can click on create public gist and it will be publicly. Now anyone in the world can see this. If you want to share it, you can share it with your friends. If you want to have a discussion or any developer you want they want to discuss it, they can discuss it. It has also supported markdown language, means if you will type hash 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 with something name like this is my very first commit, and if I will commit it, so it will, so that's how you can create gist. If you want to explore about kids, so you can do that, and you can go ahead this one and you can type this cover, and you can go ahead and search for thousands of gists provided by users in the past. Okay, and it will only show you the gists that are public. Okay, now you can see that on my discover it is showing the gist done by me also. Okay, for example, this user has given files.snapshot.xml file. This user published output log.txt, right? So that's how you can use GitHub gist to have a discussion on a particular snippet, or if you want to share it on a public repository. Okay, so that's it for GitHub pages and GitHub gits. So thanks all for watching me. Let's meet in the next section with Git hooks. It is also one of the
Now
important
let's start
topics.
with section 18, which is Git Hooks. It is also one of the important tasks and most asked question in your Git interviews. And whether you are going to be join any new team which uses Git as version control system, you need to be aware of Git Hooks and how it works. Because if you will talk about policy, many company used to implement Git Hooks for their stream flow of their Git. Okay, so if you will talk about an overview about Git hooks, so what are they? So Git hooks are like a trigger point at any particular point of a time. There are basically client side hooks and server side hook, and you need to implement them, right? So suppose if you want to implement anything that if a user is going to commit, you need to specify in any policy that if that commit message is in one policy, then only proceed further. Else reject its commit message and stop the Git workflow. Okay. So Git hooks works like a trigger points. Let's understand how Git is working currently without any hooks. So there are stage files, then a user is committing message, then we have the user's commit message, and then it was committed, right? And now these are working without any issue, right? We can take anything, we are taking any files, we are just committing, and we are keeping any commit message, and we are having any author, right? But what if a company wants to have message committed only by its company domain network, or the commit message should have only one line comment, or the changes should have contain new files which contains ASCII characters, right? So how the company will implement that? So they can use Git hooks. So let's understand what is Git hooks, as I have already talked about it, about the Git hooks, right? So it's kind of a trigger point at any particular point of a time within your Git workflow. Earlier, without Git hooks, so what it was, there was some staging file, then you need to commit it, commit message, committed, and then finish, right? But when you will use Git hooks, so the things will get changed, right? And also it's not necessary that you will use all the Git hooks. You can use or implement only one commit or only one hooks also, right? So suppose if you have any staging files, and before commit you can implement something called a pre-commit. Now these names are predefined by the Git. Pre-commit, pre-commit message, prepare commit message, and then post commit hooks. Okay, these are the hooks, the green ones, right? And these are not only four, there are many more, pre-rebase and many more, right? We will try to implement some of these, and basically these are the script files stored in .git under hooks folder. Okay, we will see them. By default they will have extension of .sample, so that they will not get applied by default. Okay, once we will remove the extension of dot sample, then we can edit it and we can implement that. We will see that when we will be on our Ubuntu VM. Now, this pre-commit is like a script. This is a kind of a script in which if the exit code is 0 means it was successful and it will move to the next step, which is commit. If it has thrown exit code of 1, it will get stopped, right? Similarly, after commit, you can implement prepare commit message. If that script will throw exit code of 0, then it will move to the next stage, else it will throw the exit code of 1. Then the next stage is commit message. So if it will throw the exit code of 0, then it will be get committed, and then it will get exit code of 1, then it will be stopped. After commit, there is post commit. If it is, so in here, whether exit code is 0 or 1, it will get finished, right? Because it is the last step. Okay. So that's how you can implement the Git hooks, and keep in mind that these are the executable files. If you will try to create new, so you need to make them executable. You can write this script in the sh shell or bash shell or g shell, whatever shell you will like. Okay. Now these are completely based on your programming skill of bash. If you want to talk about bash or if you want to learn about it, then please go ahead and navigate to my Bash full mastery course, in which I have talked about all about Bash in detail. These some of the hooks that I have talked about, these are the client side hook, means they are particular to your local workstation, and if you will push onto the server, they will not get pushed and they will not work for the other developer. Now there are some server side also on which you can apply them on a server, and basically those are of three types: pre-receive, update, and post-receive. So suppose if the changes is going to receive on a server, so then it will trigger a pre-receive book. Okay. Then after pre-receiving, if it has exit code of 0, then it will accept it. And whether if it has exit code of 1, then it will stop it. Similarly, after pre-receive, then it will be come into one phase. And then after there is a update hook. Okay. So the update hook will also have a trigger point. It will go to the next phase, and then after that phase, there is another server side hook which is post receive. Okay, and in the post receive, you can implement that whether you want to roll it to your production or your test environment, right? So these are the client side, and the server side are pre receive hook, update hook, and post receive hook. Okay, we will try to see them also. Now let's move ahead. Now, one question that when to use Git hooks. So there are many uses of Git hooks when you want to use Git hooks. Here I am just mentioning 6 points. So if you want to verify commit message, or if you want to filter out them with a regular explanation, and you want to make sure that commit message is ensuring this word. Okay, so you can implement that. If you want to run a application test before committing or pushing the changes, then you can implement Git hooks. If you want to verify and potentially fix code syntax mistake before pushing to your production server, then you can do that. In case you want to generate post commit notification after post commit hook, right? So you can implement that also. Automate deploy of an application after successfully tests on a server. So you can implement Git hooks. If your company wants any restriction policy following a particular approach while publishing the changes or committing any changes, then they can implement that using GitHub. Okay. And there are many uses of GitHooks, so it's totally depend on your use, right? Now let's move ahead and let's understand about hooks, where are they stored, and also understand how we can use pre-commit hooks. I
Okay,
will do, I will
so
go to my terminal. I will navigate to my desktop. I will create a folder, Git Hooks local, right? I will move to this folder and I will initialize one repository, right? Now, if I will list the files in here, so if I will go to .git folder, and if I will list the files in here, so you can see I have one Git folder here itself, right? Let's navigate one more folder back, means inside my main folder, and let's try to open Visual Studio Code in here itself, right? So it will get open in a second. can expand my git.git folder and I will expand my hooks. So you can see the by default they will have these sample of my client side and server side, both of them as a sample, right? Now they are having an example of dot sample. Okay, so if you will remove dot sample, so they will start recognizing that they are the hooks. Suppose if you want to implement any pre-hooks, so these are the files, and if you will see the executable permission, so if I will go to .git and if I will go to the hook and if I will list the files in here, so you can see that they are executable files, each one of them, right? If you will try to create one on your own, then you need to make it executable so that it will be detectable. Let's try to check the pre-commit sample. Okay, so just this one. So on the first line, it is telling bin bash means bin and C shell means it is a shell program, right? And this is a basic thing and it is telling all of these things in here. An example hook script to verify what is about to be committed, right? Called by git commit with no argument, the hook should exit with non-zero status after issuing an appropriate message. If the file name is in ASCII format, then it will allow the commit, right? If it will not, then it will end. And if the file name is not in ASCII file name, then it will throw this error, right? So let's try to do this. And what I will do, so as a best practice, what I will do, I will try to copy it and I will try to paste it inside here itself. So I will paste it. So I have a copy sample. Now what I will do, I will try to rename it. Rename and let's modify dot sample from the beginning and I will keep it only commit, right? So if I will go in here, so you can see that this is in my place, this thing, and you don't need to commit it. So this is inside the git folders. Whenever you will try to make any change, you don't want to commit them, right? So now let's try to create any file. So not in here, inside here, and let's try to create a file called new file.txt. Okay, so I have created one and I will open terminal in here itself, right? So if I will type git status, so I have this file. Let's try to commit it. Git add dot and git hyphen m add my first file. Okay, so it's done, right? And I was able to commit it. I have that file also, right? Now from the web, let me try to create any, take any non-ASCII character, non-ASCII character. Okay, so these are the non-ASCII character. What I will do, I will take these, I will copy it, and I will go inside Visual Studio Code and let's try to, sorry, not here, here, and let's try to paste it and let's try giving it .txt. So I've done that. If I will type get status, so I have this file and you can see the name is now different. It's taking different. Now if I will try to commit it and add it to staging area, try to add non ASCII file, and now if I will hit enter, so you can see that I will get this same error that I have in my pre-commit hooks. Okay, so attempt to add a non-ASCII file name. This can cause problem if you want to work with people on other platform, right? So if I will go in pre-commit hook, so you can see that it is showing this error, that is showing in the then loop, right? And it has also exit code of 1, right? And if I will just delete this file, let's delete it. And if I will go in here and if I will check git status, so this one was deleted. And now what I can do, I can add them to staging area. and commit it. Remove non-ASCII file. Okay, so it's done. So I just needed to add to staging area. So now as I have copied this pre-commit file and I have pre-commit.sample as intact. So what I will do, let's try to remove all the stuff and let's try to create one script on our own. So what I will do, I will first, what I will add shebang line. Again, if you want to see the uses of your bash or C shell, then go ahead and navigate to my bash mastery course. Okay. So that is around 6 6.5 hours of course in which I have talked about bash in details. Okay. So I have added my cbang line and I will echo committing is disabled. Anyhow, I will exit code of one means before pre-commit, what I am going to do, if I will try to commit anything, any character, anything, so it will not allow and it will disable my commit message because at end I am giving the exit code of one, right? If I will give the condition or if I will negate this one and if I will give any condition and then if I will type exit code of zero, then it will follow that step only, right? So by default, it will reject all the commit message. If I will go give the exit code of zero and committing is allowed anyhow and exit code of zero, then at any condition, it will allow the commit, right? So you can go ahead and you can implement your own conditions, own feature. Don't forget to use Git variable like Git underscore user underscore name, right? So if you want to see these variables, so where you can see that, you can go to the Git config global and hyphen list. So you can see there are many variables set by the Git. You can go ahead and check with them, right? You can filter out with their name, you can filter out with their email. Okay. Now as I don't have anything else, so I can either leave it as it is or let's try to save it. Okay. And as these are inside the .git hooks folder, we don't need to commit them because they will not get changed. So if I will type git status, so there will be nothing to nothing to commit or add. So I am hoping you are clear with pre-commit hooks. And I have just showed you a very basic hook by creating 2 or 3 lines of piece of code, right? But you can create thousands of condition based on your requirement. Now let's move ahead and let's understand about post commit hook. Let's try to enable it. Here I will go ahead and I will create a file and I will give the file name as post hyphen commit. That's it. Okay. So this is my post hyphen commit. And what I will do, I will first add my shebang line, exclamation mark, bin, and then sh, right? And it has detected that it is a script file. Now I will type echo, thanks for committing, and I will give the git variables, which is git underscore author underscore name. So this is the git variable. You can use git variable to create conditions in your hooks, right? And I will give the exit code of zero. So what it will do after the commit, it will trigger this one, right? And we have mentioning exit code of zero means it will move further. If it will be exit code of one, then it will stop at that point of time itself. Okay. So I'll press save. And now what I will do, I will go in here and I am inside my git hooks folder. If I will list the file, so I have post commit and now it is in white because it's not executable. You can see. So what I will do, I will need to change its permission to make it executable, which is chmod plus x and my file name. So post hyphen commit, right? So if I will list the files, so now it will have executable permission, right? So now let's try to push or commit anything, right? So I will go to my new file and I will try to add something, adding one line to check my post commit hook, right? I will save it and I will go inside here. I will type git add new file.txt git commit hyphen m edit new file, right? So once if I will hit enter, so you can see that committing is allowed anyhow because it is also triggering what? It is also triggering our pre-commit, right? This one. And now it is also triggering our post commit. Thanks for committing DevOps channel 23. So it is taking our git underscore author underscore name, right? So there are various variable. You can also list the variables. So git config hyphen hyphen list. So user dot name, user dot email. You can also mention specify them also. Okay. So that's how you can enable post commit as it was not in here. So we try to manually create it and we try to make it executable. And here you can provide any condition you would like to trigger before or post commit it. Now let's try to move ahead and let's disable rebasing using pre-rebase hook. Okay, so by default the rebasing will be allowed, but as the rebasing is destructive workflow, I don't want to implement in my company. Okay, so I will restrict using of git rebasing function. Okay, so let's move ahead and I will check whether I have any rebase function here itself. So yes, I do have, but let's try to create rebase here also. Okay, so go here, I will go in here and I will create pre-rebase, right? I will go ahead and click pre-rebase and first line will be shebang line, right? And what I will do, I will use echo oop rebasing is not allowed in your company network, right? So I've done that. And as I want to disable pre-rebase completely, I will give the exit code of fun, right? I will save it. And yes, you are right. I need to modify permissions again of my files. So if I will list the files, so you can see the pre-rebase is not executable. So chmod plus x, sorry, plus x and then pre-rebase. So now it should be executable, right? So now what I will do, first, I will try to make any changes in this one, or let's try to move and create any more files. So I will minimize my hooks folder in here. And what I will do, I will first check out a new branch. Let's call it a feature, right? And inside feature, I will create a new file in here. So touch another file.txt. I have created one. So first, let's try to edit as I want two commits. Add another file in feature branch, right? So I have committed the changes and it is also showing our pre-commit and our post-commit messages, right? Now let's try to add something. So I will add here, adding this line in my feature branch, right? So I will have, so that I will have two commits. So let's try to commit am add line in feature branch. So now I have done that and I have committed the changes. If I will type git log, so I will have two commits in my feature branch, right? So I'll press Q for exit it. Now in here, what I will do as why I have created another file so that it will not have any merge conflict while if I will try to edit the same file, right? Now I will try to check out to my main And let's try to, as it is showing now crossed, let's try to add something. So add one more line in new file. I will save it and I will use to same command for committing and adding it to staging area. Add one line in new file in main branch. So I've done that. Let's try to add one more commit. Add one more line in main branch. I will save it and I will press upper arrow icon to bring the commands back, and I will use added one more line in new file in main branch. So looks fine to me and I've done that, right? And if you want to use git cracking, you can definitely do that, and I can also use source control. So you can see that I have edited new file, added my first file, these things in. So these are the new files. Okay. If I want to change the branch, I can change that. So I can go to the feature and you can see that these are in the feature branch, right? So now what I will do, I will check the first branch. So git branch. So I am on my feature. Now let's try to rebase my main. So once if I will hit enter, it will trigger my pre-rebase hook, right? And it will tell you that oops, rebasing is not allowed in your company network. The pre-rebase hook refused to rebase. This one, right? Here it is just a simple echo message and I have exit a condition. Similarly, you can provide any condition, like suppose if you are having three-way merge, then don't try to rebase it. If you have only fast forward merge, then only rebase is. Or if you have fast forward merge, then don't rebase it. If it has three-way merge, then try to rebase it. Okay. So you can make any complex hook to get trigger and make any connections. Right? Now let's move ahead and let's try to create a pre-commit hook to match our author email against our company domain. Right? So we use at the rate company.com. So let's try to edit and create a hook so that if the author is outside of that domain, then it will not allow to commit it. Okay. So let's try to modify it. So for that, yes, you are right, I need to edit my pre-commit. So I will go in here. First I will give the regular expression that hey, you need to match, and let's suppose my company network or my company domain is DevOps channel, right? And I will give the regular expression this one to match anything after it, and then .com. I will give dollar to match any expression with it, right? So this will match my regular expression of at the rate devopschannel.com. I'm not editing, I am mentioning backslash so that it will ignore dot. Okay. So this was my regular expression. And let's take the email variable from git underscore author underscore email. Right. So we have email variable and we have a regex variable. Now we can start our if loop. So if and then brackets, if dollar email equal to tilde is not equal to or equal to regex, and I need to end my for loop, then echo your email is valid, you can proceed, and I will give the exit code of 0, right? Else what I will do, I will echo your email is not authorized to commit, right? And I will give the exit code of 1. All right, and what I will do, I will and my file loop also.
And looks like I have forgotten here caret symbol because it will not match any character. It is just matching the expression at the rate devoptional.com, right? Which we don't want that. I want to check for anything starting with anything but the ending with devoptional.com, right? And if I will check my git config hyphen list, so if I will check my mail, so it is devops.channel23 at the rate gmail.com. So it is not matching this one, right? So it should not allow our commit. So let's try that. So let's try that. I will go in here. I'll press Q. I will use git commit hyphen am because I have modified my this file, right? Add one. Okay, so looks like in here, if I am using this, so this is not supported in C shell and I need to use my bash shell in here. Okay, and now if I will try to commit my message, so it will tell you that my email is not authorized to log in because it is telling to match the regular expression anything starting with anything but the ending with devopschannel.com. But my mail ID, which is getconfig hyphen list, so my mail ID is devopschannel at the rate gmail.com, right? So I will quit it and let, right? If you want to allow it, then go ahead and either you can change your username, your user email to at the rate devopschannel.com, or else you can remove these and allow any user to log in. Okay, so now let's move ahead and let's check whether our Git hooks also get pushed to remote. So let's see this. So I am on in here. So for doing that, what I will do, I will go to my GitHub and I will go to my GitHub. I will click on GitHub. I will create one new repository and I will name it as local git local git and hooks. I will leave everything it as default. I will click on create repository. Okay, it's done. And as I already have repository set up in place, so what I will do, I will use git remote add origin and I will use my SSH connection because I don't want to ask it again and again. I will go in a SSH connection. I will copy this link. I will go in here and I will paste the link. So paste it. I will hit enter. So I've added the remote. Now I will use git push option U because I don't have any branch at my this one. So origin and main. So it will take SSH authentication and it has pushed our branch. If I will go in here, so you can see I have this new file and in here. Now how I can check that whether it has my hooks folder and all of my modified hooks folder inside my .git file or folder, right? So we can't see that, right? We cannot see .git folder in here. So for checking that, what I will do, I will copy this one. I will copy this one and I will go to my terminal and I will navigate back and I will go to my desktop and I will use git clone and I will paste the URL, right? And I will name the or my folder as cloned git hooks. Okay, so it will clone this my repository to this one, right? So now let's navigate to cloned this one and let's try to edit our or open our Visual Studio Code in here. So it's opening. So I am inside my .git. So now if I will open .git and if I will open hooks, so you can see that there is no changes reflected in here, right? So that is the disadvantage of hook if you have a collaborators or large number of developer involved and if you want to implement policy then you can't implement hooks from one computer to another, right? They are getting just rectified, okay, and they are just getting refreshed or resetted again and again whenever one user or one developer will try to clone it, right? So
The answer of this question is no, the hooks are not get pushed to remote. Okay, we try to clone it also. Now let's try to clean up and let's try to create keeping our created hooks, and let's ask our collaborator or a developer that hey, I am pasting this in my repository. If you want to implement hooks, then try to paste them in our .git underscore hooks folder. So I will go in here, and what I will do, I will try to copy these, paste, and pre-base, pre-commit, and post-commit. I will try to copy it, and I will try to paste it inside here. Okay, so I have these three files in here, and now as these are not in my .git files folder, so I need to modify them. Also, I need to delete this one because I don't want this. Now it's done. Now what I will do, I need to first add them to staging area. By default, I don't want to do this. I will close this one and I will save it, right? I will use git add dot to add them to staging area. I will use git commit hyphen m delete new file and keeping hooks on main repo. It's done, right? Now what I can do, I can use git push hyphen u. I don't need to provide of hyphen u because main branch was already created, but let's go ahead. And it was pushed. If I will go to my GitHub, I will refresh page and I can see that I have this one. Now in here, what I can do, I can use my readme.md file, my markdown file, and I can mention here steps to apply Git hook on your computer. If you want to enable a specific hook, simply put them in working directory .git and then hook, right? And I will click on commit changes. I will click on commit changes. Now any developer will try to clone it. He can readme.md file, and whatever hook he wants to implement it, he can just read to my instruction and they can copy the particular hook file and they can paste it inside this folder, right? So that's it for this section. And let's meet in the next section with how we can create or write our custom Git aliases. So till then, take care.
Hi everyone and welcome to section 19, and this is our last section in this series, and this is going to be a very short section and it's not compulsory, but yeah, if you have, then yeah, it is good. It is all about creating some custom aliases for your Git. Suppose if you are writing any Git command again and again, and you don't want to write it or type it again and again, then you can set aliases for it. Okay, and we will also see how we can set aliases with both from terminal and from our whichever file the Git uses for creating aliases. Okay, so let's move ahead and let's explore about Git aliases. So before moving forward, I would like to talk about global git config and local git config. Okay, so local git config are specific to your repository, whatever repository you have. So if I will go to my desktop and if I will list the files here, so I have this project, right? Suppose if I am going to docker.js project, right? And if I will list the contents in here and I have these one, right? Let's go to the .git folder. Now I am in .git folder. If I will list the files, I have this config file, right? So this is our local git config file, which is limited to our this repository itself, right? But there will be one more config file, which is our
global config file. The global config file works on all project, but the local config file will work on specific project. So for example, for my docker.js project, the local config file is this one. Okay, so for your project also there will be local config file. So if you will see the contents of this one, so cat config, so you can see that these are the local config file and these are storing my local variables in here for my Git. Okay, if I want I can change them. I can mention my author or my rebase. By default rebase should do what, right? So this was my local config file. Now where is my Git config file? My global. So it is stored on user home directory and it is generally either inside your config git and config, or in my case if I will list the files in here, it is storing in my .git config file, right? So let's try to open it. So I will open this my home folder inside my code editor. Okay, Visual Studio Code. So if I will go and if I will open my Visual Studio Code for this folder, so you can see that .git config, this is my global config file for my Git. Okay, it has my user stored, right? It has my filters, it has my code means editor, and editor is set to code hyphen hyphen wait means my Visual Studio Code. If I want to change it, I can definitely change it to my Vim editor. So I can just type Vim and save it, and that's it, right? I have also initialized my default branch as main, and my rebase is false means whenever I will pull, it will not do the rebase, it will just try to merge it, right? Now if you want to create aliases, you can definitely create either on a global side or a local side, right? So if you want to create an alias on a local side, then go ahead to that particular repository, go inside .git folder and edit your config file. But I will try to edit inside my global config file. Okay, so in here I will give the name as alias, right? And I will hit enter. I will give tab space and I will write something. Suppose if I want to see s equal to status, right? And I will hit save. So it was saved. Now what I will do, I will go to my terminal and I will navigate to my desktop and I will navigate to my project called docker.js project, right? I will clear the terminal, and what we have to do, if we used to type git status, then it will give that whatever the status of our working area and our staging area, right? Now the similar I can get it with git and s, right? Because we have typed our alias. I can give anything else, f h j k and status, and I can remove this one. I will save it and it will work. So git, if I will type now s, so it will tell you that hey, s is not found. If I will type fhjk, so it is found, right? Similarly I can set it for my log. So if I will give, let's set your l equal to log hyphen hyphen one line. I will save it. Right now I will go to terminal, and earlier I had to type git log hyphen hyphen one line again and again to see the details in the one line, right? Now what I can do, I can just type git and l and it's done. It will give the same output. Now let's see how you can set up alias using your terminal. So what I can do, I can use git config and here I will type global, and as I am specifying global, it should also change our this folder, this file, right? So this one git config global, and I will give the name as alias dot, and I will give the name as so branches, and here I will save it to branch. right? Means I am giving, actually I am giving the bigger name, but I should give the smaller name. So let's give that. I will just give B, that set branch to B. Okay, and I will hit enter. It's done. If I will go to my Visual Studio Code, you can see, okay, looks like, okay, I haven't saved it earlier. Now, if I will try to type it again, and if I will hit enter, and now if I will go to my Visual Studio Code, you can see that the set things that I have set from my terminal, it's reflecting here too, right? Now, if I'll go to the terminal and if I will just type git v, it will work and it will give the same working environment like git branch, right? Now, you can also set aliases with your argument, means what I'm telling. If you have git commit and various options, so what you can do, you can give option like cm. Let's give cm and we want to give this as commit hyphen m, right? So after this, what you have to do, I will save it. What you have to do, you just have to type git cm and your message, and it's done. Okay, so I will type git cm. I will type git cm fix project. Okay, so as I didn't have anything, so it was telling that there is nothing to be clean. Okay, so that's it for your creating your aliases. There are bunch of aliases you can create for your particular file or folder, right? So on that, if you are going to write or type a command again and again which is very very big, then you can create aliases for them and it is very helpful. Many developers use to create aliases for their project if they want to save some time. Okay, so thank you all for joining me for so thank you everyone for joining it with me. I know this was a very very long course, but I am hoping it was very worthful for you. And with this course, you gain and you have some confidence about Git and GitHub, right? So thank you all. Please do subscribe to my channel if you like my sharing, and please like my lecture. If you want to explore about more contents, then please go ahead to my channel. Currently, I have Linux and Bash mastery course till now, and I will be uploading more courses in the future. Okay. So thank you all for joining it with me. Please share it with your friends and take care.